Yo, test it. One tree, one tree. Yeah, man. Full of haters. Trust me. Yeah, that's how you know God's faith, man. Trust me. Full of haters. Yeah, man. Yo, yeah, boy. That happens when you get hated on, man. No? Real hater that is. Trust me. Yo, yo, yo. Yeah, bro. Trust me. Yeah, man. So the haters are hating out here, B. Trust. Yeah. Real haters in real time. You get me? What going on?
Hold on, bro. What happened?
I don't know, man. Just got strike. Still got taken down
Yeah, mother.
after appealing. Still, man. But again, obviously, I was in the middle of the show. And the same thing with the video yesterday. My video yesterday got blocked as well.
Yeah, boy, you know how it is though. Just like, yeah, when too many people profit from your downfall, then boy, shit start happening.
Trust me.
But yeah,
Trust
that's why
me.
it's a good thing you got this thing here anyway.
Yeah, man. Yeah. So, like I'm saying, man, this channel is not monetized no more. You get me?
Okay.
Hey, he's done a strike on this one as well. So, you get me? This full time hating is
Straight
really, really real. You get me, cuz? So,
straight up
literally,
PayPal from here, everybody.
yeah, man. So, yo, like I'm saying, boom, the man them or the people them that's watching the thing need to start supporting the thing more, innit? Like, or you get me? Doing the long 12, 15, 18 hour streams for just people to hate on the thing and make man not get no benefits from it. I'm paying no out of my pocket and all that sort of stuff. But I don't know about that, man. It's not a charity thing out here. You get me, fam?
I feel you. Obviously, man's gotta receive back the energy man's putting out in it.
Mm.
Because if
Uh,
anything, man's done put in a lot of work over this last, I don't know, 6, 8, 12 months.
mm.
A lot of,
Trust me.
you get me? But yeah, man. Yeah, like I suppose some people they just need to be reminded, like the ones there, like it's like you gotta contribute in it, like not just like monetarily, but also like with engagement and stuff.
Mm. Trust me. Trust me.
'Cause, yeah, man. But with the haters thing and the striking thing, it's the ones there, man. Like these keyboard warriors and that. Some people they leveled up on this, getting people strikes and that online snitching.
You get me? Yeah, man. Real life performance. You get me, cuz? So,
Yeah,
but,
but,
it's a mad thing still, yeah, because, like, obviously, we're talking about the um, religion and what I was saying of where the contradictions of God, if you want to take, if you the attributes that Abrahamic people give God
hmm
makes it have contradiction attributes. So, which is providing a positive for a negative. You know what I'm saying? Like, so they're providing evidence for the negative that God don't exist by giving him all these different attributes that contradict each other.
Yeah, I get you. Like I remember years ago, like I think I saw it on The Simpsons or something, like where they was talking about, could God make a hot dog so hot he couldn't eat it? And
Mm.
yeah, like here's a perplexing one still. But it's like, people they don't care about none of this. Like they already made the decision. The ones there. Majority of the people are not in the game to change. They're already too far invested in whichever side they're on in it.
Mm.
It's kind of like, your favorite football team and that. And like they could be playing shit, but you're still like backing them. And then you come up against the next team, you're still chatting shit to that team, even though you're playing shit. Like it's one of them ones that people will just back the team that they're on, even if there's an L in front of them. So yeah,
No,
man.
big up, big up.
Yeah, big up to
Yeah,
that.
big up yourself.
Big
So,
up. Yeah, that video's a
yeah, man.
madness, man.
What's that about the youth?
Yeah, bro, that is some
Yeah,
madness,
yeah,
bro.
yeah.
What's that
Mad
happened
thing, I like.
today?
Yeah, yeah. Well, this morning, 7 a.m., someone filmed it on their phone, innit? Like, that's lucky, really, that someone did film it on their phone. You
No,
get me?
true
Because,
say, man.
like, you get me? The girl was like, that could have been anyone's daughter,
That is sad,
mine,
man.
yours, whatever. You get me? So, yeah, man.
That
But
is
what I missed
crazy,
it. What
man.
happened though?
There's a video out, yeah, of one don trying to basically abduct one schoolgirl. Like she's in year 8 or something like that. Do you know what I'm saying? The brother looks like he's all past 6 foot and shit. Got his arm
Yeah,
around the
bro.
girl, like trying to walk her off down to, you get me?
Yeah,
Down
that's
to
Yeah.
sad,
off to
man.
one, whatever.
And
And
what
then
the guy's still
the,
walking
the
about?
girl was following her. One girl was following her with her mum behind her, saying like, "Oh, hey, leave her alone. What are you trying to do to her?" And then he was trying to say it's his family or whatever. But then obviously when they got close, the brother run off. And then the girl was just saying, "Oh,
Wow.
thank you, like, for saving me, basically."
Yeah, it sounded like just because he heard the
You see what
siren,
I'm
he got
saying, bro?
shook.
Yeah. So them pagan things there, yeah, which makes you know that, bro, you don't think that that girl at that time is not praying for no flipping magic angels to come out of nowhere and blah blah blah. Mad, bro. Of course she is.
I don't know about that, really, man.
Just by chance that the woman was walking by, her daughter saw out the window because I read the post as well. Her daughter saw out the window that the man had his arm around the girl, but her hand around her mouth, his hand around her mouth,
Wow.
and then that's where she called her mum.
Yeah, he actually did sexually assault her. And then they went out, and then they found the guy. Well, no, sorry, they fingered him off. But they reckon his name, his name, his photos out there and everything. So this guy's getting caught.
Yeah, his name's out there as well, yeah.
Yeah, people are saying his name's Caden, or people call him Con. And then someone's actually posted another picture of the guy. So I think people
Serious.
know who he is. Yeah, and they went, what was it? Something Fields or something he went. And then they reckon he lives on Mitcham Lane or something. So, yeah, I hope, this guy should be getting caught pretty soon.
Yeah. He wraps up today, man. He's getting wrapped
Yeah,
today,
that's
boy.
what I do.
You better go, unless he's on the run already. You get me? Because from we got that video and it's like nearly 3 o'clock or whatever.
Oh, that video's been out since about 8 o'clock this morning. Yeah.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying that
Crazy,
since
man.
we've got the
It's
video
done the
and it's
rounds.
nearly that time there. Yeah. You get me, guys?
But boy, man, it's just a reminder that the ones there. Like life is real, innit? We feel like
Mm.
Yeah.
sometimes when we're in certain countries, that like we're safe from things, innit? Like everything's happening outside, but it's not the case, man. You gotta be diligent out there
It
because
happens out
anything can
here as
happen.
well. You get me? Same thing,
Yeah,
bro. Like you're saying, it happens on these roads as well. So don't feel like you can just leave your youth wandering like that. You can't do
Yeah,
that.
It's
the
sad,
system,
man.
the way the system deals with it though is shit, in it. Because let's say, what's this guy really going to get? What, 2 years, 4 years? The system, yeah, the system deals with it not well
Nah, it
enough.
should be more than that. If it's like abducting, kidnapping,
Yeah, true.
what else?
Now, but well, obviously
It's not long enough
it
though,
was
is it?
it was it was attempted, innit? Because he didn't actually get to kidnap her. So
No,
it's
in a
gonna be
sense,
it's
he
gonna be
has.
within
No, the crime was already committed. To be honest,
it's gonna
it's
be
only
within
because somebody.
whatever
It's
was
only because somebody
whatever
else
their
came in
thing
the
of the
middle of
law
it.
is, isn't it? Yeah, well,
But
someone
no.
interrupted him in the thing, wasn't it?
Yeah, but I'm
Someone
just saying that.
interrupted him while he was trying to adopt the girl.
No, but
The
he was
trauma's like
already.
already been like the process of it has already started though, right? Because
Mm.
like they
Yeah.
do take into account like the victim and the effects on them, and it's like, yeah, I don't
Mm.
know, man.
You
Like you're
could even
still
say
fucked
he's
in it.
holding a
Because once you
hostage or
nearly got
something.
abducted, like now you know that could happen to you any day.
Trust me.
That's sad, man.
Yeah, you hear about this stuff all the time, but to actually see it, it's on another level, and it's like, for fuck's sake, man. And the worst thing is, there's hundreds, not if not thousands, of people like him out there who are actually looking to do this shit. It's fucking crazy.
Yeah, these things are people are active, man. Like it's like these guys in Birmingham or something. They're going around catching paedophiles or something. Is it Birmingham? Somewhere up north anyway from London. But yeah,
Yeah.
they just
No, Birmingham is still.
people
Yeah,
are doing
paedophile
it dirty
catchers
on
are
a regular
everywhere. Yeah,
basis, man.
yeah,
And they catching normal duns, man.
yeah. Did you hear about the one they caught him? Yeah, and he was like thinking the geezer when he was on bail, he tied a rope around his neck, tied it to the tree, and then drove off at full speed, pulled his fucking head off.
Wow.
Jeez.
He did the right thing though. You gotta at least give him
Yeah.
that.
But yeah, I'm thinking for this guy, people wouldn't have a problem with him being beheaded.
Nah, I just give him a lethal injection to his neck. Simple as that. Quick, dead.
Like you're saying, yeah, it will be a hard campaign for someone trying to campaign for like a paedophile not to get the death sentence. That would be a
Yeah.
hard campaign for someone to try and make still, man. Because
Oh yeah. If they ever had a referendum on that, you know what the
even
outcome
in
would
it,
be.
like even the most mildest person or most Quakerist person is like child abuse is a little bit too much in it.
Yeah, but we say that, but like then the punishment never really fits the crime, innit?
But that's why they got
True.
rid of the death penalty though, wasn't it? Because innocent people were getting fucking hung and shit. You know, and then new evidence came to light that the person was innocent, and you just ended up hanging an innocent man. That's always like the debate in it for the death penalty. You can always end up killing, innocent people because the justice system ain't perfect. People do get sent to jail all the time for stuff they haven't done. It does happen.
Yeah, that one I understand. But like even people dealing with children and they're not even getting like over 10 years and them kind of numbers.
Yeah, the
You get what I'm
system's
saying?
fucked. Yeah, the system's fucked. That's what I'm saying. That's why more likely some of these, well, we know some of these politicians are paedophiles. We know that some of these judges are paedophiles. That's why they're getting these bullshit sentences because the system's just corrupted, isn't it? Half of the time, they don't even want to lock them up.
Yeah, man.
Mm.
Yeah, just quickly lethal injection, done, gone. It's like a
Yeah, I
dog
agree
that
with
bites
that.
someone. It is. It's like a
Yeah,
dog.
but then there's always going to be the person that gets convicted that was actually innocent.
Yeah, that's
That's
the
also why
problem, isn't it?
people
Yeah,
go against death penalties, isn't it, man? Because it's like,
yeah.
bro, although when it fits the crime, you might be seem alright, but then all it needs is one mistake.
Hear that, but
You know
that's
what I'm
like
saying?
the
And
same
the person
about
can't
jail
get their
in
life back.
general, though. It's like,
No, but you can
you
get your
know,
life back if you go to jail. You know what I mean? Like
nah,
if
man,
you get
you can't.
no, but
You can only
bro,
go
hold on.
forward,
If you
innit?
get
You
if you
can't
get
get nothing
yeah,
back.
Yeah, but
no, but
when
I'm
you're in
saying that
jail, you
if you
can
but
appeal and
wait,
stuff.
hold on. You can get released from jail though, brother. Yeah,
Yeah,
you
but
might
say,
even
for
be to get
example,
some
you could go in
compensation.
jail,
Wait,
yeah?
hold on, bro. Because I'm saying that
Yeah.
with compensation and with being released from jail, being reformed, whatever, yeah, so, you might not even get compensation or whatever. You might not even get exonerated for the crime. Yeah, you might go to jail and come back out, yeah, like for a crime that
Mhm.
you've not committed. But if you get the
Yeah.
death penalty, bro, it's just you're just gone, innit?
Yeah, so
Nah,
right.
I hear that. There's levels and, you know, situations when you don't even do nothing.
Mm,
Especially if it's America. America, you end up going there, end up getting sliced up or something. You come out, but boy, you know, don't stay, you're not the same.
yeah, man. I think it's much still, man. Yeah, bro. So yeah,
But yeah,
man. Like I
don't
say,
adopt
man,
them
obviously, man's
children.
not on the monetized channel right now, innit, man? So, boom. If man's going to be carrying on this channel here, yeah, the people, they'll have to start supporting the thing, innit?
You got a strike on the
But,
other one, yeah?
yeah, someone just strapped my channel, man. I don't know what for.
Did YouTube
God
not
knows
say?
for violating YouTube's terms and conditions. I don't
Oh,
know what terms and conditions were broke.
I got a 90-day. I got a strike. Got 90-day. Wendy got a strike last night as well. To YouTube, bro.
Isn't it?
They're being bastards, YouTube.
Someone's going around trying to put strikes on channels.
Yeah, we know who it is, though, don't we? Let's be honest, fucking hell.
Yeah,
They're
but
constantly telling everyone that it's them.
you can
Freaking hell.
think about. You can think, yeah, man can say that it is, but you just don't know who it is, bro.
You do when they tell you, when they say, we're striking your channel. You do know then.
Yeah, boy. Yeah. They're the ones that.
But I need to
On my
yeah, I'm gonna quickly have a look on his email and see if I can get back to YouTube about this strike thing. So
on my strike, they
what
said,
terms and
because of this
conditions were
corona.
violated?
Yeah, they say because of the corona, they ain't got like the manpower, so it's all these bots. So I guess it's like you get enough people, they're just gonna fucking shut your channel down type thing. You know what I mean? It's not being manually checked.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's
Yeah,
have a look
man.
see if this guy's been caught.
Yeah. That's what I was gonna say, man. Give us a bit of an update and all them sort of things.
Yeah.
On,
Fucking, I got a hold on. That's what I mean. I don't want to show no one's photo in case they're being fitted up. Do you know what I mean? Fuck. Well, this person here, they got a blue tick. I don't know. Rams, the Mitchum Dreamer or something. I don't know who he is. Caden 26 went Southfields, lives on Mitchum Lane. Tag is cons, and he's got a picture of it. I think this guy's been caught. Well,
Is it?
people know who he is.
Good.
They got his name, his age. Lives on
How old
Mitchum
is
Lane.
he?
26, they say.
What a dirty bastard.
That's the problem with Twitter, though. You can't. The people like running around with this name and this picture. This could be some innocent guy.
Hmm.
I don't even know if it looks similar. You know. You tell me. Do you think this is the same guy?
Let's see.
Oh, shit.
Sort of.
What do you reckon, Belly? Can you see it?
Yeah, his headpiece looked the same and the hair. The face.
Yeah, I'm not sure, bro, but I'm just saying that
Well, that's
obviously
the
you gotta be
geezer there.
careful. Like
Yeah, of
when
course.
you're
Yeah.
saying that, you're saying it's likely or it could be, rather than you're saying that it definitely is, isn't it?
Yeah.
You don't want man to try to take you to court for no.
I don't know if that picture looks similar to that one. To be honest with you, I'm not sure.
That's not him. That's peak though. 600 retweets in a couple hours.
Well, this person here who has a blue tick, they put it out there as well.
Have you got a thingy for what they call it? Is he on like a offender list or anything?
And I don't know. I'm not sure.
So what does a blue tick mean? That that's the official something.
Nah, you verified. It means you're verified by Twitter. So it means like you're an actual, celebrity or some shit like that. Do you know what I mean?
That's what I'm thinking, eh? And that's what I was thinking. Really, it's does seem like this is some normal person off the road, or say.
Yeah, and this guy's verified. I don't know who he is.
It might be somebody doing fake news, as you say that.
A lot of people are thinking it. But yeah, I know what you're saying. If that ain't him, then that is fucked up.
I was looking at it. I don't know if his head shape were really that same picture or that person. That person looked like he got more of a rounder head.
Well, this geezer here, big ski. Blue tick as well.
Yeah, that picture might be an old picture still.
Until I see proof of this guy not being in the Mitcham area around those hours, the finger will stay pointed at him. You'll get what is coming to you, believe.
Wow.
This guy might just hand himself in, Because if anyone else catches him, he's going to get fucked up.
Is there anything with that with him talking we might recognize the voice?
Nah, nothing like that. Well, yeah, there is on the video. He talks on the video. I ain't got anything to cross-reference it with.
Okay. Has he got a YouTube link or any other links?
No, not from what I can see. See if anyone. This woman as well. She's got a freaking blue tick. She's just entrepreneur reality star. So if this guy ain't the fucking guy, people are fucked up. This man is a paedophile on the run. Please refer to my Instagram footage. It is totally heartbreaking. Fuck, she's put his whole name. Kadian Nelson is from Mitcham. Fuck, this guy's whole name's out there. Is that how you say that to her? Kadian? Or
Yeah, his look like it is, yeah, Kadian.
Kadian Nelson. Fucking hell. That must be him. It looks like this dirty bastard's gonna get what's coming to him. So sorry, crew. They've tweeted it out.
What? So even they think it's him.
Nah, they just tweeted the video.
If I might just suggest, good afternoon, gentlemen. If I might suggest,
Afternoon.
I would be very careful what you say, because if it's not that guy, Right. I'm not saying it is. I'm not saying it isn't. But if it is, if it turns out that it's not that fella.
It's a bit late now, Ned. The whole fucking Twitter's done it.
Well, no, I
We
know,
ain't
I
gonna
know,
add anything to it.
I know what you're saying. I know they have, but I would be very careful for your own sake. Just to be. I mean, as Veli was actually saying, could I just say that the woman was incredibly brave.
Yeah,
She
she
went
was.
down a little side road on her own with a little girl as well. Right? If that bloke had turned on her, she would have been in deep bloody trouble.
Yeah.
She took an
Nah,
enormous risk.
she would fuck
No,
him up though. I think that one would have battered him.
Yo, hey, listen, hey
That one
Dave,
would have switched.
Yeah.
be careful with your Twitter videos. Your video got me a strike yesterday. Your video of that guy of that attack, whatever happened yesterday.
Oh, for fuck's sake! Oh
It
shit.
got me a strike yesterday, man. So yeah. Don't play none of them Twitter videos, man. Shit's a
Yeah, I
dangerous.
won't.
look, you see, somebody's got his address. I'd take that down because somebody will actually say that you're doxing. Yeah.
Well,
I'm sorry to be.
thousands of people have said it on Twitter, Ned.
Yeah,
It's
oh,
not.
yes, well, that may be the case, but you could still get dumped on. You do what you want to do, David. But I'm just advising you. Well, take no fucking notice of me. I'm a fool, but just be wise.
Yeah, you gotta be careful, mate. He's dropped off anyway. Yeah, man. You lot just hold up the conversation though, man. Like you saying obviously about that that's it's a bit of a mad one still, man. Like I was saying, obviously you were saying before you jumped on it that obviously you can't you can't just say that it's
Oh, he's
Oh,
gone.
God.
The woman was. You don't think that she took a risk, Taruk? I thought she took it. She was very, very brave. I thought she was
Nah,
incredibly.
trust me, women are very brave, I've seen a lot of things and women just like proper like they got like a second sort of don't know, like some instinct that they see certain thing or certain things they'll go crazy, you know what I mean, and flip.
Well, she stepped out of her house with, I think, with her child with her. Tagging her child along with her,
Mm,
and that could have really gone septic. And she took a huge risk. She was incredibly brave. She should get a bloody medal.
no, true, man. This is horrible that children have to witness all these types of things, man, and it's just so sad, man.
Well, Dave made a point, that this is. He made an interesting point that this is happening all over the country. You'll probably find that there's 50 other cases like this today, where
Wow.
somebody's done something similar somewhere in the United Kingdom. I don't know what the figures are, but I mean, he's absolutely right. There are people doing that now, across this country today, and we're just not aware of it because we never hear about it. We never sort of see it, really, do we?
Mm-hmm. True.
But that's going to stay with that young girl for the rest of her life. It's going to haunt her for the rest of her life.
Mm,
She's probably going to be. It's probably going to affect her relationships with any man, any
mm,
male from now on.
yeah, that's true.
It's a horrible thing. She sounded very upset as well,
No, it's horrible, man. And
understandably.
this her voice, man, just killed me, man.
Yeah, yeah. And you know that the terrible thing. Very often they can't identify why people do stuff like that. They just don't know.
I
They've
think it's
sort of
but
got.
it's, oh,
No, go
it's
on.
despicable. I just think they're despicable. There's no rationing with them type of people, you know what I mean? I think personally, like I don't know if nobody noticed, but there was like either a police car or some sort of siren that went, and I think soon as he heard that, like he just sort of paralleled out.
Well, I may have this wrong, but it seemed that woman sort of ran round the corner and said, "What are you doing?"
Yeah,
And then he started moving, and it wasn't
yeah,
until she said, "What are you doing?" that he started to move. I sort
mm,
of got the impression that he thought he was in a safe spot where nobody could see him and he could do what he bloody wanted. It was
well,
only that
that's
woman that stopped him.
Mm. Because some I think, can't remember. I think Reddy was saying that I think her daughter saw from either upstairs somewhere and told her mum, and her mum went walking out or something like that, or something. This was a bit dodgy, or that guy tried to run after her, or something was weird. Like, if you know what I mean. And I think her daughter was the one that spotted it.
Both of them deserve, but mother and daughter both deserve something, don't they? They do deserve some
Oh,
kind of medal. That really is incredible.
and trust me, that I think now when a lot of parents see that, they're going to be probably walking out with something for these types of people in the future. To be honest, any sort of funniness they see going on, they're probably just going to be ready. You know what I mean?
Well, the problem is that I think that most people these days are overprotective. I don't know what it was like when you were a kid, but I mean, my parents just sort of threw me out the house first thing in the morning, and they expected me to come back in the evening. Yeah, and
Mm.
this nowadays kids get sort of ferried from place to place to place, and they you know it's you'll probably find that as a result of this, that girl is going to be like overprotective from now on. She's going to be driven absolutely everywhere. She's not going to be given as much freedom as she had in the past because of this incident. It's the impact of this. You probably
Yeah,
find that.
and then
Go
also
on.
I think more parents have to be more, I don't know, like proactive, man, and it's like they can't just, I don't know, like just expect their children just to go on to and fro school and certain things like that, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. Sorry, Lil, you're probably just being a troll, but fuck you. I've not said anything that supports pedos. I have said things that have supported communism, but I haven't said anything to support pedos. I don't support pedos. Okay, you're probably just trolling, and I think I suspect I
This is
know
what
who
I'm
you
saying.
are as well.
It's sad people, man. That's just so sad.
Yeah, yeah, no, no, no.
Mhm.
It's the thing is that the police will probably catch him. I don't know that he's going to get a light. If the person who did it, if they catch him, he'll get a big sentence for that. They won't take that lightly. It won't be.
Yep. I don't know. It's just very difficult to try and,
Get your head around.
yeah, in a sense.
Yeah.
It's just like, how can I say? I don't know. It's just like a lot of things ain't the same in the sense that a lot of people would just like think, oh, that let me send my child go to school and all these different types of things. But it is a risky take as a parent, just letting your child just go to school because it opens them up to like the wider world, what you cannot really control. So even like when I used to see certain people used to pick up their children from school, and it makes you think like and see a different type of I don't know, that sort of just analyzing the certain things basically.
But kids do need a degree of freedom. Kids do need, it's kids do need to find their own way to school. Do kids do need to sort of play out without being constantly supervised by an adult. It's yeah, that's how it was. I don't know whether it was the same for you, but when I was a
No, but
kid,
the thing is, to be honest, that was a girl child in a sense. That boys, people probably say, ah, he's a boy, this, that, and the other. But at the same time, that's like a girl child. Even big women have problems and things like that with stalkers and all these types of things.
yeah, yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, I see what you're actually saying. There's interesting conversation in chat about mental people with mental illnesses,
Mm.
um, and a lot of crime is committed by people with mental illnesses.
That
Um,
he's mental. I just think he's a pervert and a bully and a coward.
Well, we don't know, do we? We don't know. It's
Yeah.
probably too early to say.
It's a
But
little child. What is that big
oh no,
fuss?
no, absolute, no, absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely. But you know the
It's like, what the hell are you disrupting? Like, you got nothing to say to that child, not even mourning. Just go about your business. You know what I mean?
no, there's no justification for that at all. Absolutely, no, no, absolutely, absolutely. It's just that, with the law being what the law is, you have to be very, very careful what you say until that's established in court. So if you sort of say that somebody did something when they didn't do it, or somebody has some kind of condition or illness or whatever, and it turns out that they don't have, or they've not been judged to have, that can come back at you. You know.
No, it's. I think, not to say it's premeditated, but what the hell is that person doing at that time in the morning? Is it that, what is his particular motive?
Preying on
And
kids going to school.
exactly, the scumbag.
Yeah, that's why he's out at that time of the morning, because kids are going to school, and he just wanted to find a kid on their own that he could do something to.
Steal their phone, steal this, steal that.
Oh, I don't think it's about stealing. I think it's about something much nastier than that, isn't
No, but
it?
either way, like, children have phones just as big people have phones, or even better phones than some of the big people have phones. So, you
Yeah,
know what I mean?
yeah. No, I know what you mean. Yeah.
There's,
The FBI, the FBI tried to find a justification for serial killers, and they sent a team of psychiatrists and some of their top investigators into prisons to talk to some of the most prolific sort of serial killers, to try and make sense why they'd killed so many people. And
shredded wheat.
well, they just gave up. They just gave up. They investigated for something like about 7 or 8 years, and they just came up with nothing. We don't know. We don't know why they do this. We don't know why somebody will kill 29 people in the most
Yeah,
horrific.
that
They don't know. They just sometimes the person will say it's for power. Sometimes people say it's for, but they just don't know why people do it.
I just think they're deluded, to be honest. Like, certain people just will kill anybody for any reason without no method of thought or premeditation. Just shows you that they literally are deluded, and there's no going around it.
Well, some people would actually say it's evil, that there's evil in them, and then other people would actually say that they are not fully right in the head.
It depends. If they're disposing of this person here and there, or if they're just being, um, I don't know, just killing people and running away, basically, then it shows that they're just a sloppy person and probably a coward and just deluded. If you're somebody that actually takes time and preparation and thought to hide this there and put this there and how to cover your tracks, that's just basically showing he's deluded, but at the same time he's got a premeditative mind to organize and prepare for whatever crime he's going to commit, or him or she.
Well, it's something I never understood. I never understood until quite recently. You've got a psychopath that, if you annoy a psychopath, they will get furiously mad, and if they're ill enough, they will try to kill you. A psychopath will try to kill you, but a sociopath, and I didn't know this, a sociopath doesn't do that. If you did something to really piss off a sociopath, they won't get angry. They'll get even. Now, they won't get even now straight away. They'll go away and they'll find the most painful, the most calculating way of hurting you in return. And that's a sociopath. And they're the
I
ones that
don't
you.
think that's I think
Go
that's
on.
mankind, to be honest. Like, a lot of mankind is like that. Like, a lot of people, they'll either do it there and then, or they just bite their tongue and just go home and just premeditate bad mind in a sense.
Aren't there a lot of people that also just walk away? They, like instead of fighting it, they flight. They walk away and they just try to rid themselves of you, or whatever it is that's annoying them.
Um, I don't know. There is certain people, but I just think it comes to a point in time they're just gonna get pissed off themselves. To be honest, they'll get pissed off themselves, and you just drive them to a limit where they didn't even probably thought. Well, they know they do have, but they don't want to really go there. Basically,
Hmm. It must be really, really hard if you're a copper and you see somebody that's sort of molested a child, and you catch the person that you think did it. Right, it
mm,
must be very hard not to exact some justice on, you know what I mean? That it
true.
must be very hard for them to sort of maintain their professional demeanor if they've got somebody that's done something absolutely disgusting to some child, or it must be very, and it must actually it must fuck them up as well. If
Yeah,
they're if, if,
well, this is the thing though. Like, I don't know, cause of the movies. Movies paint people out to be a certain way and this, that, and the other. But true say in real life, like a lot of police are gonna try and go by the book, and certain ones are gonna be disturbed afterwards. It's basically, I think it tears up the people inside. If you are actually a good person and you have to try and do some sort of overly sensitive thing, basically, or procedure in years to come, it's probably going to tear up a lot of these police officers, and nobody really gets to see these police officers like when they are retired, or you know what I mean.
well, you imagine if there was a copper today, not a copper, not today, not now, but there's a copper, and he's investigated a crime where a child has been sort of damaged by a grown man, right? And then he goes back to his family. He can't leave what's happened this morning. He must take that into his house, and that must really fuck you up. You know what I mean? If you're
I don't know. It depends on that person or character, really, in a sense like that.
Do you think that you could compartmentalize if you were, leave aside children, if you said that there's like a sort of murder and you were
Mm,
dealing with a murder and then investigating a murder, you've been to the crime scene, you've seen this is a grown person that's died, not a child, but a grown person
mm,
that's died, and you've done the investigation, you've seen all of the fallout of and an awful lot of sort of murders are incredibly sort of violent and bloody and stuff, and then you just go home to your wife and your children. That it must be very difficult not to bring that.
not really. If we did something good, you probably feel proud to go home afterwards.
I wonder whether that's due to. I wonder whether you see stuff that sticks in your mind. Whether you
No,
you
but
know
think about it. If you're a bounty killer now and you're going after wicked people and things like that, and you deal with them nicely, it's a good thing, I think.
Yeah. Well, at least one good thing's come out of social media. It seems that an awful lot of people are aware of what happened this morning, and whoever did it, and I'm not saying it, whoever did it, and I'm not saying it's the guy that I don't. Let's not. People have been posting up pictures of people that they're saying it, they have no proof. Uh, but but the probability is that whoever did that, they're going to get caught as a result of that woman's actions this morning.
Mm,
And
don't know, arrest.
she's super fucking brave. I'd like to
That is
shake
not
her hand.
arresting, mate. That's not arresting.
Heard he's been arrested as well. Literally, just heard he's just been arrested now. So, yeah, well done for everyone that shared the video and all that.
Wow.
do some work, man.
Well done for putting it up, Velly. Well done
Yeah,
for
give
putting it up.
thanks, man. Give thanks.
And I'm sorry you got struck this morning. I'm sorry about that.
Give thanks, man. Give thanks to the Lord. Yeah, and good people. Give thanks to some good-hearted people, and you know what I mean.
I think you probably find that there's a lot more good people than there are bad people about in this world, and then
I don't know, to be honest.
I think so. I think so. I think I think most people, if they saw somebody else in trouble, if push really came to shove, they'd probably do something to help.
No, but there's people that just like you know how they are. They just they're to share the video. Like there's other people that go the extra mile, if you know what I mean.
No, what do you
No,
mean?
not to say that people don't share the video is good, but I'm just like talking about the people that went that extra mile because they were motivated by this young girl's pain and certain things like that, and parents as well. You know what I mean? What a parent would go through if that was their child. So those are people I really give my support out to and acknowledgement to as well. Not to say nobody else did help, but you know what I mean, the people that went that extra mile.
Yeah, yeah. They used to have psychiatric hospitals, and they closed them all down. And those places used to be not full, but there were lots of people that were in. And do you know, 20 or 30 years ago, if you felt that life was getting on top of you and you weren't coping, you could literally rock up at a psychiatric hospital and report yourself in and say, I'm not, help me. And they would take you in. Um, and maybe I understand that there's an awful lot of people in prison that have psychiatric issues. And I'm wondering whether they're using prison as like a kind of refuge, because they don't know how to survive in the real world. I'm not please understand, I'm not talking about pedophiles. I'm talking about people with mental conditions, with psychiatric illnesses. And I just wonder, how many people would be in prison now if the old psychiatric hospitals that they used to have didn't close 20, 30 years ago.
True. No, but even in this day and age, or a couple of years back, like I was listening to what's his name, Frank Bruno, and I read his autobiography, and he was talking about like even his neighbors used to call the mental people on him.
Really?
Mm,
Really?
yeah.
Now, I genuinely find that surprising because he was, he was in his day, he was a national hero,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
loads and loads of people actually used to follow his fights and used to
Mm,
follow him, and they
yeah, I
used
was
to actually.
surprised. Children need Red Nose Day, the works.
Well, and his face would be all over advertising campaigns, selling Walker's crisps and God knows what else. I mean, he was a very, very popular man.
Mm.
So I'm surprised that people were calling the cops on him.
No, the mental people, they say, no, Frank's gone mad, he's because he's playing music loud in his house or 2 seconds.
I wonder if that's because Frank Bruno was like super rich. He was a millionaire. I think he had. I don't know whether he got the heavyweight title, but he fought in a title fight. I wonder whether they went after him because he's living in a super rich house, and when you've got like super rich neighbors, they're they're gonna call the authorities at the drop of a hat about any bloody thing. Hello, it seems that Turex jumped off. I'm just. If you haven't seen it yet, I would advise you to have a look at Veli's other video that he's put up. It's it's quite shocking. It seems that somebody's been arrested as a result of the um, video, which is a good thing. Dave Smith made an interesting point that there's probably lots and lots of hello, welcome back, Turuk. There's lots and lots of people that lots and lots of those kinds of incidents happening across Britain today. You just got to wonder why people do that.
Yeah,
Welcome
sorry
back,
about
Turuk.
that.
No. It's absolutely.
Yeah, I just think that I don't know, man. It's just dreadful at these particular times as well, with everything going crazy around Europe and all these different things that's going on at this point in time. It's very sad. And what is it? The start is it's the start of what the school term, in it, I think, as well.
Yes, on Monday. Yes, that's right. Yeah.
That is just despicable, man. Just like I'm telling you, man, I should be a judge, man.
Well, the judges have a tariff. They don't just make up sentences. You know, in America, if somebody goes in front of a judge can has enormous latitude to choose whatever punishment they want. You know, and there have been some paedophiles that have been sentenced to like 900 years in prison.
That's what I'm saying.
900 years. Apparently there was one guy who was arrested and he got convicted. He got one of these huge sentences, like 245 years. And he said, "I can't do that, Judge."
Yes, you can.
And the judge said, "Well, you just do the best you can."
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Precisely.
But in this country, they have like very very prescribed limits. They can probably go a year either way, but
They're
they
not
can't.
proactive enough.
But well, no, they have much stricter controls. Apparently, if somebody's convicted of a certain crime under certain circumstances, there are set limits. So you can't actually sort of have somebody then sort of giving them like 75 years. It's got to be like standard. So if somebody's convicted of the same offence in Liverpool or in Leeds or Liverpool or London, they're going to get roughly the same kind of sentence.
Nah, mate, trust me. Whew. Things I will throw at them, mate. I think it's the kitchen sink as well.
Problem is that they don't. I understand with paedophiles, they don't know what to do with them. They don't know what to do with them. When they get into prison, they have to be put in like special segregated parts of the prison, because if the other prisoners get hold of paedophiles, they'll do horrible things to them. And so they're all congregated together. They talk to each other in prison.
Oh man,
right?
That needs to be put a stop to.
What do you do? What do you do? How do you do? What do you listen? If you're a governor, and there's one segregated part of the prison, right? You've got to put them all in there. I mean, what else can you do?
Make more boxes.
Make more boxes. Well, the other thing is that you know that sort of appetite for, you know, that sort of sexual appetite that they have. Apparently, it doesn't go away, and they don't know how to cure it.
It's not about curing it. It's not about this. It's about people breaking the law and what's the word? Abducting and these people are not even adults, so there's children. So even children now, I will throw even a triple year on.
Well, suppose you did. Supposing you said, okay, not this person today, because we won't talk specifically about any specific case. We're talking generally. But supposing somebody does something absolutely terrible, like, some kind of horrible paedophilic crime, they get 12 years or they get 15 years.
If you do it to somebody or under the age of 18, it should be some mad years. I say.
There'd
You do
probably be a
anything
lot of
to a
people
young
that would agree with
person
you. There'd probably be a lot of
under the age of 18, you're getting some, mate, some from football, basketball numbers, mate.
How do you deal? Here's a problem that they have apparently. How do you deal where you get two teenagers, two 16-year-olds, and they get it on, right? Now, what the boy has done is because he's um, done the
Yeah, but
nasty
yeah, but
with
you deal with it. You probably have a different type of outlook on particular age groups. Anything above or under, I mean, above that is going to be look at something very what they call it, like a monstrosity, basically, like an act of human destruction of some sort.
So you just think you ought to throw them in a cell and forget about them, that they spend the rest of their natural life in prison, or they come out when they're sort of 65 and they're no threat to anybody because they can't use their junk. Is that what you?
Might put them in the coal mine.
Well, we got Turek. We can't do that.
No, we can't.
We're a law-abiding city
Yes, it is. We
country.
need we need fuel for barbecues.
What you're suggesting that? No, you're not suggesting that. You can't be suggesting that we sort of burn people, are you?
No, I'm saying they work in the coal mines.
Oh, ah. Well, I used to have something very similar, which was hard labour. They'd take them down to Dartmoor, and they'd spend it all day, every day, breaking rocks into smaller rocks,
Yeah,
and then
that should help.
those rocks would make gravel, which they'd lay the road with.
Yep, that's what we need. More roads, better roads for our future. They should break the stones. And what else? They can work in recycling factories.
What, sorting through all other people's rubbish?
Exactly.
It is a problem because what we're basically saying is we don't know what to do with paedophiles, do we? We don't, no, nobody.
That's all they have to do. They're on a prison on a junkyard, and that's all they have. Nothing else. Or a coal mine, or what else? Or digging tunnels. Very underground. That's where they should be. Digging tunnels.
And what if they refuse? What if they refuse to work? Or
Well,
what happens if they go mad down the coal mines? They lose all will to live, and they.
well, we've got GPS on them. And it's start playing up. You're gonna be in for a shock.
Yeah, that laugh frightens me, Turek. How are you, Tarek? I've not seen you around here that much these days. You seem to have been away. Is that right or not?
No, I've been popping up and down, up and down. What do you got? Jedi's a lot, I think. No, I'm always on. Yeah, I'm always around town.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think that is the next frontier, mate. GPSs at shocking low cost value.
Oh, I think we've got much bigger problems coming. I think we've got much bigger problems coming down the pipe. Actually,
I think everybody would invest in these instruments and gadgets for the future and the roads for so our cars can flow merrily down the motorway. I think people would actually vote on that. I wouldn't see there'd be a problem. It's all about advertising.
are you smoking wacky backy? That's about. Is there some? What are you smoking, Tarak?
My ancestors, American spirit.
Does your American spirit ever talk to you and give you insights about?
No, I studied law for a while, so I understand how people look at criminal cases. They use something called actus reus, and in the Latin or the Cockney, it just means the action and the reason.
And so, looking at the incident today, what was the action and the reason? I mean, what was the reason?
This
Could you?
bad mind, covetous, spiteful, malicious, intent, harm.
And where would you decide that that was criminal and that somebody not talking about that particular thing, but talking about another crime? Where's the line between criminality and mental illness? How do they decide that? Who decides that?
Who decides that? The law and hopefully the media will encourage better behavior and a better lifestyle. And yeah.
What's a
And
better life?
oh yeah, and the citizens and also the citizens, the people of the towns, the people of the communities, they need to be just like how a lot of people want to wear UGG boots because they see everybody wearing UGG boots. Because everybody see, I don't know,
They follow the herd.
what do men all the men want to buy Gillette and all them types of things. So obviously we could set a standard and a pace of morality where we do not stand for this. And at the end of the day, whatever religion, creed, color you are, we are all men and women, and men and women have children. And as men and women, we're here to be protectors and guardians to withhold structure.
Were you going to become a lawyer? Were you going to become a lawyer? You said you studied law. Were you going to become a lawyer?
I don't know. I think I was going to be an MP, to be honest, but
An MP?
yeah, and do like property law.
But you're such a troll, aren't you? I mean, the trouble is that if people came to you for help, right, you'd you'd wind them up, wouldn't you?
No, let's break it down in like a little way people will catch on to. You say to somebody actus reus and the English, if I say, oh, the Cockney version, there's like, oh yeah, they get a grasp of it and they'll remember it. Oh yeah, Torrance said that funny thing. People learn at the same time.
So you'd actually like helping people, would you?
Yeah, I do. I think so.
It would drive me mad. It would really drive me mad. If you had to have, like, let's say, like an MP, and you had an MP surgery, and you had a whole load of your constituents that came along every Friday, and they said, "I want help. I need this. I need that. I need the other." And you've got to try and you've got to write off letters, sort of saying, "Can you
Mm.
please?" My one of my constituents is saying about a housing issue. Somebody else is saying that would drive me absolutely mad.
It's sad. Some of it is horrible, man. Some of it's like some people are just annoying. They just want to moan, but there's real issues where, like, say like the traveler community, they go through a lot of disheartenment because people buy up land or there's new development going on. So a lot of the time they will have to move the people and there'll be meetings and all different types of scenarios going on, if you know what I mean.
Yeah,
And we
yeah.
have other issues, housing issues, just nearly everything. Nearly everybody's coming at you with issues and medical or just loads, loads.
But the problem is that there'd never be enough time. You'd never have enough resources, and it's a bit of a dance. It's a bit of a performance
Not
in that
really. I'll be
because
honest.
you talk
If
to somebody, they'd say to you, I need housing." Now you know that there's not enough housing. You know that there's very, very little that you can actually do, but you make sympathetic noises to that person. You say, I'll contact the housing department and see what we can do. And you know that they're going to actually come back to you and say, we haven't got any other housing. I'm sorry, there's nothing we can do for you. And you
not
do that.
really.
Go
Just
on.
that, to be honest, a lot of people they don't know how to go through certain procedures, and it's like because I'm very sort of tribal as well. I do like how hierarchies and certain things work. So you're basically like a negotiator or a conciliary or something like that. So you really need a lot of people who has issues and problems. The more people you know have issues and problems, and their issues and problems get solved, you're able to help other people. So the less you try to stray away from problems, the less you can actually solve problems. So you have to be a person that's gonna love problems and willing to help people no matter what.
I take on board what you're saying. I just think that there's probably very little that you could actually that you could ever actually do. I
No,
mean,
there's always something. There's like charities, there's all different types of organizations, and it's only through other people's sufferation people will be like, oh yeah, I got through here. And because you know that person got through there, you can probably help another person, but it's only because somebody had to fight and struggle through that for you to help another person or another person, if you know what I mean. Like, it's never nothing sort of straightforward like that.
yeah.
And there's other people that's willing to work with you, so they'll be contacting you, say, "Oh, look, there's help here. That we can do this here, or uh, this, that, and the other." So sometimes it works in other people's favor to actually help people, and I don't know how. I think these are charities, how they run their organizations and things like that. So it's like sometimes people are actually there for these types of scenarios, and they actually do profit, and they need people to be in these scenarios for these things to work out. So it's a weird sort of scenario.
Why did you, if you don't mind me asking, and it's none of my business, why did you choose property law? I would have thought that was pretty dense, pretty heavy going, pretty hard. Why did you choose that? It's because there's big money in it, or what?
Yeah, mostly the money, and it's just like there's not really issues with like I don't know, like family court or criminal law where you have to lie for somebody who's a criminal or somebody who's very horrible, or if you know what I mean. It's just very plain Jane and just and time consuming, if you know what I mean, and just knowing the rules and regulations of certain things, aspects.
Yeah. But you actually enjoyed that, and you enjoyed doing it, did you?
Yeah, because it got my mind thinking on a different level
Yeah, it helps your
in a
mind grow.
sense that you think you like you know everything, but it's a whole different way people look at scenarios and delegate situations. And from there, I looked at like they was even talking about Sharia law and Sharia banking, and this is where I sort of like I've always got into like the stock market and banking, and it's like when I learned about Sharia banking and learning about how other countries have their laws and certain things, it just broadened my horizon, how other people go about their everyday society of life.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Oh, to
Oh,
Torok,
big
you're
up.
doing, yeah, you're doing Sharia and property law, studying
No,
that.
it was just a
Wow.
subject that came up. A subject came up talking about
Property law.
Sharia courts, or if Sharia should be implemented into the law of the UK.
Okay. I, and you was involved in your business, that came up in your business.
Yeah, it just came up as a little subject, and that we had to write a paper on and things like that, and talk about.
Okay.
Does it actually operate in this country?
Interesting.
Does Sharia
Um,
property law operate in this country?
they have Sharia bankings, like even in HSBC, Lloyd's Bank. So in the business aspect, you could see where people are very favorable to do or bend. How can I say scenarios? But Sharia courts are mostly for like civil cases. So like maybe little things like marriage certificates, disputes and things like that.
Oh, right. Okay.
And what takes precedent if you have like a marital dispute and between a husband and a wife, and let's say that they are Muslim? I mean, what takes precedence in that court? Is it Sharia law or is it common law?
If it's criminal, like what they call it, if there's I forgot what they call it. You know, when there's a sign that there's been some sort of abrogated assault. So like if there's a mark
Criminal
on
behavior.
somebody, no, like when there's a mark on like a partner or somebody, that there's nothing else they can try and say, oh, I want to drop the charges. It's like from there, it's basically a criminal sort of thing, but they can actually see that there's a mark on a person or
There's
something like
evidence
that.
of, yeah.
I forgot what they
No,
call
but
it.
what I was talking about, so supposing that there's a divorce between a husband and a wife, do they use Sharia or do they use like common law? When they're
They
talking about the property and who's getting what in the divorce,
well
who's getting the house, who's keeping the children, who decides that? Is it Sharia that gets precedence or is it common law that gets precedence?
that's a difficult one. It's like
Yeah,
depending.
serious.
Yeah, I think
Sure.
well,
Good question.
the proceedings will always have to go through the what they call it, the land registry or like the government in a sense like that. So that's always going to be like the main sort of higher verdict. But I think it's more of a negotiation between the families, like say that tribally, if like say that somebody's animals broke my fence and they ate my crops and certain things like that, you go to that the tribal chief, and the tribal chief will try and delegate and said, all right, then you should have basically made a fence stronger or something like that, or something like that, and they will come to some sort of agreement. Say, all right, then we will go this procedure about it, basically.
Yeah, that's what Raheem's saying. He's saying it's the law of the land takes precedence, but if the people decide that they would prefer to follow the Sharia ruling or whatever, they can. I think that's what he's saying. It's that the law of the land takes precedence, but if the two parties express a preference for Sharia, a Sharia judgment, I think that's what he's saying,
Yeah.
which sort of
Oh,
makes
right.
sense.
So if the law of the land takes precedent over Sharia law, who is the highest arbiter or judge in under the system of Sharia law?
It'd be whoever the local imam or I think is.
Oh, right. Okay.
Maybe,
I
I'm
think
not too
there are
sure.
local Sharia courts, aren't there? There are
Yeah.
Sharia courts.
But yeah, but who are the people that are employed in there? Are they Muslims who are employed by the
Oh yes,
state, or are they just Muslims who uh
Might be
are
of a council or some sort.
yeah, who operate within the Islamic community, that has been approved by the state. So therefore, if you're a leader of a mosque, a local mosque, and that mosque has been approved by the state to adjudicate in Sharia matters, or is it the state actually employs Sharia judges? Does anybody know?
Well, according to
Um,
Wikipedia, there is what's called the Muslim Arbitration Tribunal, which is an alternative dispute resolution which operates under the Arbitration Act. So of 1996. So you get if there's a dispute between two people, they can go to the Muslim Arbitration Tribunal and it can be settled there, or they can go to a court and get it settled in a civil court, not a criminal court, right?
Right.
It's one of a range of services. Islamic Sharia Council is another for Muslims who wish to resolve disputes without recourse to the court systems.
Yeah.
Right.
The
tribunals were set up by a lawyer, Mr. Siddiqui, who operates in London, Bradford, Manchester, Birmingham, and Nuneaton. 2 more were planned for Glasgow and Edinburgh. Rulings can be enforced in England and Wales by both the county courts and the high courts. The media, well, yes, but I would imagine that both sides have got to agree with the verdict. And once they've agreed with it, then it can be enforced if it comes to it.
What do you mean both sides? But what do you mean both sides have to agree with it? You mean
well, look, supposing you've got a husband and wife, there's a dispute. Let's say a husband and wife, there's a dispute. They go to this arbitration. They agree that they will abide by the decision of the arbitration court. Now, if after that they're unhappy with the ruling, I suspect, I may be wrong, and people might correct me on this, but I suspect that they might find it difficult to then go to the civil courts and say, I want another judgment, because they've already gone to the Muslim arbitration court.
That's what I would thought. Yes, that makes sense. Yes, it's like you go to under Sharia the system for judgment. Oh, you don't like it? Okay, I'm going back to the British state system
until I get the ruling that I want.
Yeah, exactly.
As of 2008, the court had dealt with about 100 cases dealing with issues such as inheritance and nuisance neighbours. So it's not that many cases. It's 100 cases. It's not that many. And if it's nuisance neighbours, I would imagine that it's very, very low key.
Yeah, it's just sometimes it could be in a house when they're just like, you know what I mean? It's nothing like not to say it's nothing like the court system what we do have, where it's just a big actual court like that. It's just could be in somebody's house or a building of some sort, and people just delegate.
I think you'll probably find that it's as official as it can be. I would imagine that it doesn't take place in a house; it would take place in a mosque. Raheem is quite interesting. He's a sort of font of information here. Unless you agree and get a solicitor to write up an agreement that will be implemented into law by a judge. So it seems that I think what he's actually suggesting is that once they've come to some kind of agreement, the arbitration court, then you need to get a solicitor to actually sort of write up the agreement, what you've agreed, what the ruling says, and you both sign it, and you're both bound by that signature.
Sure. 100%. Yeah, and it's I did think it was kind of good in a sense, like when I was first learning about it, and there is even some good things I really do like about Sharia banking. A lot of people don't really talk about the banking side of it, but yeah, the Sharia banking is very interesting. And
why is it? What is the difference between Sharia banking and?
Well, basically, what I've heard, particularly that a lot of people, because they are Muslim, they've got a whole different way how they deal with giving out loans, or how you can get interest on loans. So because of their religious beliefs and certain things like that, they're able to have a tailor-made sort of thing for like their mortgages or certain loans what they want to take out through the Sharia banking system, which other high street banks have also taken on.
I see. I thought that if you're a Muslim, you're not allowed to have a mortgage. You're
Well,
not allowed to lend. You're not allowed usury. I thought that if you're a Muslim, you're not allowed to lend money at interest. So I wonder.
exactly.
Well, so how do you lend money if you
But yeah, but this
if
is where the Sharia bank can come in, and you
well,
also
just
have to
calling it
give.
Sharia? Where's the interest? Where's my profit if I'm lending
All
money?
right,
If I'm
you
lending money to you, how do I make money out of it?
well,
If
this is the thing. You have to also give 2% of zakah of your savings or whatever you have in the bank.
Give it to who?
Charity, one could say, or to the bank, or who knows.
Wait, give it to the bank. Wait a minute. If so, do you think so? Which banks actually have Sharia services? It's just Barclays and NatWest
Lloyd's,
and Lloyd's.
HSBC, most
Right,
of
right.
yeah.
So I was reading this.
Irish Republic. Sorry, IC3. Irish
Oh,
Republic is saying
big up,
they don't
Cam.
pay interest back on the loan. They don't make a profit. So I would imagine that they lend the money out, but I can't understand what profit they make out of it. I don't know how. Sorry, carry on, IC3. I interrupted you.
No, this is a very interesting subject because I was on uh, um a Somali channel the other day,
Mm,
and we were speaking about finance and banking, and there was I was trying to discuss with them the issue of Sharia and how it works and the principles and so on. As a principle, not exactly how the banks offer the
Operate.
Sharia service. But I was basically saying, look, if if the bank is a non-Muslim bank, it doesn't follow the principles of Islam. So whether it's Barclays, NatWest, whatever, and you're a Muslim and you're banking in that secular bank, then it, your wealth and your power and your values are in the hands of non-believers. So that was the angle. That was the point of discussion. But to go a bit more detailed, more deeper into the idea of how Barclays or NatWest or Lloyd's actually provide Sharia services and without a profit, we never got into that bit. So, is anybody who knows anything about that?
It doesn't make sense. Irish Republic is very interesting. That
yeah,
Sharia
like
law that
they somehow share the profits. It says Islamic banking makes a profit through equity participation, which requires a borrower to give the bank a share in their profits rather than paying interest. Some conventional banks have windows or sections that provide designated Islamic banking services to their customers. It says under Islamic law, money must not be allowed to create more money. Thus, instead, a traditional account with given interest rates. Islamic banking provides accounts which offer profits, loss, and bank in turn purchase assets with your money, which generates return for the bank.
Where are you reading from? I have to read up on this actually because it still sounds strange. Was you reading from Wikipedia?
Yeah, yeah.
Let me have a
Just
look
read it from the Google. It's saying
Yeah, let me.
how do Islamic banks earn money without using interest? They cannot charge interest. The banks can profit from helping customers to purchase a property using a ijara or a murabaha scheme, which an ijara scheme, the bank makes money by charging the customer rent. With the mubara scheme, a price is agreed at the outset, which is more than the market value. Wow.
Oh, I see what I think. So let's say that a property is worth, let's say, 300,000. They add
Mm,
a premium on top of the 300,000, and you
mm,
pay, let's say, 330,000. Now you're
yeah.
not paying 30,000 in profits, 30,000 in interest. You're paying for the paying 330,000 for the price of the property. And
Mm,
so what they're saying, you are paying a kind of interest, but you're not paying it as interest. Is
yeah.
that what that's just explained?
Yeah. Basically, no, they don't do interest. Whatever you pay for, basically.
But they don't call it interest. I mean, Irish Republic is really interesting. Is the idea is that the money
Mm,
is going back to the Ummah, that it's only for Muslims, not non-believers. But
and
zakat they give as charity to non-believers.
as well, I think, yeah. I think every year they have to, everybody who's part of that bank would have to give 2% of their money. So I don't know if they automatically deduct it or people do these little things. But yeah, it's been about for a little while, I think.
But it's
Lloyd's
a
bank
kind of
current
sort of
account.
sleight of hand. It's like a kind of sleight of hand. They still pay interest, but they don't call it interest. I think.
Wow, look at that. They don't have it no more. Is it because they're out of the EU? Hmm.
Yeah, I'm just looking. Looking on the different banks' websites and seeing what they have about this Sharia. So I went to
Hmm.
Lloyd's first, and they said this is no longer available. So I'm going to try Barclays
I wonder
and
why.
NatWest and
HSBC.
see what. Sorry.
HSBC, I think they definitely do it with the
Yeah,
Chinese,
I'm
but
gonna have a look at,
maybe they'll
on
kick
their
that out
websites.
now.
I'm gonna see.
Why are you so interested in banking and money, IC3? Why? What's the interest there then?
It's like all roads lead to Rome, isn't it? There's much debate about what is right, what is wrong, which is the good religion, what is the bad religion, which is the right faith, and so on. But they all end up, no matter what religion, whether you're a Buddhist, Christian, Muslim, whatever, they all bank at the same banks, the same high street banks. So therefore, what I was saying on the Somali stream, I was saying, well, look, if your faith in your community can't look after its own money, then the real temple, the real church, the real mosque is the bank, because all the power and value is there. So that must have the ultimate religion, or the most powerful religion. So that was the argument. That was the debate. That was what we was debating. Does that make sense?
Sort of. There's apparently there's an organisation called the Islamic Compliant that are compliant with Sharia law. These mortgages differ from traditional home loans in that they don't involve paying interest, as it's forbidden under Sharia law.
Right. So like you said, if a Muslim wants to buy a house for 300,000 and he needs a loan, so I don't know if I haven't researched it yet, but basically going on what you're saying, then then the bank will lend him. How does that work? Wait, so
well,
the house.
I can tell you. I can tell you. There's one which is called ijara. This is when the bank purchases the property you want to buy and leases it to you for a fixed term. Let's say like 20 years.
Oh, right.
At an
Okay.
agreed monthly cost. When this term is over, full ownership of the property is transferred to you. Ijara, and that's Sharia compliant. So what they do is that they're effectively giving you a mortgage, They're saying over 20 years, you keep paying us a monthly amount of money. We are going to buy that house. That house is ours for that 20 years. If you
Right.
meet all of those payments after 20 years, we are going to give you that house, right?
Okay.
That's ijara. So that is Sharia compliant. So as
Oh,
I
right.
think
So the Muslims and Islam agree with that. That's kosher, not kosher.
it's Sharia
Halal or
compliant.
whatever.
Yeah, it's
I
Sharia
don't know what
compliant.
term.
Yeah, yeah.
Sharia.
The,
Yeah.
then
Okay.
there's
There
another
must be
one
a
which
word
is
for it. Yeah.
musharaka. Forgive me if I've got the pronunciation wrong. This is a co-ownership agreement where you and a bank own a separate share of the property. Each time you make a repayment, you buy more of the bank's share. Consequently, your rent reduces as the share grows, and eventually you'll own the bank's share of the property.
Right. Oh,
So
yeah, well,
it's pretty much.
yeah, but that sounds a bit more dodgy, isn't it? Because like you're going into partnership with an unbeliever. You're in partnership. Yeah, you could be in partnership with Shaitan or Satan,
Well,
couldn't you?
because the
But in
thing is,
God we trust.
but no, because
That's
you
a
see the
deal with the devil.
no, because you're not benefiting the bank. What's actually happening is that the bank is providing you with a service, the property. You are living in the property. You pay rent on that property. You are also buying that property over time.
Yeah, but hold
So
it. You mentioned two. You mentioned two types. The second one, you
yeah,
said
that's what I'm talking about. Mushakaraka. Forgive my pronunciation. Musharaka.
We say
right. So that
shukran.
Musharaka.
one, you're joint owners of the property with the bank. In the
Yeah,
second version, you said right.
yeah.
In the first version, I can see that seems a bit better in that um, you're just paying money to the bank who owns the property. You don't own the property, and no, either way it goes, I can't really see how it can be morally justified.
I
I have
well
to speak to
no.
somebody from Islam. It doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make
Well,
sense.
according to this is these are Islamic mortgages, and they are compliant with Sharia law.
Right,
Um,
Islamic mortgages
yeah,
with
Islam.
with Lloyd's Bank, Barclays Bank, NatWest. Who's
No,
offering the
no, no.
mortgage?
These are not those banks.
Ah,
These are
all right, okay.
special
These are
Sharia.
Muslim banks.
Yes, it's the Al Rayyan Bank, formerly the Islamic Bank of Britain, and the UBL, which is the United
Oh, right,
Bank
okay,
Limited.
that's okay.
These
Okay.
seem to be like
Yeah,
specializing in Sharia compliant mortgages and in Sharia banking.
right,
These
okay. Yeah, that makes sense then. Yeah, if the bank is a Muslim bank, then the Muslim is doing a deal with a Muslim institution. Yeah, that makes sense. So I suppose I want to do some research here. It's be interesting to see because it seems that Lloyd's have dropped the idea. Let me check out the other banks.
Have you tried HSBC?
I'm going to now. I was just
Yeah.
talking. I'm gonna mute up now and do
If you
some research.
Google well
Yeah, yeah.
if you Google Sharia mortgages, then you get comparethemarket.com that comes up, and it gives you a whole page
Mm.
on lenders that offer Islamic mortgages will usually be able to show that they've received Sharia compliance guidance from the authority in Islamic law. Islamic mortgages are available from a variety of providers and are regulated by the Financial Conduct Authority, the FCA. That's important because if any of these banks were to fold, the FCA would protect you and your assets.
Oh, that's a bit dodgy again.
No,
Oh.
that's a good thing. No, that's super good. No, that's a super good thing. That's super. If it's falls in with the Financial Conduct Authority, if a bank folds, if a bank collapses, you are protected.
Oh yeah, but the protection should come from your faith and your God and your religion and your community, shouldn't it? That should be. If you have a religion, you have a faith, then what? It's like saying, well, your God can't protect you here, so you'll have to come to ours. We'll
Well,
back you
no,
up. Don't worry. If your God lets you down, we'll sort it out. Don't worry.
no. I see three bad. Listen, but I see three bad things happen. Bad things happen in life, right? Bad things, and banks collapse. They collapse, and let's say that is the will of the All High. Am I making?
Of the Almighty.
I'm not meaning to be disrespectful to anybody.
Right.
But bad things happen, and that's according to the rule of the Most High.
So if bad things happen, whoa, wait a minute. If bad things happen and you lose your house,
you are protected. You're protected. What's wrong with that? That's a good thing.
Well, would you say if you have a faith and you believe in a God, and then that God, the will of Allah is that you deserve to lose the house, that's a judgment of Allah, and then you don't want to lose the house, so then you go back to the British state because you don't want Allah to have the last word. It applies to the same thing we're discussing about the courts, isn't it? It's the same thing.
It's halal.
Sorry?
It's halal.
Yeah, I'm not sure the words, the proper terms. We need somebody who knows about Islam, but it just something sounds fishy here. Maybe it's just me. Something doesn't make sense.
No, I said it's halal. It's halal.
Yeah, but that's to do with food, though, isn't it?
No, also in the banking, some people might say money's haram in it, but they're saying it's halal.
Oh, correct. So such thing as halal banking.
Yeah, that's what they're saying. Look, I went into it. It says, look, is Al Ryan Bank halal? Not only offers a range of features, but provides customers with flexible and valuable value, but their HPPs are also full Sharia compliant, meaning that customers can have a home financial package that does not correspond the principles of their faith. So it is halal.
It doesn't compromise the principles of their faith. Yeah, I have to do some. Yeah, I'll be back shortly. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's all above
What
board.
is IC3 doing? Because he seems to be conducting some kind of investigation into finance and the banking industry, because he's always talking about interest and money and banks and the Bank of England. And have you any idea why he's so interested in? The Rihanna animator. It went. The last stream was struck. Somebody attacked. Somebody caused the previous stream to be taken down.
No.
Yeah, apparently.
Yeah, because I'm not too sure, but I think IC3 might be of a religious faith. I'm not too sure. Maybe that's why.
It's a terror threat level raised to severe. I find that I do actually find that surprising, because if we're going into lockdown, I would have thought that everybody's all going to be all at home. I mean, apart from those people that are going to work, there's going to be no pubs or clubs or restaurants or anything open. Cinemas, gyms, nothing's going to be open. So I wouldn't have thought there was too much. I would have thought that the actual terror threat would go would go down because everybody's going to be stuck at home on Veli's live stream, all sort of arguing on Veli's live stream. We're all going to be too busy.
He needs to get subtitles. Okay. Oh, he might have subtitles actually.
Highly
Gosh.
likely. Educated guest says they must have some intelligence on this thing, Ned.
It's very interesting, I have to say.
They must have intelligence on this thing. Yes,
Hmm.
I wonder. Educated guest. I wonder whether it is intelligence or whether, they reviewed what happened yesterday, and they reviewed what happened last week in France, and they're just sort of anticipating because of rising tensions and also as a result of what happened on the continent in the past sort of 7 days, and also that we're going back into lockdown. I wonder whether that has caused them to raise the intelligence level.
Well,
it doesn't make sense to me though.
to be honest, I think you might be right there.
Just to be on the safe side. Just to be on the
Yeah.
safe side.
To be honest, like you never know. It could be something very interesting, but more that meets the eye. If you know what I mean.
Yeah. And also to keep the cops on their toes, I would imagine. Just look. God forbid if something bad were to happen, then at least people are sort of on alert.
Well, true.
Oh my goodness, James Jones. Are we going back to this? Are we, James Jones? I thought that we'd. Okay, posh boy. I'm sorry. You're making all this up. I've never said any of this shit. Are we going back to this? James Jones, I come onto this stream because there was hardly anybody on, and I just wanted to keep the place going. Right? You keep coming up with this shit. You're a posh boy. Right? Apparently incredibly fat. Right?
Nah, he played basketball.
Does he? Well, I
Yeah.
understand he was sort of saying that he was 340. Was it kilograms? 340 kilograms?
They
Right.
call
I
him
didn't
the
say
Z.
any of that. I didn't say any of that, James. And you're just going through. You just seem to take pleasure in just trolling people. You've been doing this for months.
Yeah. You have a point there, Ned. Yeah. So what part of the country are you in, sort of?
I'm in lockdown Leeds.
Oh, Leeds.
Yeah, we've been locked down for a bloody week.
All right.
Weather's been
Well,
absolutely foul. All the bloody shops and pubs, lots of things are all closed up. It's grey.
Serious.
We got a winter coming up.
So what tier are you lot in?
I didn't say any of that, James Jones. Yeah, I didn't say any of that bollocks. You're talking nonsense, man. I didn't say any of that. Sorry, what did you say?
Oh yeah. So what tier are you lot in at the moment? Because I've got a mate sort of goes up and down there.
Tier 3. It's tier 3 at the moment.
Oh, is it on 3? All right. But they had some cases up there earlier, mind you.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't know how it's going to be affected by the national lockdown, whether it's wiped out because of that. Yeah.
So do you support Leeds?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're doing all right.
Yeah. Yeah, look at all this. Look. He's making a whole load of allegations that are not based on anything at all.
Oh,
I've never
mate.
said any of this nonsense at all. He's obsessed with trading them. I don't know what he's smoking. Are you smoking, fat boy? What's your problem, fat boy? Did you get your manservant, Argyle, to catch COVID, fat boy? Did you?
Do you like
Are
rugby?
you so rich that you've got your servant to actually catch COVID for you? And you seem to be very, very selective about who you bully, don't you, fat boy, don't you? You seem to be very selective because there's other people that say all kinds of things, fat boy, and you don't say a peep
Mm.
about them.
Oh,
I
big
never
ups.
said anything that you're suggesting. If you've got so much money, why are you
Oh,
wasting your time on the internet? Why aren't you flying the world, doing what you want, fat boy? Look, he's coming out with a whole load of nonsense. I've never said any of that stuff.
Oh yeah. So everybody's gearing up for the new Mac on. I think it's November the 10th.
What's happening on
Wait,
November the 10th?
Apple Mac ProBook or something.
Oh my goodness, super! How much is that? Is it a phone?
I think they're gonna reveal it, or it might be on launch, mind you. But I've seen the new what they call it, the Apple. I heard that's gonna be nearly about 12 grand or 23 grand, mind you. But for the computer,
What?
yeah, proper stuff that is.
What are you getting for that kind of money?
Proper gear, mate. Proper. Nah, it's literally like a car you're getting, but it's just like some. You won't need another computer for a good while, I'll tell you that.
Well, no. My goodness gracious me, that seems like an awful lot of money, doesn't it?
Mm. So are you into Apple products?
I tried it. I got it. I got one of those MacBooks, but I couldn't.
Oh,
When the MacBook Pros,
oh
but I
yeah,
couldn't get away with it. No, all of the programs are supposed to work with Windows, but they don't work. They don't work
yeah.
with Windows. There's always something just slightly off with them. There's something always wrong with them.
No, that's true. Yeah, I don't think they like nothing Windows, to be honest.
Yeah, no, and you get loads and loads of programs, which
Mm.
you get loads of programs that
You might get away with PowerPoint. You might, but they're not happy with it though. Apple.
yeah.
Yeah, I do, and I don't like them, mind you. But I like their whole technology or their company in a sense.
Here you go. Here's the news. The terrorism threat in the UK has been upgraded to severe in the aftermath of the terror attack on Vienna overnight, and the spate a string of violent incidents in France. The decision by the Independent Joint Terrorism Analysis Center means the terror risk is back to its second highest level, meaning that an attack is judged to be highly likely, where previously it was simply deemed likely. JATAC has unexpectedly lowered the national threat to substantial last November.
Oh, no.
Over the last few days, Islamic propagandists using social media have particularly focused on France, where the Emmanuel Macron has robustly defended the country's secularism following a series of attacks that began last month when a teacher was killed. But the tipping point seems to have been Monday night's attack in the Austrian capital, where 5 people, including an attacker, died in a country not known for being targeted by Islamicists. It is well established that terror attacks in one country encourage copycat elsewhere. Yeah, now you can see that James is trolling. He's just talking absolute shit, unless he's off his head. Which no, I have never said any of this crap. He's, he must have run out of things to say. Britain should receive repatriation for slave revolts. I've never said anything like that at all. Slavery is gainful employment. What are you smoking, James? My goodness gracious me. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Ed. IC3, Gail. To rock. I'm in such a good mood. I'm so pumped up if I go out. I can't stop playing the national anthem for the United States. Do you think Belly will let me play the US national anthem here?
There might be a copyright issue there with that.
Why, on the US national anthem?
Yeah. I mean,
I played all the time on my channel. There's so many copies.
How's it going, Ralph? How's it going?
Good, Val. I just texted my mate, AFD mate. We're gonna head down soon. Waiting for the missus to come in. She should be down soon, and then it's off to troll the left wing. USA.
You don't really, seriously, you don't really think that Trump's going to win, do you? You don't genuinely.
Hey, if our battle is just, then fight we must. And this is our motto: in God is our trust. And say does that star-spangled banner yet wave?
Yeah,
I hope so, man. Why? Do you want Kamala Harris to win?
No. Trump, yeah.
I don't. The trouble is that the polls have been steady for the past 3 months. I want Trump to win, but I don't in my heart of hearts see that it's going to happen.
Oh, so it's just a confidence issue. Okay, I hear you.
Trump is a Scottish, I think, isn't it? He's a Scottish lad.
Yeah.
Scottish German, what a combo, eh?
German as well.
Yeah. Oh,
wow.
Alhamdulillah.
Scottish and German.
Yeah, it should be good, right?
And from New York.
Yeah, and it's New York. It should be good. That should be next hour. So
he's gonna wipe the floor with Biden.
Well, it's going to be it's all a game of swing votes and particular constituencies, but it should be good, man. It should be out there, and obviously the Berlin is second strongest left wing city, a third in the world, so they should be all prepared for us. So it should be it should be.
It's weird. Man. It's weird though. The left people are going just to defame Trump and Trump supporters.
Well, they'll come to harass us, but hopefully we get some drinks in, get some Dutch courage. Get my MAGA hat on. It's just nicely stained Trucker Joe, a bit of beard.
Yeah.
So what do you think, Turok? Do you think who's going to win? Have you read the magic beads?
What I've heard, and it's kind of
true. Have you consulted your ancestors?
Well, sort of. The Scottish ones are telling me, yeah, Trump.
Turok is one of my top 3 trolls in the fucking internet, man. Or at least the speakers gonna see, bro. Especially as you're the only singing troll. And that's what they can't handle, right? When things go wrong, you just sing at them, man. It's a genius way of trolling.
What I've heard though, I heard if Biden gets in, Alibaba stock is gonna go up. So it seems like if Biden gets in, China's gonna have a free for all. If Trump gets in power, Alibaba, a lot of the Chinese things are gonna go wow.
Yeah, but anyway, the markets are going to get hosed in the next weeks to months. Markets are going to take a fucking dive at some point very soon.
They already have, though. They already have. I mean,
by the serious dive, they might retest. The Nasdaq might retest 6,000 or something. So that could be really good for me. So we'll see. Because I'm all for, unlike IC3, I'm all for interest rates based speculation. So
Well, share prices have tanked. I can't see them going that much lower. If they do go much lower, then there's
the technical bottom of the Nasdaq is to retest 6,000, so they can go a lot lower, like a really low. So
well, I think the FTSE 5. I don't know about I don't know about the Nasdaq, but the FTSE 100. I mean, I think it's halved in value in the past year. Is it?
Yeah, I don't ever trade the UK markets or anything. But,
yeah, it's just too stiff. It's like the most stiffest thing to try and ever put anything on that.
Yeah, the UK market just doesn't have the liquidity. It doesn't have the. But if you look at the last 1 year performance, it kind of like double tapped to 12,000. It's tested 11,000 floor. It would retest 11,000, 10,000. The next floor is 8 and then 7. And then if the real COVID 2021 comes in, bit of acceleration, if it breaks 7,000, all hell's going to break loose. So, and we like that kind of stuff.
Yeah, because it's around that five something now, I think, and it might go down even more.
And that's before we've left before Brexit, before we've left, before we've already left Europe, the EC, but before, with a no deal exit, we're going to be in trouble.
And lockdown.
Well, the market hasn't factored in the GDP loss, right? That was just liquidity pumped after the first COVID. Or 25-30% world GDP is already smashed up, where it's not reflected in the market yet. They just pumped in fucking all that money, which is just artificial pumping. So once you worked in banks, that's just a liquidity pump. There's no real growth there. So once we really factor, it takes about a year's worth of earnings to really work out how deep the pain is. That market is going to be super corrected, unless well, let's see. Accelerate. Tommy Robinson, Vienna, France, stock market. It's all looking pretty good here. And I'm about to open my first bottle of wine for the evening any minute soon, so I couldn't get.
And France stock market. Oh, I forgot about looking into that one. That's going to be a bit funny, isn't it, mind you?
France is going to be funny all the way to 2022, and then of course Austria just didn't help. The certainty and confidence with it,
especially with all the civil unrest was going on there as well.
Yeah, the cathedral is accelerating. It's good stuff. But tonight's all about Trump, man. Should be good. It's my first Trump election in Berlin.
Wow.
Will they cover it on German television? I suppose they will. But
it's weird though.
Everyone's streaming it. Yeah, German television will be up all night. But I'm going to meet my AFD mate, and we'll see. If I want to stream, at least get a couple of good streams out of maybe the U.S. Embassy, which is always a famous place. Yeah, just by Brandenburg. Get a bit of streaming action. Maybe get some insane lefties going, "Das ist doch gut, ja. Trump is fascist, yeah."
Oh, God.
I don't know.
Hasn't COVID done for Trump though? Hasn't COVID really messed up Trump? Hasn't the perception is that he's mishandled COVID.
No,
I think any president would have been.
Oh yeah, no, but they're blaming him. Oh no, absolutely, you're absolutely right. But they're blaming him, and it's happened on his watch, and he's perceived not to have done enough. 200,000 people died. Sorry.
Yeah, I think, but that kind of politics is always symmetrical, right? Like the right does better when people hate you. The left doesn't do well if you're disliked. The left like it when you virtue signal. The right like it. The more hate you throw at someone on the right, the stronger they get. Have you ever noticed that pattern? The more they hate Thatcher, the more they hate Johnson, the stronger the right gets, right? But the left operate on how well they've satisfied everyone. So it's kind of a very different dynamic, I think.
I see it in a different way to you, though. I mean, I see it in a different way to you. I think that there's, you talk about like a reset and use other things. You talk about. I think that there's the political scene doesn't represent, the political parties don't represent the people.
The people. No, of course not.
And if you look at like the Labour Party, it doesn't represent. It seems to have become divorced from. It's become a party of the metropolitan middle classes. right? The middle classes in the cities, the professional people. It's no
It's
longer.
portrayed, yeah. Yeah,
Well,
it's not the white
it's just
working class.
drifted. It's no longer. It's no longer the party of working people, and you saw that with Boris Johnson's landslide victory.
I think that stopped in Blair, didn't it? Roughly Blair, and then it was heightened by the arrival of Momentum. What, they had like 250,000 members, mainly all progressive young libtards, right?
Yeah. Well,
The
yes,
youth
yes.
libtards.
Socialists. Yeah. And I think that you're seeing that fracture between the political parties completely out of touch. The Democrats used to represent working people in America,
Yeah,
and they
not anymore.
don't. I don't. No, not anymore. I don't think so. They've tried to actually form a kind of coalition. Hillary tried to form a coalition with the college educated and also the ethnic minorities. Is that right?
Yeah, they tried. What happened is it used to be the basically non-racial working class parties, both
Yes.
the Labour and the Democrat, non-racial working class, and now it's become white representatives of any minority cause. Right, it's become young white,
educated white,
progressives.
educated
Progressive,
people.
yeah, progressive left, representing any kind of cause, Palestine, anything, right? Anything, babies, Greenpeace, icebergs, melting, anything but the working class.
Well, people that have been to university, and it seems that if you've received any kind of higher education, there's a very good chance that you're going to lean to the left now. And is it indoctrination at universities? Or is that ridiculous?
It's complete indoctrination. Unless you study STEM, it's complete indoctrination. So if it's not STEM, it's completely like, the point of the world is to change it by social justice. So pure neo-Marxist education. So basically useless subjects, but out they go. They go to HR departments. They go into, they go to HR departments and complain. They're tackling white supremacy and systemic racism. Apparently every corner, every letterbox, and every tree is full of systemic racism. And it must all come down because their professors told them that when they were 18 years old. And they decided to believe their professors, which is absurd, right?
So where does that lead?
Basic things. If you ask them basic things, what are the names of the kings and queens of England? Or can name which are the longest rivers in the world? Just any basic piece of knowledge, they know absolutely fucking nothing. I've had to hire and work with enough millennials to know they have absolutely zero knowledge. But if you ask them what cause matters the most, they'll be like, don't you feel about the people in Yemen or Rwanda? You're like, no. Can you just add these numbers up, sort them, and put them in these boxes? Do you think the boxes have been used by slave labor? You're like, I don't know. Can you fill the fucking boxes, please? They're like, do you think these boxes are eco-friendly? You're like, dude, just fucking fill the boxes, bro. Yeah. So that's, you've hurt my feelings. I feel really stressed by you telling me to do work. Yeah, that's a millennial for you. Nothing a bit of old-fashioned slavery. Yeah.
Do you think that something's going to happen as a result of that? Do you actually think that when you talk about the reset and that there's going to be like a change, do you think that that's a result of that fracture in politics?
The reset's coming for deeper reasons, but the consequence will hit those people a lot more than it hit other people. It'll hit those people who don't actually have a utilitarian trade, like a plumber or a carpenter or a stock trader or a computer programmer. It's going to hit all those people who studied race theory, gender theory, feminism, media studies, things that have absolutely no use to society whatsoever, because they don't have any practical skills. Do you know what I mean? They're middle-class kids or lower-class kids who've gone and been studied feminism for 4 years because they're living in this big boom time economy of their parents' wealth. The problem is the baby boomer generation aren't dying off quickly enough. And since most of them are spending their money like taking little trips around the world as opposed to giving it to their kids. So at some point, that generation is going to have a very hard time in a macroeconomic slowdown, because why would you hire someone who doesn't actually know how to do anything, right? And has a really bad work employee-employer attitude problem, right? Which is what they are. They're fucking notoriously difficult to organize as well, right? They care about other things. They don't seem to they're just not pragmatic. They've just never been taught skill sets that matter, right? I mean, trust me, I've had to work with enough of them to know that they are, when things are I'd rather work with a working class plumber who didn't go to university. He's got skills. He can keep his business together. He can balance his books. He's got a craft. He's actually can do something useful. Yeah. As opposed to someone who studied media relations, social media relations for 4 years. You're like, okay, How is that going to help me? I don't know. Maybe I'm just
No.
maybe I'm
I
just a
mean, I
cunt.
sort of no. I mean, sort of Andrew Breitbart was saying exactly the same thing about 10 years ago. That there's loads and loads of people that are sort of studying degrees that are of absolutely no use to them. They're running up hundreds of thousands of dollars sort of debts and leaving
50 grand.
university with no qualifications that are of any use to them in life at all. Absolutely no use at all.
But
And
worse than that,
it's
they actually don't have a disciplinarian approach to a discipline either. In that they just had to write some blah blah piece of shit essay, and as long as the professor thought they were left enough, they passed them. But when you actually give them practical things that require, let's say, practice, discipline, homework, any kind of craft, they're really shit at it. And the other problem is psychologically, if you try to supervise them, they get really upset. They're quite neurotic as a generation, right? Because they were brought up with that, their baby boomer parents or Gen X parents. And the Gen X parents were like, okay, we made our money. We've kind of come off like our generation of the 80s and 90s. And the kids were like, all right. And they never really made their kids take any responsibility. So then they go into the corporate workplace and they suddenly have to do things like, you've got this project to finish in 3 or 4 days, but another 45 people depending on you doing your part. They break under pressure really easily. They don't have any, they don't have that working class ethic, or they don't have that kind of craft ethic. They don't have a STEM subject.
I wonder whether I wonder with university though. I wonder whether it just there's too many people at university.
Far too many.
I don't know whether it's the same in America, but 30 years ago, you didn't get into university unless you're in the top quarter percentile, and then they changed it that they wanted 50% of the student population in university. Well, that's a lovely idea, but if somebody doesn't have the ability to be an engineer or a doctor, it's not. Is it wise to put them on a? Is it wise to hold courses open for them? Is that a good idea?
But there were other subjects, even like humanities and all of that, where they were quite like, you were a good writer, maybe you go work for a newspaper or something like that. You do some humanities subject that was useful. But now it's just a case that they've studied left-wing progressive subjects, race theory, and they come out as social justice warriors with no skills. And when the economic correction comes, now I hate to sound like a right-wing fantasist, but the real way the right wing, the real right, by which I mean, could make peace with environmental movement is if we liquefied about 20% of the population and fed them to the crops. That way we get rid of a large percentage of the population.
Whoa! Just a second.
And you got high quality nutrients going back into the soil. We make it like a big deal. We give them all like, hey, you got 1 year to live. Here's 100 grand. And then you're going into the ground, right? And then it eases like things like all the pressure in the environment. But like I say, it's just one of my speculative theories. Don't quote me on it. I'm sure Lister will record this and say Ralph wants to cull the population.
But I would agree that there's some kind of economic catastrophe coming because of COVID and because of and Brexit. How is that going to play out? If it means massive unemployment, if it means a destabilized economy, if it means massive unrest, right? Because people are not going to be the kind of social care, the kind of things that we take for granted in the welfare state, that's going to go because we won't have the money to keep it going because we've maxed out our credit card as a nation, right? What's the next step forward? I see a fracture. Right, you seem to be talking about a fracture. Is it not the case that there's going to be a fracture? Oh, he's gone. No, I think he's gone.
Oh, you're on mute, Ralph.
Ralph, you're on mute.
I said shit. I need to find my charger. That's what I did. Sorry, what was this? I think it's going to be a deeper correction, and then what happens in history. If it's too extreme, then the far left and far right get dangerous. But if it's not too extreme, and the correction is survived structurally, you're going to have mass unemployment for a while. You have to retrain a generation, right?
But they're saying it's the worst. It's going to be the worst recession in 300 years. That's extreme.
Yeah.
That's extreme, isn't it?
Absolutely. Until the next technical boom arrives, right? So the next technology wave comes in. So, there's always three waves, right? There's the technology, society, the markets, and culture going one after the other, like in three cycles. So the next technology waves are optimistic. But in the meantime, even after COVID, you're going to have a bunch of people who are the ones in their 50s and 60s or late 40s and 50s might have had insecurity economically on their way out. They haven't paid off their mortgage, they haven't paid off their kids' school fees. Then you have all these 20, 30-year-olds who are just completely useless. They're going to have to go through deep economic pain, go home to their parents, live with their parents, retrain, and eventually the economy will heal itself. But they're not going to be happy people. Think of like the Pavlov's generation, those people, they don't have any practical skills. They're like, I'm an actor. I wish to act. Yeah. But you're going to be either doing shelves, filling shelves, or you're going to be living with mama. What else are you going to do? How are you going to make rent? Right? So,
Yeah, but but there's the thing. There's not going to be the jobs with automation. I think you've said with automation, a lot of jobs are going to disappear, and that's going to include all the driving jobs as well.
Yeah, lots of those jobs would go, like I said, retrain. Like when you lost the horse, you lost the blacksmith and the cobblers and all the secondary, tertiary industries. You're going to lose all those industries. So all the big companies are sucking up all that inefficiency and slack, work from home, remoting. And then some jobs that are not digital information based. I mean, these guys are going to have to go home with their parents unless they had enough cash or they were lucky in the housing market or their mommy and daddy buys them a flat. They're going to have to go live at home. And they're going to have to do some dumb jobs for a few years while they all retrain and do something that could be practical, right? So when you did critical race studies or media and gender, now you have to go be like a legal apprentice or something, just do something that someone could have some use for, right? That's what's going to happen. And, and it's about bloody time as well, right? That way, in many ways, the working class have practical skills, electricians, plumbers, drivers, those people are going to be they're going to be safer because they always
in
had some
demand.
value.
They're going to have a job for life. Like if you look at,
well, they've always had a skill that had intrinsic value, right? If you're an electrician, a plumber, a carpenter, you've got a skill that somebody needs, as opposed to you read a lot of books about third-rate feminism and comparative African literature. Right? You're like, okay, hey, you know a lot about comparative African literature, but I mean,
Do you think it will impact? Do you think it will impact the way people view politics and the way people vote?
Absolutely. There'll be more left and
they'll
more
go
right.
to the extremes. People will become more extreme left wing.
Yeah.
They'll become more
revolutionary.
extreme right wing.
100%. Yeah, exactly. And you might see the major parties in the West split as a result. And actually have a far left proper socialist party, and then a middle ground Labour Party, and have a middle soft conservative and actual right wing parties. And the same in the US. So right now, if you think of the two bubbles used to be like, they used to be literally, if you look at the curves, they used to be like this with like two little humps like this with the middle, and those humps are now moving apart, and then they might just split. And those two extremes are the problems, right? Or, well, depending on
problem for who? Problem for the state and maintaining civil order.
Problem because that might result in insufficient sources of violence for the cathedral. Right. So if you look at currently, there's the Islamic thing in Paris and stuff, but there was also a right wing one 2 days ago, right? He got away without a real jail sentence. He was going to do some really barbaric stuff that makes New Zealand look like a joke. So and I know lots of people in that scene, shall we say, and they're preparing to be very extreme, right? So, that's on the right. Same with the left, right? The left will go for completely, let's just burn these whole cities down. Like, let's go burn a Fortune 100 building down with all its employees in it or something.
So therefore, right? if you have a more intense polarization where people tend to move toward the extremes, and at the same time, the state or the cathedral is sucking up power, then that's it's kind of a strange mix, isn't it? You've got people
they lose control. They lose control.
Yeah, they lose control. So the result is usually authoritarian force, which just puts fuel on the fire, and then either it goes back to calmness again, or something snaps. And if you look at the history of conflicts have always had that similar pattern since about the Enlightenment.
Well, if you look at
economic unrest followed by
something snaps, the only thing that could snap then is the state then, or the state, a bit like what happened in France, the French Revolutions. That's the state snapping.
Or Germany in the 1930s. In the 1930s, the economy collapsed. The lot of people started migrating to the extreme left and the extreme right. There was enormous civil unrest. The police and the army lost control, and there was actually they in Germany they carried out like war games and scenarios, did the numbers, and they worked out that if there was an uprising they couldn't stop it. They didn't have enough soldiers, they didn't have enough police officers, and in those circumstances that's where Hitler rose up, and they virtually gave him the premiership, the chancellorship of Germany. There was a breakdown of order, law and order in Germany, and there's an enormous danger that if you get an economic breakdown, that's where it leads.
Right.
Yeah, it does, because they'll say that either the far left or the far right, either the communists or the real right, will say, "Hey, we've got the solutions to this discontent," and with those solutions will come particular behaviors, right? Sorry, shit. I keep pressing one button. Will come particular behaviors, right? So that's exactly how Ned is right. That's exactly how Hitler came in. Same with the Bolsheviks. Same with the French and the Jacobites and everything. And that looks like increasingly we seem to be accelerating towards the good times, right? So,
Well, it wouldn't be. The trouble is that those kind of times are incredibly bloody. I mean, if you think about like the Russian Revolution, if it tilted to the left and it became like some kind of communist progressive revolution, that would be incredibly bloody. That would be incredibly violent.
Both the left and right would be both violent and authoritarian.
Yeah,
it would be violent and authoritarian. Your freedoms would be, all your rights would just rescinded, right? And we see this in the left, extreme left. We see this in extreme right. But it looks like we're just accelerating that way because no one can speak to each other anymore. Right? We polarize sufficiently. Yeah. So someone said James Jones says whiteness is a mindset, and I would say James Jones is a social construct. And in both cases, the conversation's dead, right? There's nothing to negotiate anymore, right? Someone says whiteness is a social construct, is just a mindset, right?
Yeah.
Just for example,
that seems to be the way that things are going. The two sides are not talking, and that's the thing about this election. In the past, the Democrats and the Republicans used to talk to each other, and they'd negotiate and they'd pass bills that were in the national interest. But now you've got this split, and one side will actively seek to sort of sabotage, mess up the other side's policies.
Oh, absolutely. So if Trump wins tonight, do you think the Democrats are going to accept it? People at the left, the media, because the MSN media is controlled by the left, they say, "Oh, if Trump loses, he won't."
Oh no, definitely
the
not.
The left will not accept it. They'll immediately go to the Supreme Court. They'll try every dirty trick. They'll burn down the inner cities. They'll let the blacks riot in inner cities.
And they'll block him. They'll block him in Congress. Anything that he tries to do, they will try to block it.
Well, they tried that for the last 4 years, but they're still a Republican Congress. But unfortunately, the Supreme Court is now solidly Republican, right? Because its Supreme Court is now owned by the right. So at least when it eventually makes it to the Supreme Court, but that would be 3 to 6 months of more uncertainty, more unrest, causing spirals into economic uncertainty. Markets will start going down. The markets don't like uncertainty. And, after, they've let the Detroit, Baltimores and all do their thing, lots of Martin Luther Kings, a lot of market stumbling, and then eventually authority will be restored. And that's your problem, right? So, I mean, that's
a lot of people on these live streams are saying that they reckon that Trump's going to win. I genuinely, and I know that I think you're tilting that way. I genuinely don't believe that's going to happen. Honestly, I don't think he's going to win. Well, time will tell, and better people than me are predicting one way or the other. But I just don't see he's going to win. I don't think he's got.
Everyone has an instinct, right? Your instinct. I mean, all the polls, the instincts say no chance, no chance. But remember, that's exactly when it does happen, right? Same with last year, 2016, the deplorables. Clinton was so high in polls, and out of nowhere, Trump just slammed it. And this time, the right, and I can speak confidently about, let's say, the middle right, are so angry with the left that I think every Trump voter is going to vote. I mean, Stella just said, I just voted. Everyone
Well,
knows that
apparently
Trump is.
the postal vote, the Republican postal vote is double what they expected it to be. I don't know
Yeah.
how that happened, but they actually expected the Democrats to get in the postal vote, and apparently it's the Republicans that have got in.
I
Registered
tell you,
Republicans.
literally, the right feels like, oh my God, if we lose this, then it's really going to accelerate because, we know what the progressive left's agenda is, right? They're going to open the borders. They're going to, so
The
this is 4
Electoral
more years.
College, that's the big thing. The Electoral College.
Yeah, of
If they
course, that's
scrap
going to be the. Yeah,
Sorry,
they
I
scrap. They
interrupted.
try every kind of trick. They want the pop. They basically do everything they can to, they'll redraw lines, whatever they can do. But if the right loses this 4 years, the right are so desperate to go, shit, if that happens, they're just going to flood us with so many non-whites, basically, that there's no chance to win properly and democratically, which the right is prepared for, is going to prepare for the next step if that were to occur. If, for example, the American right know they can never win again because of demographics, the American right are armed. And they were prepared to use alternative techniques. You'll then see the right acting like the left, except that this time it'll be right-wing boys doing the damage, not progressives running around with T-shirts, but right-wing boys running around with guns. So either case, it's not good. But there's going to be this drawn-out phase because unless it's a massive victory, which it looks unlikely for either side. If the Democrats win, Trump's going to play some tricks, whatever he can do. But he's probably
In the law courts, you think?
Yeah, they'll try some tricks, but it's probably too. If it's too close, then he'll probably be graceful about it. But the left will try these dirty tricks for a few months, like they did with the impeachments, and they did with this trying to block the Supreme Court. To the left are filthy. They'll try every dirty trick, right? And when they finish with that, you've still only got 4 years. Then Trump can't stand, so you need another candidate as good as Trump, because ultimately
who is
Democrats.
there? There's nobody there that can replace Trump. There's
Well,
nobody
4
like
years.
Trump.
Well, the new young boys are rising, right? So the question is, who's it going to be? Is it going to be Ben Shapiro's generation? We know who we want for, let's say, but he can't be president for another 15 years. We want someone like Nick Fuentes, right? He's only 21 though. We want someone who is a hardcore conservative, Catholic, Christian, nationalist, someone who's not ever going to compromise, right? So, but that's not till the 2030s. So.
Apparently, I've heard. I heard it said. I've not seen any evidence of this, but I heard it said that quite a few Republican politicians have seen the success of Trump, and they're now starting to copy his way of operating.
Well,
but they're not acting like.
Window right. They're also putting the Overton window right. So what was not almost acceptable or socially acceptable is much more acceptable after Trump, right? Trump has kind of broken through a kind of social aesthetic Overton window, if you like, right? He's done things that you'd never expect the president of the United States to do, right? So he's paving the way for others to do equivalent things, right? So, but the left are very, very deadly. They know they want someone like Kamala Harris or Ilhan Omar or Cortez in, because they know all they have to do is replace enough white people, and then they've got the states forever. What they don't realize is that replace enough blue states with enough non-white people, and the white Americans wake up and realize it's never going to go down democratically. Especially in the United States, not Europe, they will go military on it. They will start using right-wing tactics that are armed. So, and God knows they have 250 million guns.
There's more guns than there are people, aren't there?
Oh yeah. Simplify to that, man. God bless the Second Amendment.
But listen, I mean, you're saying that, but they're talking about, the Democrats are talking about scrapping the college, the Electoral College. The thing is if they do that, that will wipe out the Republicans as president. You for the next 300 years, you will never have.
Correct, absolutely, 100%. They're going sufficiently blue, and the right already know about this, and the right already have their plan B for that, right?
There's no plan B for that.
The plan B. Trust me, I talk to these guys all day, every day. The plan B is to go military and non-compliance. They will go after things like the electrical grid infrastructure. They will go after the telecommunications infrastructure. They will go after the airport infrastructure. They will make the place, just like the left say, ungovernable by protest. The right will do it by militia.
Oof, that's. Because
think about it. Let's be fair. What are the options they have? To turn over, roll over, and have everyone in the town call Jose? And what is their option? If the Democrats think if the left thinks their gift is, hey, we're going to demographically roll you over, I have enough American parents in that scene, enough all my life to know, they're just going to, they're already well ahead of this, right? They know if that happens and none of the red states will ever be able to be red again, they will start bringing down the states, hoping for some sort of a peace deal by, let's say, secession. Like saying the only way to stop that activity is to split the states off, right? Give large parts of the United States to be a white-only kind of homeland, and then leave the rest to the left, i.e. white liberal whites and everyone else. But they're not just going to roll over and play dead. It must be nuts, right? They're going to go after straight. Do you remember the left will protest with violence by social blocking, shaming, block the freeways? The right will do it by just killing like the infrastructure, right? They just bring the system down. And they can do that very efficiently, right? It won't take very much to bring it down. Once you take out a few airports and air grids and transport stuff, no one's going to risk it, right? And that immediately tanks the economy. And then there'll be a piece at the other end which says, okay, in that case, we'll take like a large part of the Northwest or something and just do a peaceful separation. But they're not going to roll over and just be replaced. That's some left fantasy.
Are people actually, because that's pretty, Ralph, that is pretty extreme, old chap. That is extreme. Are people actually saying that?
Do you think but not just saying that, I've been planning it rigorously for quite a long time, because let's look at the alternative. Is it not extreme to just have all white Americans be replaced and never be allowed to have democratic power anymore? That's pretty extreme. It's pretty extreme because it's done by replacing the Americans with a foreign population. So that's pretty extreme to the right. It's the right look at that as being that's just not fair. You've just voted in, changed the system so you can never win democratically. And trust me, there's one nation that has the spirit of the fight, that is the United States, right? Then the United States right-wing Americans are not going to, they've never liked the federal government anyway. So they're going to go on a state-by-state level. And God knows they're armed to the teeth. Some of the smartest, they're technical, they're military boys, they're like fully, and they've spoken the last 4 or 5 years because they're expecting at some point, the date is something like 2040, where this would happen, or 2045. So they're preparing the young ones, preparing them for the eventuality where there's no democratic path to power. And then if they're not given a separate set of states, then they're going to bring it down, right? Just like the US Civil War, they're going to go to war with each other, just like Europe, to honor principle. And that principle is they're not going to be democratically replaced by other people. I mean, as much as people think on the left, we don't like democratic replacement, we don't care, it's a fantasy. It's the only thing the right speaks about all day, every day. All day, every day, 24/7. All the strategies are, what do you do to prevent the Europeans, Europeans, Americans giving up their land? And it won't take very long for them to do it. Just look at the right wing assaults. Look at Dylan Roof and stuff. When I said New Zealand was target practice, everyone got really like, oh, Ralph's being Islamophobic. Not at all. It's just target practice, right? And how do you stop that? How would you stop that when that's coordinated? Not just one or two lone wolfmen, but coordinated activities. Because what's the alternative? The left is saying the right, roll over and play dead and just listen to us and be replaced and don't do anything. Does that sound extreme to you, Ned, that option? To take away democratic power from white Americans? It's pretty extreme, isn't it?
The thing is that I mean, I'm sort of thinking of Timothy McVeigh, and he's sort of blowing up buildings.
Exactly like Timothy McVeigh in Oklahoma, but this is much more sophisticated than that. Look, the United States now spends 35% of its domestic intelligence just tracking militia groups. 35% of the domestic US intelligence is tracking, monitoring, and disrupting existing militia groups who are they're sufficiently discontent now to have 35% of the intelligence budget, domestic intelligence budget. So imagine what happens when they're all told, hey, boys, guess what? Doesn't matter what you think anymore. You're just going to live with Jose and that guy from Puerto Rico. Right? And you can vote, but you'll never win. So average Joe from the Appalachians is going to be, well, I don't know, I can shoot a deer at 600 yards and not miss. So, and I can, skin the deer, I can disassemble and assemble an M60 in my sleep, I can run a truck. What do you think those boys are going to do?
But I thought that I genuinely thought that like Timothy McVeigh is a lone wolf, and that there are people that
lone wolf with a bit of support, right? Lone wolf with a small network. But in this case, we have. Oh, they're higher. Oh, you're back. I didn't see you there. Hey, I gotta go, guys. Bounce.
Oh, all right.
Okay. Hey, Semper Fi, man.
You take care. Take care. Whoa. Dear me. Well, I didn't expect that. That was a bit bracing. I don't know whether you followed that IC3. I don't know whether you're there, IC3, but that was.
Yeah, I'm listening. Yeah, can you hear me?
You're in the other room, cooking up your chips.
Yeah, I'm just eating something.
I'm sorry, sorry to disturb. No, you stay. You carry on there. That was interesting. Bloody hell, that was interesting. What Ralph was suggesting was that if Trump loses, then all manner of sort of stuff
Madness.
madness,
Yeah.
could actually happen. Like,
Yeah, I picked up that vibe as well. I was speaking to some, some other people on the right. I speak to them as well, and that's the same kind of vibes I was getting. They're just preparing. One guy said to me, "Have you ever seen a white American guy? Have you ever seen a white riot? Have you seen one? A white riot? We do things differently." No comparison to black riots. When we do, he explained it to me what a white riot is. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, no. I mean, what he's suggesting is that you see, one of the things that the Democrats are talking about is scrapping the Electoral College, which would make it virtually impossible for the Republicans to win another presidential election, and that is highly likely. If Biden wins, then that may well happen. The trouble is that what he's saying is that the right, the extreme right, may react like in a very, very sort of dangerous, shocking way. Actually, you know.
Yeah, that's what this American guy was, telling me. He said, "You ain't seen a white riot," and you explained it to me, But I understand what Ralph was saying is that if you take away their ability to vote, so that they don't feel that they'll ever be able to win. Well, they can vote, but they don't believe that their vote will ever count again. Yeah, then what's to stop people going AWOL?
Well, that's what he was saying. That's exactly what he was saying. Is that what he means by? Is that what he means by the Great Reset? Is that what he's talking? Is that what he's talking about when he says the reset?
Well, there's the reset where there's different resets. I think there's a reset to do with the whole financial system. And
I thought he was talking politically.
And then I see then that would be kind of a democratic reset. If you're upset, if there becomes a white riot, then that would generate a reset of some sort, or a civil war generates a reset, doesn't it?
Have you yes. Have you actually heard that kind of language used by anybody? Civil war?
No, they don't. No, they don't talk like that. But they talk in this. You could. They don't actually say that, but that you kind of pick up the vibe.
A vibe.
Yeah. Basically, it's something like, "Have you ever seen a white riot?" Come on.
Tell me, IC3. You're a lovely man. You're a lovely, gentle. You're a gentleman. Why are you?
I'll leave it there. I'll leave it there.
Okay. You're a lovely. You're a lovely.
No. They even dropped the stream. They told me lots of stuff, and then they deleted the stream.
Okay, no, it's all cool.
Yeah, we had a good conversation.
You're a very gentle man. Why are you getting involved? Why are you attending these? Why are you going on to Ralph's streams? What's the? If you don't answer that, if you don't want to.
That wasn't one of Ralph's streams. No, this these are more hardcore streams.
Oh really? Oh really?
Yeah,
What are
yeah.
you doing on those streams then, Ralph? Sorry. What are you doing on those streams? IC3.
Because it's the two things I'm very interested in and monitoring is banking, which you hear me always going on about banking.
Always, yes, always. Yeah.
And two is race relations. See,
Banking and spanking.
so if you're interested in race relations, you've got to talk to people of different races and try and get an understanding, a different perspective from on any particular issue. Yeah.
Yeah. But I you
Yeah.
know, but I'm surprised you go onto those streams. Hello, Veli. I don't know whether you just heard
How you doing,
Ralph.
Billy?
Hello, mate. You all right?
I don't know whether you
Hello,
just heard
lad.
Ralph.
What do you say?
I don't know whether you just heard Ralph, but I mean, he's sort of saying if this goes belly up and Biden wins, then the consequences could be very, very violent. I mean, to the point of a civil war. You know, almost. He didn't use the word civil war, but he's talking about sort of armed resistance in America. If that happens, you think it's all nonsense, do you?
Yeah, what you saying that the rednecks are gonna got a Trump there? Yeah, you won't go get rid of our Trump. I'm gonna fire my musket. Oh boy.
Are you going to be affected by
You're
this
gonna have all
lockdown, Veli?
Mexicans and illegal immigrants. Nah, man. No.
You carry on working.
Yeah, man.
Eddie's an essential
Someone's
worker.
gotta get paid, man.
Yeah, but
Someone's gotta get paid,
Belly's
you know?
essential. People need plumbing.
Mm.
You know, so it doesn't really matter. He's one of those essential workers.
Well, I just wondered
keep
what the
going
deal was,
forever.
whether he was allowed to go into people's houses because of COVID. You know, whether it was a sort of COVID risk, letting Veli into the house.
Have you got a special mask, Belly?
Yeah.
Have you got?
I got a mask and gloves.
Oh, all right, okay. Mask and gloves.
I got a mask and gloves.
So what's the deal then? When you go to the house, do they step out of the house? Do they sort of just point to the room and then you sort it out, or what's the deal? If you go to a house, how do they deal it with COVID? Are you in the room?
A lot of the properties, some of the people are quite at risk in it, so it's like they'll stay. People just sort of stay their distance. Some people don't. Some people get out close to you and say, "Oh, mate, it's a bit," you know.
Yeah.
So.
Have you or any of your colleagues actually caught COVID yet?
I'm not, but some of the girls in the office have.
I wonder how they got that. They're surely not at work.
Crazy, isn't it, man? I don't know. Someone got tested and then now they're working from home.
Yeah, I bet it was travelling on the trains or the buses because there's no social.
Oh, they drive to work as well, so.
Oh.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. One of them ones, man.
Well, it's good to hear that you're surviving. You're very lucky. It's good to hear that you're surviving because it looks like an awful lot of businesses are going to go down the tubes because of this second lockdown. It's not good at all. I reckon a large number of pubs, large number of swimming pools, large number of places are actually going to go. I'm going to miss my swimming pool if it goes.
Oh, mate. So, what, you go like swimming every day or something like that?
A couple of times a week. Yeah, a couple of times a week. Yeah, it's just upper body strength, isn't it?
That's it, mate. For them Yorkshire lads. Hey, do you remember football? Was it Soccer AM? And they used to have the advert, yeah? And he said, gravy. Yorkshire lads love gravy. The gravy overflowing in their fucking. on the mash and all that. It's not good.
Are you driving in your van at the moment, or are you going to a job,
Yeah, mate.
going away?
Yeah, I'm driving. I'm driving home for Christmas.
Oh, you finished for the day, have you?
Yeah, mate. Yeah, I'm driving
I
home now.
thought you worked. I thought you worked very late. Actually, I thought you carried on working till about 6:30. I thought you did like a long,
You know
long,
what?
long
Yeah,
day.
it's only if I want to do overtime for extra money because I've got like 4 kids in it. So
4 kids.
like,
Oh my goodness, you've been a busy boy, haven't you? My goodness. Oh,
I know.
I bet they're not cheap, are they? I bet that costs a
Mate.
few bob to keep going.
It's bloody someone's birthday every flipping month or something. You know what I mean? Someone's birthday in my house. Oh, yeah, I mean, and then it's Christmas after that. So.
Oh dear.
Mm.
So I
Good luck.
suppose as soon as the money
This,
goes
that,
in,
the
the money
other.
goes out, does it?
Yeah, man. That's it, mate. That's it. That's it, man. That's why I'm trying to say that. That's why I'm trying to say that the people need to support my hustle, man. You know what I mean? Support my hustle, B. You know?
What you mean?
Ask me. Oh,
Oh, you
How's the
haven't got any.
merchandise rolling?
how? By
Good.
donating to my PayPal. Yeah. Let me tell you about the different ways that you can support. You can support my hustle. You can donate to my PayPal if you like to. You can purchase a merchandise where I get a cut from, or well, you can't super chat or nothing no more because we're not on a monetized channel at the moment. I've got a strike for 2 weeks, so
2 weeks. Sam M. He got
yeah,
strike. He got strike today. Sam M. 2 weeks. Sorry, Veli, you were saying.
2 weeks, man. So that's the only 2 ways you can support me now, innit? Either Cash App, yeah, PayPal, or purchasing merch. Get your G Block uniform or your mug, your mouse mat, son. I really, yeah.
Yeah, please consider buying Veli's wonderful merch. It makes a wonderful Christmas present. Your family and friends will be so pleased. They will be over the moon
With their
when they
House of
see.
Pain hoodie. Yeah, if you get your grandma a Welcome to the House of Pain hoodie and she wears it to church, all the other grannies
would be
flipping their lid
envious.
like, oi!
Yes.
I want my one.
Where can I get my
man?
yeah? Why didn't I get a House of Pain? Yes. Yes. I need to rewrite my will because I didn't get the House of Pain. All my money's going to the RSPCA. I'm giving it to the dogs charity.
Guys, all my money's going to the G Block now.
Yeah. Yeah. Buy Veli's t-shirts. It will make a perfect Christmas present. I know that your son wants. I know your son wants the latest Apple Fold that's coming out next month, but he'll be even happier if he gets a Veli House of Pain sweat.
That's it, mate. That's it, man. There's 2 styles, man. There's the House of Pain, and then there's just the G Block one with the logo, you know, the block.
Just imagine how cool he would look in the playground with his House of Pain.
With his Welcome to the House of Pain t-shirt while he's doing PE, you know?
Yeah. Or in the playground, he would be the coolest cucumber in the greengrocers.
Come on. And you know what, yeah? Tell the truth though, yeah? When I've been walking my G Block t-shirts, yeah? A couple people have been asking, where can I get that t-shirt from?
Please tell us, Veli, where can you get that t-shirt? Because I want one of those t-shirts.
The t-shirt is in the description. The link for the t-shirt is in the description.
No, I don't think Oh, yes, it is merch. Yes, Stream Elements. Yes, merch. Stream Elements. Forgive me. Yes, I must get one of those because they are very, very good.
Yeah, man. That's it, man. You'll get a little bit of a vinegary smell from where it gets printed off first of all, but it's just it's the print ink. So, but it wears away though, man, and it's well made as well, so you can wash it loads of times and it don't fade away. So,
It's not going to listen. It's not going to get me a kicking. If I walk down the street wearing my G Block T-shirt, I'm not going to get into. I'm not going to get a kicking from somebody, am I?
Yo, Ned the
no, I'll
Fed,
tell you
chill out, man.
what will happen, yeah? When you wear your G Block T-shirt, yeah, no one will ask you what postcode, what's your postcode, what ends you're
Yo,
from,
Ned
or
the Fed, chill out, man.
anything.
Big
No
up
one will
odds.
ask you none of those questions, because I reckon like, boy, he's from G Block, bro. Can't be into him. We better leave him alone. Yeah, I big odds, man. He wears his G Block T-shirt around East London, so the man them don't move to a minute. Oh, man.
Hello,
Yeah,
ads.
man.
Hello, ads. I will try to chill out.
Why are you that on your picture, man? Yo, Odds, you that on your picture?
I think he's been cut off. He's muted his mic for a minute. I think he's just muted his mic.
Who's in it like that?
I think it looks like Afghan, actually. Afghan pulling a face.
Oh, God. Good.
Oh,
Yeah,
Odds has gone. I wonder why. He came on and told me to. I think he'll probably be back. I think he got cut off or something like that. Well,
Yeah,
you're
man.
very lucky. It seems like you got a job for life. Did you, if you don't mind me asking? I mean, did you you did an apprenticeship? Did you or something like that? How did you get the?
Yeah.
So you're very lucky,
Yeah,
really.
yeah.
You've got a job for life, haven't you? Really.
Obviously, if you do what you're supposed to be doing and the company does what it's supposed to be doing, then could be. But with the trade, it's like you've got a skill for life.
People are always going to want what you're doing, aren't they? They're always going to want that, and it's not going to go away. They're always going to want more building.
But you're not the only person that does what you do, though.
But I thought you were in short supply. I thought there wasn't enough plumbers, not enough bricklayers, not enough carpenters, electricians, even at this time.
I say that every year, man. I've said that since before I started doing my apprenticeship.
L block, what?
Hello, Afghan. I'm not Afghan. Hello, Big Art.
You know what the L stands for?
Veli,
You know what the L stands for?
Veli. Can I ask you? Veli.
Logic. Oh, go on. What are you saying, man? What I go on for Afghan picture, bro?
I don't know, but I found this in the Hangouts. I thought I'd use it, innit?
Yeah,
because
man.
you know, like
seeing as
the G Block and a lot of people have been supporting Hatoum's actions and free speech and France and all this shit. I was like, fuck it, bruv. I saw this picture here. Let me put this up. Let's see if the free speech still stands in it.
Yeah, man. I'm saying, man, that
you're talking about your trade for life and your apprenticeship and stuff, or you're talking about the
yeah, I'm saying that you've got a skill. Yeah, you've got a skill for life, man. If you do a full one, but obviously, really, truly, yeah. My advice would be, if my son wanted to be a plumber, yeah, and he was doing an apprenticeship, I would try to get him to do an apprenticeship on a building site, because installation, the maintenance side is easier to pick up than the installation is. So once you've got the installation skills, you know how to do that, and you can
work anywhere. Yeah.
Together, then the maintenance side is easy after that. Do you know what I mean? That so the basics of how to plumb things in, how to put waste, water, blah blah blah. You know what I mean?
and doing it under time pressure, because it's not,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
like at college they'll show you how to whack it up on the wall, but to actually have to do it on a building site under
Yo,
time.
Ned the Fed, what's going on? Who are you, bro?
I'm good, Ards. I'm good, man.
Where
I'm
you from? Whereabouts from the UK you from?
Leeds.
Fuck,
He's
you
got
know, man.
Scotland Yard.
Yeah.
He's got a house in Scotland.
What's your manager saying? Marco Bielsa. He's a good manager, isn't it?
You're taking the piss, aren't you?
How am I taking the piss? I actually rate him as a manager. Why are you laughing for?
I said that he's got a flat in Scotland Yard, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, no, this guy sounds like a Fed.
Rodney said
Listen,
he-
yeah, if I ever heard a policeman
Ned.
talk or something or a barrister,
Rodney said you live
fucking
in
fit that
Sun
shit,
Hill.
bro, hard.
But Rodney, I'm too stupid to be a copper. That's absolutely true. I'm too dumb to be a fucking copper. I wouldn't
That's
have
what all
passed
the
it.
undercover say. That's what the last undercover said to me.
So, Veli, the reason why I jumped
Yo.
on you was I was watching another show, yeah, and this other show, even though I don't like the host and the channel owner, and I think he's an idiot and whatnot, but there were certain things he was highlighting, and I was trying to like say, you know what, rah, that's something I agree upon, and man, I want to highlight upon that, but never got the chance there. So I thought maybe I could highlight it here, man. Like these men were showing this guy trying to abduct a youth, and he supposedly done some heinous action that youth, bro. Like,
Yeah. Obviously, that's a bit sad still, man. And I shared the video on my other channel as well.
Yeah, I've done that on my
as well. It's mad.
Facebook and whatnot. But what I was saying, really, like, you see them things there, that's not tolerated, bruv. Like, I'm sure people in the ends where he's from, where that ends is, they know that guy. You get me? Someone needs to come forward and give his name, not to the feds, but to the man them, or to the people that run that block, bruv.
If whatever his identity supposedly is, yeah, if it's true, it's already been put out there, and then like there's already feds on his road.
Do you know when you said
stuff,
if,
so
yeah,
it's
what like I heard a few people talk about this throughout the day, Belly, yeah, about if it's true. Why are people saying if it's true? I don't understand.
You know why? Yeah, because in this liability world, yeah, if you start putting charges to people or crimes to people's names before they've been convicted, they may be able to bring a liability case against you, defamation of character. You try to
Right.
put,
No,
you've got a
I
picture of
agree
my
with that,
man,
but
address,
okay, we could
video,
back ourselves by
so
just
and
saying
so.
supposedly at the end of a sentence. We could say supposedly, innit? That's it done.
Yeah, no. Once he gets convicted, then it's not supposedly, innit? He's been convicted of it.
Or allege. You can sometimes
All
somebody's
right,
actually mentioned.
Allegedly, yeah.
by okay, forget allegedly. Me, from my opinion, by assessing the video that I have seen, there is a person in that video who's an adult male who has, in my opinion, tried to abduct or at least take advantage
Yeah,
of
I think everyone
a
agrees on
young
that point,
person.
though. Because everyone agrees on that part, yeah. What it was, yeah, was that not everyone's not sure about the guy's identity, whether the Twitter account that's been linked to him, the person name who said it was definitely. Everyone's not sure about. So that's what everyone's saying. The allegedly.
No, 100%. I agree with you on that as well.
Sorry,
I can't say
just
who
a
it
second.
was. I don't know who it
Just a
was.
sec. Sorry, Art. There's
Yo,
people
Ned the
mentioning.
Fed, man.
There's
What
somebody.
happened for you?
Sorry, just a sec. There's somebody mentioning a
When
name.
colored man talk,
A name.
Shut up.
Somebody's mentioning a name in chat, and I don't. It's not, probably not a good idea to be mentioning that name, because you have no idea whether you know, because it might not
Sam
be.
M, man. I expect it better from you than mentioning names, bro. Come on.
Yeah, because that's what. Obviously, in the chat, yeah, them man can type what they're typing in, yeah. But I'm saying.
Are you not liable for that?
Yeah. No. If we're on the panel screaming,
He might be liable for it if that guy was a mod on his channel, but if he's not a mod, then he's not liable for that now.
Yeah, I thought it was mainly on the panel. If the man them are saying
Veli,
blah blah blah,
I'm gonna let you in on a little bit of advice here. The people that you have as mods with the spanner, the blue thing that can delete and whatnot and write wherever they want, they are you're liable for them basically on your channel. You need to remember that though.
Yeah. My was the G's though, anyway, man. You know what I mean? I got my brother ultra.
I'm just
Yeah,
saying.
the
I'm
rap
just saying because like certain man, not you, but other channels, they have bare people
and
as mods.
anonymous.
You know what your mods right? Your channel is responsible for that. So your channel can be shut
Yeah.
down for what your mods right.
Right. If they're bullying people, being racist or so and so, blah 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 blah. Yeah. I think so, man. Obviously,
Because there's been people putting
I feel like
pictures up.
everyone's against. Yeah,
Bunga
everyone's against the
bunga
rape of
bunga
the
bunga.
rape of children.
Allegedly, I heard that too. And allegedly, and hypothetically speaking, if I was in the vicinity, a man's head top would have been decapitated or something. I
But
don't know.
supposing it wasn't
Allegedly,
him,
supposedly.
supposing it wasn't him, though. I mean, the picture that people have been putting up, I'm not sure that looked
Supposedly,
like the person
bro,
in the
I'm not
picture.
brown either.
Yeah, basically, yeah. All we can do now, yeah, is sort of right. If it's you sort of have to just wait for arrest to be made and blah 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 on that side. You get me? Like, there's obviously everyone's done whatever they can. If you spot someone that you may feel is the guy, you can't really, you can't go up to the don and start seeing what legally. You know what I mean? Like, you can't. You're not supposed to take the law into your own hands, yeah. But you get me?
Yeah, but what happened to that sister? And she should be commended because you see, in my opinion, from watching the video, right? You know that young sister that filmed the thing and followed the guy and said, "Look, I'm
Yeah.
following you. I'm not going nowhere." Bruv, if anybody's got peas or any kind of thing that you can support that sister with, blood, you don't need to go do that, bro. Forget Hatun and her glasses,
Yeah,
bro.
that's true.
You understand? This is the kind of people that we need to give money to, not Hatun and her glasses.
Yeah. All right,
Yeah,
all
real
right.
talk.
Same thing, yeah.
Well,
She done a good job,
agree
though.
you don't agree, Veli, that you don't agree that this sister should be commended and rewarded
I
highly.
agree that the woman
for
done
her
She
well,
should
effort.
yeah.
get a medal.
I agree the
She
woman
put a
done
hell of a
well,
risk.
Thank
and
you,
it was
Ned
a good.
the Fed.
I reckon
Thank
she
you.
was a heroine for what she done, yeah. But wait, listen, I think
Because
she's a
that could
heroine
have
for what
turned
she done,
nasty.
yeah.
That
But I
bloke could
don't
have
think there was
attacked her.
any need to link
Not
it
just a heroine,
to what
blood,
Hatun's
a
doing it
warrior.
because
You know, let me tell you why she's a warrior, Veli, yeah? You
yeah,
know the
you know why,
alleyways.
yeah.
If you look at them
Let me finish
alleyways,
though.
and that was an estate, you know, you could tell that was a kind of an estate kind of place. So there was alleyways and whatnot, yeah. And blood, she could have been attacked. She went live.
Bro,
That hold
listen.
on. Let me just finish speaking. Well, I'll mute up, yeah. So she went live so that it was being broadcast. The guy, he could have attacked her with a weapon or whatever, overpowered her. He could have took the phone off her, deleted the shit, and he could have done something harm to her and the kid. But she was brave enough to go and still do that.
And I believe she took her
But
took her child out with
wait,
her.
listen. Let me say something, yeah. Because like I was trying to say, first of all, yeah. I think everyone agrees that the woman done a commendable thing and she was a hero. But I don't think everyone agrees that there was any need to link it to anything that Hatun doing, man. It's nothing. They're like two different situations. That's the only thing that I was like, right, I don't agree with that bit.
Well, that was
Why-
my
who's
comment. This
linking
is what
it
my
to
comment
Hatun?
was, and I
Who's
stand by
linking
my
it to
comment.
Hatun?
Yeah, this is my statement. I said, wouldn't we rather raise £15,000 for this sister rather than Hatun's glasses, which we could go to Specsavers and get buy one get one free for less than £200?
Yeah, man.
I never knew like £15,000 glasses in my life. You get me, so.
But that's odds. That's not how it went down, is it? What happened was that she put out a PayPal
Hold
or
on,
something.
Ned the Fed. Let's stick to the matter at hand. This was.
Oh
just
no,
me
I'm talking about
comparing
Hatun.
something. Right now,
I'm
we're
talk-
talking about a kid being abducted nearly.
Oh, I thought you was talking
or
about
supposedly,
I thought you was
allegedly,
talking about
already being
Hatun and
abused
1,500
sexually,
quid.
and then a young sister made that guy run away. Alhamdulillah, big up that.
Yeah,
sister.
which is amazing. Which is
So let's not
I thought you were
detract from
talking
that.
about
Let's not
Hatun.
detract from that. Let's praise the sister. Forget
But
what
I thought
said.
you were
Let's
detracting from it. I
retract that
thought
from
you
the
were talking about
record.
Hatun.
No, I'm saying let's retract that from the record. Don't worry what I said.
Okay. Okay. What she did was really, really brave, and the thing that makes it even braver was I believe that her child followed her out. So she she faced up to that man, and that
I
could have
actually went on her
turned
Facebook,
absolutely.
right? I actually went on her Facebook, and I don't know if it's true, but what I read into it, Ned, yeah, was the fact that they weren't even outside. They were actually, I think, indoors at the beginning of it. They saw something from the front of the house, and then they was outside, and then they saw the guy pass or Like, you know, and they actually went and followed the man. You get me?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the little
I
girl,
think
the
that the
little girl.
story goes, the little, yeah, why the girl, what, sorry, the girl saw from the window that the man had his hand over the girl's mouth in it while his arm was around her shoulder. You know,
Yes.
like he had his arm around her, but he had
Yes.
her mouth covered. So she can't scream or
The
nothing.
waist man made
That's,
that little kid wear his own jacket. The black jacket was oversized for that kid. That was his jacket she was wearing.
yeah,
Imagine this though, Belly. Yeah, look, yeah. The reason why I brought that thing up about the initial, the contact Ned, yeah, and Belly, is the fact that not many of us normal people that would react in a much severe way, and if obviously we're men, innit, we'll be on different thing. But what I'm saying is, we wouldn't take notice of such a thing in a way, the way that sister came out of the yard and she was like, "Raw, what's going on there?" Like some of us are too busy in our own lives and caring about what's going on.
no, but bro, listen, if you was in your yard sitting down and you saw someone walking with their arm around the girl and the hand around their mouth, you wouldn't say that. Like the girl looks like a little you.
No, 100% I would. But what I'm saying is, most of the time, I don't even have that kind of um, surveillance. As in, I'm looking outside my window. You understand? I'm looking at my TV or something. You understand what I'm trying to say?
But it's more
No,
obviously like
100%.
the
Belly,
girl
come on,
walking
bro.
by, and
If I spotted that deed, if I spotted that guy doing what I saw in that video, like you man wouldn't be seeing that video. You man probably see me nicked or something. Like, you know, like some stupid stuff. Like,
yeah, man. I'm saying that. I'm saying that obviously
so, but
it's
Belly,
a
like you
mad
see,
thing.
all right. Let me ask you a question, Belly. You got kids, right? My kids are coming of age. They're still in primary school. They're about that kid that we see in the video. They're about that kid's size, and they've been asking for a long time. Let me be independent so I can come home from school on my own. And my school is not even far from my youths here, but even then, I was like in two minds. But then after seeing this video, there's no way, blood. Even until they're fucking in college, bro, I'm picking them up. I'm dropping them.
I thought it was the
I don't know, Belly went on mute.
Yeah, I think yeah. I mean, I know what you're saying, Ards, and I can understand what you're saying. But you probably made your own way to school, and you probably find that if you've got a sister,
Yeah, but Ned,
she made her
I
own
grew
way
up
to
in the
school.
90s. The 90s was a blessed era. There was only BNP and NFs that I had to deal with, not fucking rapists. You understand? Now you got to
It's
deal with
with
roadmen.
respect.
That guy was a roadman, you know. That guy was
with
one of them men from
with
the ends, yeah.
respect.
Hold
With
on, Ned,
respect,
yeah.
Ards,
See that guy in the video?
there's always been nonsense. There's
But
always
Ned,
been nonsense.
that guy was one of them men, them in the like from the ends. He's dressed like one of like the people from the ends that hang around in the ends and do certain stuff and whatnot. And they're not expected to do this stuff. Do you get me? So that's what
Yeah,
makes it even hit home even further for certain brothers like me and Belly and even like a lot of people. Because we're looking at that like, raw, that could be anyone, because he looks just like a person that I could go and speak to. You understand?
Yeah, I understand entirely, and what you do with how you bring your kids up is entirely your own business, and good luck to you for that. And whatever you decide is good luck to that. The thing is, though, is that you're a better person
Self-defense,
because
Ned. Self-defense. They have to be taught self-defense. All your kids have to be taught
you're a
self-defense.
better person because you made your own way to school. Your sister or your other family, your brothers and
I'm
sisters,
a
are
only
better people.
child, Ned. I'm an
Oh,
only
all
child.
right, okay. Kids are just better for making their own way to school, and I know that terrible things like this happen. And
Ned, I
that's
used
probably
to walk 35 minutes to secondary school every day from 11 years old, right? But what I'm saying is, this kid is about 11 years old, 10 years old. But if you've got predators like that lurking, no parent is feeling safe to let. And you're telling me it's a good thing. I understand it's a good thing where the kid learns about being independent and
there's always been that
managing
risk.
time and all these kind of things,
There's
right?
always
But
been
the
that
fact
risk.
of the matter is, bro, it's not safe on the streets for the youth to be going to school alone at them ages no more.
There's always been that risk, Arts. In your day, there was that risk. There were those
Yeah,
kind
there
of
was
people.
that risk, but they weren't like roadmen that were coming. Come on, blood.
No.
You could tell who, bruv, it was different. You could tell a predator like that. There was no man them in the ends like that in them days. Nowadays, like this guy is a man them. If like from the look of him, what I'm saying,
That's what
the
you
look
think.
of him.
That's what you think, That's what
No,
you'd
but
hope to
Veli,
think, yeah?
Veli, be honest to me, yeah, cause no disrespect here, and I'm not trying to be biased here and like stereotype people, because I'm one of them people. I dress the same. So what I'm saying is, you see the way that guy's dressed and the way his behavior is, even the way he's speaking, right? He could be any man off the road, you know, any man like that. We wouldn't suspect of them crimes.
Some
There's a
man
lot
on
of
the roads
people.
are nonsense, bro. Don't think this. There ain't brothers on the road that are nonsense, bro. There are.
Well, openly, Veli, openly, yeah.
Not openly. Not openly.
This
It's
is what I
happening.
mean. So, but even to be respected within the peer group that we're talking about, Vedi, you could never even speak about those crimes or them things or them thoughts. This is what I mean, and it's looked down upon, and them man bun fire upon it. This is what I'm saying. So for him to be dressed and, from my opinion, be from that lifestyle, he's definitely hiding it. And if any one of these people found out,
Yeah.
it's over. It's peak for him, bro.
I know a probation officer, yeah, personally, yeah. And they were telling me the same sort of thing, yeah. And it seems like the same sort of guy, like this dog, yeah. Like he looked like he was one of the man them, just come out of jail, and was talking like he wanted to fix his life, yeah. But he kept on. Something was strange about him, yeah. But then what the person was saying, I won't say whether they're a man or woman, I'd say the person, yeah. And they were saying, boom, they kept on asking me all the time, saying now they wanted to work, help kids. You get me? But they couldn't help kids in it, so they wanted to like be like a janitor or something like in like a school or college. You get me? Yeah. But the person looked into their background and was seeing like, bro, they've been done for like sexual offences against minors. Yeah. So don't think that anyone could be a nonce, bro.
Nah, I hear you. I hear you. And I'm not saying they can't be. All I was saying is that there's certain settings, there's certain kind of places that people are in, such as that person, from my opinion. I'm not saying this is facts, allegedly, from my opinion, but the criteria that he's meeting, if that same criteria would be met and been even let open, or even if there was a whisper of that, he would have been duppied from time ago already.
Yeah. But that's what I'm trying to say. That if you know that, yeah, I know that, and he knows that, how is that information? How is he going to make this information be coming to light?
So
Not
hold
gonna,
on.
you know what
How
I'm
is
saying?
he? So hold on, Belly. If he knows that, how is he so bold enough to do what he just fucking done, bruv? Because listen to me, yeah.
Because
In the
you
ends,
got to
bruv,
think,
yeah.
yeah,
Listen to me, family.
that can't
In
be
the
the first
ends,
time
bro.
he's done something like
There's
that,
no pedo in the ends, like lurking undercover, that has the
bro.
balls to do what the fuck this brother just tried or
Us,
did do
us.
allegedly.
This is what I'm saying, cuz, yeah. That's not the first time what that brother has done there, yeah. Because it was brazen in the street. You hear me? So he's taking steps to get to them stages where he's going to be brave
So
enough to
you're
do
saying
what
obviously it's built up small and it's gotten to that now.
Yeah.
No, I can hear that. I can hear that too. But I'm saying that there's certain areas that where these men know that they can never be brazen for that, because boy, wow, like I ain't gonna lie, there's certain butchers I know that they'll
Bro,
just come out and
yeah.
just chop man's
You might
skin,
find
bro.
out my man, yeah, is live all over the place. Because you find out some people move from end to end to end to end, yeah. But you don't know why they're moving. Because they do fuckery things in their ends and they have to move. They gotta go to a whole way different ends where they don't feel no one to link anyone of other
Yeah,
people where they was.
yeah. But you see
You
this
see
guy,
them, but they go from
I
end to
reckon
end to end.
this guy was from that end, because the way he was moving, it's like he knows the area. But anyway, people in the chat are saying that he got nicked or something already. Sam saying what? Sam, what, he got arrested already? Is that what he's saying?
I think he's been nicked, man.
But you say he got arrested and he's lucky for him. He's not really lucky, because like if he's not segregated in prison, it's beak for him. It's beak.
He's not going on normal sex. He's going on numbers, man. He's going on numbers.
Yo,
You think that you
Hassan,
can
mind your mouth when
wait,
you say
hold
Muslim.
on. Do you think that, yeah, that yeah, whoever, yeah, anyone, yeah, me, anyone, whoever, the baddest man or whatever, yeah, could go to any of the main jails, yeah, Parkhurst, Belmarsh, Chelmsford, Maidstone,
Yeah,
one of them, go to
you
any of
can't
them
be a
jails,
nonce. I
yeah,
know they'll
with
be
your
segregated. I know,
charge
bro.
as a sex offender and feel
Yeah,
like
yeah,
you're going into
segregation.
general
I know, Velly, man.
population.
I know, bro.
What? No way,
Velly,
bro.
I had
Listen,
like I'll
people
be
in
honest with you, Velly, yeah.
segregation
I ain't gonna lie to you, cuz, yeah,
because of
and I'm
gang
proud
beef.
of it. I'm
People in
proud of it.
segregation because of gang beef parts. If you go to a jail, yeah, and you're a so and so youth, yeah, and this jail is full up with the other youths, yeah, you better tell them about your beef cut because you'll get hot water and sugar
No,
cut to
100.
pieces
Velly, hear me
and
out,
all
yeah.
that, bro.
Velly, hear me out, G, yeah. Look, I've never been to prison, yeah. Alhamdulillah, and I'm proud of that fact. But I know all of my man them, a lot of my man them, yeah, they've been to prison. And some of them, Aki, yeah, they was on like IPP. You know what that fucking shit, isn't it? That's like a 99-year
Yeah,
lease on your life, bro. Anytime they want to keep you in, they keep
sure.
you in. So, like, these men told me this stuff, like what you're telling me now. They said, bruv, these men are not brought around us. They know it's a death sentence for them. Like, you get me?
Mm, mm, yeah. People do try and go into normal population, yeah. But you know why, yeah? Because it's a boy off thing if someone reads your papers, isn't it? Yeah. The more time, man will tell you about what's going on in the book rather than you reading their papers, isn't it? But boom, if you're found out and man finds your papers, you're a rapist, a nun, or something like
Man are
that, you're gonna
saying,
have a
but
hard
man are
time.
saying this guy was mental though. Sam saying he was released from a mental hospital, and he done this act, heinous act, and now he's gone. He's so this is why I don't like this country, bro. Because the rules here, blood. Because a man's like claiming mental schizophrenia or whatever. Nah, he ain't gonna get punished for this crime. He's gonna be in a mental hospital. Fuck off, man. Let me give this brother
But
like
wait,
40 lashes.
listen, wait,
Bruv,
hold on.
man,
If you
40
go to a
bruv.
mental institution, yeah, as a jail, it's still a jail, you know. It's not like you're just normal living,
Allow it.
chilling or whatever.
Belly, allow it, bro.
You're taking, you're in
Mental.
jail ticket, bro.
Nothing like jail.
I'm not joking, bro.
Anyway,
I'm
the
not
jail
even
in this
joking, bro.
country is not jail, bro. It's fucking a holiday home, bro. You
All
understand?
right,
Blood,
yeah,
everyone's
you can
got a
say
PS,
that still.
bro. They got
Say
a
that.
PSL, bro. You got free view and whatnot in your cell. Why you got these necessities for? Like they're not even necessities. They're luxuries.
Yeah, there's three men in your cell. Wait, you think it's not? Wait, hold on a sec. You think it's luxury? Yeah. There's three strangers in your cell. Yeah. You might have a fucking
Blood, you
PlayStation
know if you go
and
to prison,
free TV.
cuz
Wait, hold on,
you
hold
grind
on,
the
bro.
check.
Hold on, hold on.
Bro.
Yeah.
You know what
It's
check is, fam?
it's spicy,
You got to
yeah.
grind the
With
fucking
three men
grain.
in there, bro. There's a
8
bunk bed.
hours
Wait,
labor.
listen. There's a bunk bed
That's you
and a
working for
single
your
bed,
food,
yeah.
bro. That's
So
Pakistan jail.
there's one toilet. Are you joking, bro?
That's real jail, fam.
Bro, I'm telling you guys.
Now, Veli, no disrespect. What I'm trying to tell you, bro, yeah. See
No
the
holiday
jail,
camp, guys.
Veli, listen, yeah. The jail in this country, bro, yeah, compared to the like jail in other countries such as Eastern Europe, Asia, Africa, Africa, bro. This is not a jail, fam. This is a fucking holiday home compared to them jails. And really, in these jails, you get given every fucking civil liberty and human right that you could imagine, even if you're a nonce. What's the point of that? What kind of fucking jail is that, bro? Why am I giving a nonce human rights and liberties? That motherfucker needs to be waterboarded 24/7.
Yo, I'm saying that. There's different levels to different prison systems, isn't it? Some jails are harder than others. Jail is jail, though.
Bruv, jail is jail, as in, I get where you're coming from, as in your freedom is removed, right? You're saying your freedom is removed, they take charge of your time as a human, right? I get that. But what I'm saying is, in this country, bro, you don't serve a punishment.
Listen, wait. Yeah. I'm trying to tell you, bro, yeah. If you're in a jail, yeah, where it's three man bang up, yeah, there's a bunk bed plus a single bed, one toilet, yeah, that all three of you are gonna use, yeah. Big man are gonna do shit, you know, yeah, inside this little cell, yeah, plus a little fucking a sink, a telly, and a fucking kettle. But
Yeah,
you
yeah.
may call that a holiday camp, yeah.
Response, or are you just gonna answer
I'm
your own?
saying it's more like a boarding
Really,
school
are
for
you
mad
gonna
adults.
answer your own question? You want me to respond to it?
You can't respond to it.
Right. So what I'm gonna say to that is, yeah, first of all, that's nothing, fam. Most of these man them that you're talking about, blood, yeah, they might not live in such cramped conditions, but they used to share in a room and one toilet between like maybe 10 men sometimes, right? Because these houses that we inhabit certain times in the predicament, like stuff we do in it. You know what I'm talking about. So what I'm saying, bro, yeah.
Yeah, but you could go home.
Like, hold on,
Go
bro.
home.
Like, come
You
on, I
ain't,
didn't interrupt you
you
like
got to
that, bro.
sleep in
Like,
the
I'm trying to
bando
give
for.
my, bro. I'm trying to give my retaliation
Alright,
to your question, bro. Come on, bro. So that's my first point to that free man and sharing the toilet and whatnot. It's fine, cool. I know you have to do it in front of each other, whatever. But most time, if you're a real gangster like that, you wouldn't really be doing it in front of man. You'd be doing it through, like, when certain men are out of the cell, you do your shit. Next man does. Yeah, I get that. But you have to work your way. I get that. Cool. But hold on, you've committed crimes, so you're there for a reason, right? Second of all, now in this country, blood, yeah, like we just discussed earlier. So these nonsense and whatnot, they've already gotten given like a next place where no one's touching them and whatnot. And like you said, if they do come in general pop, whatever, it's a rare thing. And you understand? I'm telling you, bro, in a real jail, even in yard and like I don't know if it's true for you people, but where I'm from, in my yard, where Pakistan and any Asian like them kind of places, these man are let out in general pop blood. They get fucked up by the man them in gen pop, and then after that they serve it because the man them in gen pop don't kill them, bro. They beat the shit out of them every day.
You've muted up. You
Yeah,
muted up.
because I'm
yeah,
done. Because
you
I'm
must
done,
have
bro.
phone.
It's his turn to talk.
Yeah. So obviously, that's in a place where there's no human rights in it. Like, if you're living in a place where they got human rights, they're not going to put people, even if they are in jail. Well, they're not supposed to. Don't say they're not going to. They're not supposed to put people in harm's way like that. They can set you up though.
Can I answer? So what I like in your response to me was the words human rights. So in my opinion, this is my opinion only, and it doesn't go for anybody else, but this is my opinion. I feel that when a person decides to not respect other people's human rights, such as a nonce and savages like pedos and whatnot, yeah, the ones that go around disrespecting and defaming young females, Ned the Fed, I feel that they should not be given the same human rights.
Hold on. Where did that come from? You suggested I'm a
No, because
nonce.
I'm
Giving his
referencing it to
opinion.
you because I want your opinion
Let
too,
him
innit?
finish,
Oh, I see.
yeah?
Yeah, go on in. Go
Yeah.
on.
He's giving his opinion.
So,
He's giving his
so
opinion.
this is
Let
why.
him
So I
finish.
wanted you to come in with the response as well, rather than just belly. So
Oh,
what I
right,
was
right,
saying
right.
is, yeah, in my opinion, these people should get like yummy, dappy. Like really, I
Yeah,
don't know.
I think
Yeah,
we
you
live.
know what,
Fucked up
yeah,
my
bro?
thing. What was I
Yeah.
saying, Belly man? Nah. On a level, you put me off my
I
feet, bro.
think we.
Bro,
I think
listen,
we live
yeah.
in a
I'm
civilized
not,
country,
I was saying
and
something, yeah. Then they'd like,
I'm not gonna argue the pros and but I don't know what you're trying to position you want man to argue for, yeah. The pros and cons of why pedophiles should be treated fairly.
no, here it
Like
is. 1 second. I just remember what I was trying to make the point. And Ned, yeah, check this out. So,
yeah.
in my opinion, somebody that goes and defames and deflowers and does not respect the human rights of a young female, such as a child, right? Pedophiles could be young boys too. If you look at the Catholic Church, no shots fired. Emma Reggie. I'm just saying. But if that was the case, brother, yeah, in my opinion, when prison sentences are handed out and these people are serving their prison term, those human rights that they have defamed and not valued should not be applied to them. But really saying, yeah, these men, fuck that, bro. These men have never respected human rights in their life. That's my opinion, and they should not be given them rights in prison.
The thing is that we're a civilized society. We follow the rule of law. There are certain
You're a
levels
civilized
acceptable.
society, so you're civilized to nonsense. You're a gangster, bro.
Well, just let me. You asked me a question, and I'm answering it now. The thing is that we accept certain standards, and there are some things that the public as a whole will not accept. They won't capital punishment. You know, we don't hang or execute people guilty of heinous crimes. We don't torture people as we did in the past. We are a civilized society now. You know. The thing is that when you get somebody that attacks little children, you know, your instinct thinks that you want to do terrible things to them. You want to sort of, you know, do terrible things to them. But the thing is that ultimately we live in a society. Supposing somebody you accuse of child molestation, it turns out he wasn't guilty or she wasn't guilty. Then we've tortured to death or murdered somebody.
Whenever you're ready, bro. Whenever you're ready.
Go on in. Okay, that's my point.
All right. So first of all, nobody's talking about going in there blind on whispers and hearsay. I'm talking about actual graphical CCTV evidence, factual evidence where someone's done something. They've been convicted. I'm talking about. I'm not talking about hearsays. First of all, yeah, Ned.
Yeah.
I was talking about going through the system. Them men are convicted, but they're only getting 5 years. Coming out on the sex register, might be living next door to me, given a new identity. I can never know. Yes, am I correct, Ned?
And they don't know what to do with them. They don't know what to do with them.
Not yes or no, brother. Am I correct?
No, you're right. You're absolutely
Thank you.
right.
So
And
let
they
me
don't
carry
know
on.
what
So
to do
this
with
is
them.
my point, Ned. Yeah, this is the difference between your so-called civilized society, because you claimed a couple of times, numerous times in your statement that we are civilized society, we are a civilized society, we are a civilized society. You said it a few times. That's your definition. That's your definition of a civilized society. You know the village that I'm from, where I'm from, right? A definition of a civilized society is when a man is found to be convicted of doing that thing, is not to give him 5 years prison. I'm telling you now, we will do what God told us to do with him, man. That's what we do. Anyway, I'm not telling you to do that. I'm not telling you to do that. All I'm saying is that the punishment has to be more severe. Why is it, Ned, that I can go to a bank, right, rob a bank with a gun, not harm anybody. The gun could be like with full of blanks, right? And blanks are not going to kill no one. Yet I'm still going to get a higher sentence than a convicted pedophile in your quote unquote civilized society.
I think that's about property is more value than is of more value to society than human beings. Sadly, I
don't do that, please. Please don't do that, because what you just done there is you've rubbed over the fact that you called your society that you just talked about now. You said you're the civilized society, so don't do what you're doing now.
Well, I said we live in, you and I, all of us live in a civilized society. All of us.
No, under whose eyes and under whose guise and under whose,
it's not perfect.
You know?
That's why. You know why? Because it's not perfect, bro.
We do the best we can. We do the best we can.
It's not perfect, man. It's not a perfect system.
You lot don't do the best you can. All you do is become more PC by the fucking day, bro. That's all it is, bro. Let me tell you something, yeah? Let me tell you something about yourself, fam, yeah? Ned, yeah? This country was built upon...
Wait. Art, hold on. Just on that one point, yeah, it's becoming more PC by the day. It's stuff like PC, yeah, sort of like culture, that might even help people like our parents be able to settle in sort of places as well. You get me, lads?
Your parents,
it's good. There's pros and cons of it. You know what I mean?
But I'm not trying to talk about your parents right now, which is like time ago. I'm talking about now, present day, bro. But really, come on, bro. Stop caping for Ned, man. I think Ned's more than capable of defending himself. He sounds articulate, intelligent.
Ned always backed it for me, man.
I'm just saying, though, he sounds intelligent and articulate. So let him articulate.
And he buys my merchandise as well.
Yes, buy Veli's merchandise. Yeah, buy Veli's merchandise.
Big up Ned for that,
yeah? Yeah. Listen, the links below. Buy Veli's merchandise.
I don't know, man. You got a Muslim here. You lot been saying no Muslim come here. I come here now. You don't want to let me go for the let me chat to Ned, innit?
Okay, well, listen, Arts. The thing is that you and I, both of us, we both live in a civilized society, in my opinion. Both you and I. And that means that I know that there's things wrong. It ain't perfect, but but actually it's one of the most benign countries in the world, where we are all looked after, where the rule of law does have some power, and that means something. It's important. Don't take it for granted.
Right.
Don't.
So Ned, show me examples. Ned. Show me examples, Ned. Come on, Belly man. See, you're caping for him. You want to back him up more. You don't want to let me talk.
I just like singing, man. Sorry.
No, but I'm just saying, look here. He made a statement. I was trying to retaliate, but then you came in. But then you'd also say, look, there's rules on the panel for people. You're not. I see that. I see the rules are not scrolling right now. I see.
Yeah, man.
What was the point you were going to make, Hards? What was the point you was going to make?
Nah, I just, you know what it is, yeah. I just clocked here that when I come here, it's like them rules don't apply. The man don't give man. All right, cool. But listen,
Go on, we're listening. I'm listening to you. Go on, shoot me down in flames. Come on.
Say your last statement again, and I'll retaliate. Go on.
Right. I think that you and I, both of us. So it's not my society; it's our society. We live in a fair society where, actually, I would say that.
Society.
Sorry.
Whose society?
Our society. It's our society.
You see, like, how am I supposed to address points and remember the bullet points and the main things that I'm supposed to address when these kind of comedial acts are taking place within your statement, Ned? I'd love to know how I'm supposed to be capable of doing that.
Okay, look. The thing is I think that we live in a fair society, one of the most benign societies in the world, where you probably stand a better chance of getting justice than most other countries in the world. Okay,
right. So that's,
and I know that there are things that are wrong.
Because I want to address what you said.
Yeah, go.
Right.
Wait, hold on. I see free. I'm mute, man. Why are you typing?
Come on, Belly man. You see what I'm saying? This is the third time, bro.
But wait. I see free to the chat as well, and he's typing fair means white. You need to give us an explanation for that, bitch. You gonna challenge him on that, Ned, or what?
I want it. Sorry, what was it? I was waiting for his response, actually.
Fair means white. Fair means white. White.
I'm not sure that that's the case at all. I'm not sure that that's the case at all. Does fair mean white? Do you not get? Oh, is he gone? Has he gone? Has Ards gone?
Yeah, he dropped off. Monsieur, I see Frizzle. I see
Anti-X. Sorry, just what? Anti-X.
Hello,
1, 2, 3.
Yeah. Test it. One tree.
Let's look up fair.
Yeah, man. You there, yeah? Come on.
Fair.
Come on.
Well, there's a
fair. Treating people equally without favoritism or discrimination. Without cheating or trying to achieve unjust advantage.
I'm looking at paedophile sentencing, and there's a guy that was sentenced today.
Old English in the
18
senses
years.
Beautify and appear or become clean. Beautify. Fair also means to beautify. See, what does fair skin? Have you ever heard that term fair skin? What is fair? Anybody ever heard that before?
That usually applies to women, doesn't it? Usually applies to women.
Hold on. When you're saying fair skin, yeah, does that mean the same thing as actual fair, or is that a different meaning for fair?
I thought it was soft and female.
Wait. Hold on. So the original meaning of fair, like the honest meaning of fair
skin.
And then the fair skin.
So they usually say fair skin and dark skin.
No. But I'm asking you, I see.
Fair
when someone
seems
says
to be associated.
When someone says, let me finish the question. For you,
with
let me finish. Yeah? If
is that correct?
when you say fair, as in fair skin, yeah.
Yes.
Fair skin. Let's see if I can find. Where do people get the idea from? I can't find the Fair skin meaning
Good thing, bruv. But I'm going with this
Adjective.
fucking indicator on you.
fair
dumb.
skin.
You dumb
A person
fucking idiot.
of a
Move
person
out of the
having
way there.
pale
Fucking
or relatively pale skin
fucking idiot, bruv. You dumb.
and a yeah,
Bruv, you're
a
fucking
fair
knob, man.
skinned woman with
Fucking idiot.
blue eyes.
So I think something's happened
Adjective.
while Veli's driving. Veli's
This
driving. I think
Fair
fucking knob, man. Is it dumb?
skin.
I think
Fair
something
skin.
happened to Veli when he was driving. He's driving home. I think he almost.
Let's see.
Yeah, I think he almost bumped into somebody. I think he almost bumped into somebody there.
Collins Dictionary. Let's see. Collins Dictionary.
Why are you talking about fair skin, IC3? Are you okay, Veli?
Yeah. Some fucking donut, man. Is it guy trying? The brother's going round the wrong way on the fucking roundabout,
English.
yeah?
Adjective.
Instead
Having
of-
pale
Don't worry
skin,
about it, man.
pale complexion.
Why is this relevant?
Example, fair-skinned
that's
people who spend
yeah.
a great deal of time in the sun have the greatest
Hey,
skin
I
of
agree. When you're
greatest
saying
risk
fair,
of
it's
skin
fair.
cancer. That's
And when you're saying fair, is
Collins
it fair?
Dictionary. Let's see.
Is it the same thing? Is it the same thing? Because then it's a misconflict. It's a misconflict.
Where this idea came from.
You're mixing up the two words then because they sound
Fair
similar.
skin.
I don't know. Can
Yeah.
you hear me? Yo, can you hear me? You lot.
Yeah, no, we can hear you. I mean, we're
Yeah.
just all frightened you're going to have another accident. Actually.
What does fair skin mean? What does fair
Well, you're-
skin
you're-
mean?
you're
Fair
using
skin
fair.
is a risk factor for certain diseases. What does it actually mean?
IC3, Atticus is asking, can you hear anybody?
hear
Can you hear us?
What's
IC3,
this?
can you hear
Macy's
us?
Squires. What's this?
I don't think he can hear us.
Examples of fair skin in a. My back
Can you hear us?
burnt like
I
this.
don't think he
as
can.
I was not aware of
Type in
the
the private chat to him, man.
heat that was
Type in the private
directly
chat. Tell
on
him to
my
restart his
back,
jump
and
up and jump back.
also
Okay,
I
yeah,
have
okay, I'll tell him
very
that.
fair skin, meaning I burn easily.
I'll tell him.
Yeah, so we're trying to tell him, yeah, we're trying to ask him, like, when he's saying fair, as in fair skin, and fair, as in that, whatever the dictionary definition of fair, does that mean the same thing? I don't think it does. So, I don't know how man got fair and white to be the same thing still.
I'm telling him to jump out and jump back in. He's jumped out. He's going to jump back in.
Yeah.
Why are we talking about fair skin? And where did Ards go?
I don't know. He
didn't-
just, IC3 just brought it out, man. That was IC3's little side. Figured it. He said fair means white, you know, I was like, huh? Tell me why fair means white then. Because when you're saying, when he started saying about fair skin, I was like, I don't think that sort of fair and or that fair dictionary definition of someone being fair is the same thing. Check,
Yeah.
testing, IC3, can you hear us? Unmute your mic, Uncle man. Your mic's on mute.
IC3, can you hear
I'm
us?
back. I'm back. Oh,
Thank God
right,
for that. We were
I
all
was talking
worried.
to myself.
Yes.
I was talking to myself. Yeah. So I said, fair means white. Remember, first to white people. So being fair means being white. Play the white man. I don't know if anybody used to hear that shit. You know, if they used to say to me when I was younger, if they thought I was not doing something fair or not playing, they say, play the white man. Come on, mate, play the white man. So, so fair means white. Now, is there any evidence to back up such a statement? Is IC3 completely bang out of order by saying fair means white? Well, did you? Should I start this all again? Yeah. So, adjective. Just look up fair skin. Fair skin.
No, wait. Before you get into the skin meaning, yeah, read the dictionary definition of what fair means first of all. Like, to be fair.
Even-handed, equitable. No, he's gone again. Oh no, he's gone again.
Oh, am I on mute?
Yeah.
Okay. Right. What does it mean to be fair? Because IC3 says fair skin means white skin and fairness means whiteness. So can he substantiate such a wild claim? So let's see if there's any evidence out there to defend this wild claim. Right. So let's look up the word fair. Right. Treating people equally without favoritism or discrimination. Okay. 2, a hair or complexion, light blonde. Ooh.
So why are we talking about this? Why are we talking about this, ICT?
Well, I think somebody wanted to challenge me by saying fair means white.
Yeah, I wouldn't challenge you, yeah, because I'm saying that you've got the fair with skin, and fair as in being even-handed, like you just said there. You've got those mixed up because they're similar words.
Okay, watch. So the reason we're doing this, because I said fair, I wrote fair means white. So now I've been challenged to try and substantiate that. And I looked up the meaning fair. So fair as an adjective, 1, means treating people equally without favoritism or discrimination. 2, of hair or complexion, light blonde. That's the first meaning of fair. Adverb.
Wait, there was 2 meanings in that one thing, innit? So
exactly.
Read it again for us. Read it again for us.
Yeah. The first meaning as fair as an adjective means treating people equally without favoritism or discrimination. And 2, as an adjective, it means of hair.
Wait, hold on. So the second meaning is not the same meaning as the first meaning. So the second meaning as an adjective, is a different meaning from fair, treating people equally.
Yes. So the adjective, fair as an adjective, there's 1 and 2, those 2 that I've just read. Then there's an adverb, fair as an adverb. 1 means without cheating or trying to achieve unjust advantage. 2, to a high degree. That means you do something to a high degree.
But why is this relevant? Why are we talking about this? IC3?
We'll get there. We'll get there in a minute. We can get there in a minute.
Yeah, because like you already read there, yeah. Wait, you've already read there, yeah. Definition 1 and definition 2, yeah, and then
and there's more.
Definition 3, yeah. So that means there's 3 different meanings that you can use for fair, and then you've used definition.
There's more.
2,
That's right. There's more still.
Wait. But you've used definition 2 for your fair, and then tried to equate it for definition 1 and 3 as well when you're doing your fair. So that's why I'm saying.
Okay, I'm finished yet.
You're using the
I'm
same
finished
word.
yet. Yeah, I heard you. Yes. Okay. Oh yeah. So we're gonna go through all of it. Okay, and then I'm gonna come back. Okay. So that was an adjective. There was 2 for fair as an adjective, and there's another one for fair as an adverb. So there's 2 definitions for fair as an adverb, and the 2 definitions are without cheating or trying to achieve unjust advantage, and 2, to a high degree. It means to be fair, to do something to a high degree, right? So that's four definitions. Now, the other definition, number 5, is using fair as a noun. Yeah, as a noun, it means a beautiful woman.
That's what I'm trying to show you. That uncle,
that's number 5. No, we're gonna go through. No, wait a minute. I'm gonna go through all of them.
Without you going through all of them, don't you realize that you're conflating the word in for one word when it means loads of different words. So the way that when you're talking about fair means white, where when you're talking about fair skin or whatever, yeah, you could be right about that. But when you're talking about fair as in justice, fair means white as well. It's not the same meaning because it's not been given for that.
Yeah, and the origin of fair, just to finish off, is from the Old English, in senses to beautify, appear, or become clean. So.
What's up?
Okay.
Where is this going? Where's it going?
You're going to see where it's going in a minute. You're going to see where it's going in a minute.
Can you get there? Can you get there? What's going? We're going through with the definition of fair. Where's it going? What's the point?
You will see Trump will win fair and square.
There you go. You see, you have to bring a German on to give you the full weight of the word.
All right, so wait, hold on, I see free, yeah?
Trump
can win.
Trump can win fair.
So when you said fair means white, yeah? What definition of fair did you mean that means white? Which one of the definitions was you talking about of fair meaning white?
Oh, I think when I used the word fair means white, it's a combination of the adjective number 2 and the adjective number 2, let's see, which said of hair or complexion light and blonde, light blonde, and then fair also means number 5, beautiful. Yeah. And there, yeah. So when somebody says you got to be fair, I associate it with
Legolas on the left of the picture.
There's nothing lighter.
I remember people saying, "Let's play the white man." They used to say when we're playing, they used to say, "Look, play the white man."
Yeah, but
which meant play fair. Or play by the rules.
That's what you might call a fair complexion, is it not? By your definition.
That's what I'm trying to say. When you was giving your definitions of what you think you was using the word fair for, yeah, you was using it for the definitions of skin tone. But then the last one, when you said fair, play fair, and all this other stuff, yeah, you're using it for rules. So don't you see that you're mixing up the two things?
Yeah, because all of it comes from the root word. All of it, if you just go to the root word, which is in the Old English, by the way, English. So, so that's the old root, and the old root word from the English definition, Middle English.
So
yeah, it's Old English. Yeah. Old English in the senses of beautify and appear or become clean.
So what's your point?
Well, when you use the word fair, were you using it, gathering all these multiple aspects of the word? Because I believe all aspects of the word, all the different definitions, are somehow aspects of the root word, and always have been used as such. They're aspects of the root word, which is English, and to mean to beautify and to.
I mean, I would go even farther.
Look at this. One second. Before we go to the German as well, look at this. Old English figure pleasing, attractive, of Germanic origin, related to the Old High German
It's the
Faghaar.
Germans' fault again.
There it there it is. So it's
Oh, listen, man, you
definitely
just confused yourself, man.
Saxon
When
or
you're going
Germanic
too
and
far,
English.
we're trying to twist the same
Oh,
words to
to
make it
go
fit
too
the way it
far?
is, bro. Yeah, man. Why don't you just say that you just got yourself confused instead, man? Because it's like, man are just using the meaning of being fair and even, yeah? When you read out the 10 different definitions, and then you said, I asked you which one of the definitions are you using, you used the skin tone one, and then at the end, when you gave your
All of
final
them
definition,
together.
you used...
All of them together.
No. Now you're saying all of them together, yeah? But when I first asked you, yeah, first of all, you didn't. You said the second one, and the fifth one that was talking about the beautiful, the blonde, and the second one that was talking about fair, as in tone or complexion or something like that. Yeah. But
And
now you're
justice.
saying all the...
Yeah, and if you're reading something like The Lord of the Rings and they use like a kind of heightened romantic language, they will actually use the word like fair, you know, to actually
but
sort of, she was a
what?
fair maiden. If you look
Yes.
at some
So when
poets,
right.
But
So
this
when
all
they're
started
saying a
from
fair
you.
maiden, yeah, is that
It all
how
started from you.
are
You said
spelling it?
fair.
So
You
but
you was
bro,
referring
listen,
to the Trump election,
listen.
and you used the
So
word
when
fair.
you're saying fair, so when you're paying a fare, does that mean white as well?
No, it's different fair.
So that's what I'm trying to say, bro.
F-A-I-R.
See, that's what I'm
F-A-I-R.
trying to.
Fair.
That's
Yeah.
what I'm trying to say, bro. Like, but even though it's spelt the same way, it's used in two different ways, though. So
Okay,
it's
let's
used
look at that.
as
Let's
in
look
when
at
they're
that
being
there as well.
even, and then but you just read it out though. When you said about the fair skin and the fair this, that, and the other, that didn't have nothing to do with being even or nothing like that.
Look.
It was just
The
the same
word.
meaning.
Yeah, the words. Yes, they've broken down. They've broken down all the specific meanings, but if you go back to the root of the word, you know the same word can be used in different ways to focus on different issues. But the root of the word, the overall meaning of the word, you can all disagree with me if you like, but it means to be just, to be to be beautiful, to all the good things. And if
but
you
it
just go
has
to the opposite of fair would be dark, wouldn't it be? Dirty and untrustworthy and all the opposites of fair, unjust, cheating.
Yes,
Like a
it's
black devil.
in
Wait, hold
Germany.
on.
Yeah.
Now read out unjust, yeah? Read the dictionary definition for unjust, yeah? Because it's like you just want to mix up words with other
Yeah,
words, yeah, just to make it sound good, yeah. But you can't do that, bro. We need to be honest when we're doing these comparisons. If we compare the words honestly and we find the link between them, then that's when we say, yeah, the link's there. We don't just make it up, bro. We can't do that, bro. We need to do it real. We need to do it with actual facts, not with just hand, nan, ban, now it rhymes, it's all the same. We can't do that, man. We have to do it properly, bro. So read out the definition of what unjust means, yeah? If it has anything to do with race in unjust, yeah, you may have a point in what you're talking about. If it don't have, then you gotta let it go, man.
yeah.
You have to let it go, man.
Yeah.
Some of these things that you have to let go with some of these other things, man. And let's go for the factual points, innit? Instead of the airy fairy bits, what we got to hope and pray for, and let's forget all that, man. Let's work with actual plans and reality.
Because I'm looking at antonyms of fair, and the one that they've got here is foul. The opposite of fair is foul. And that, I don't think that has any sort of racial connotations or darker connotations, or foul is just the opposite of fair. It like fair and foul is fair. That's a line from Shakespeare. And what it's talking about is that you've got like a sunny day, and then you've got like a really
what is the opposite?
rainy
What is
day.
the opposite of fair? Fair complexion. What is the opposite of fair complexion? What is the opposite of fair as in justice?
As in justice, yeah. What was the opposite of fair as injustice? You just gave it. It was unjust, innit? Yeah. So
Yeah,
when he was
unjust.
unjust,
yeah.
or whatever. Stuff like that, yeah?
Unfair.
But when you read unfair, or whatever, yeah?
Unfair.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
Okay. Yeah.
And there's no sort of racial connotation to that.
I can make a screen share. That
Go on,
probably
then.
helps.
Yeah, because I know people. As soon as I put that fair means white, I knew everybody would kick up, would take me to pieces. I knew that was coming, but I thought, yeah,
if
put
you
it
look
in
at
there.
if you look at antonyms,
Okay.
the thing
Okay.
is,
Let's.
they really
bro,
are.
listen. With all these little, this word means this, that, and the other. Yeah. At the end of the day, yeah, it's all just made up anyway, bro. Like humans have made up words and meanings to different words and different feelings and giving it different labels. So it's not no magic spell or nothing. If fair means white or so what? It don't mean that a flipping white person is better than you just because they're flipping just born white. Are you stupid? Do you know how much there is?
Yeah, but the
how
word
much
was
different people
used.
born in your different positions in your.
Yeah. Go on, Elronda. Go on, Elronda. Go on.
Yeah, when it comes to foul, here, at least on this website, it's been described of light complexion.
Yeah, go on.
Or color, or fair eyes.
Thank you.
Not dusky or swallow.
Thank you.
But
there
I would,
go.
Yeah, I would first start with the color white. Yeah, with the color white and black. That most people all around the world basically have this concept of color. Light stands for white stands for light, the enlightenment, brightness,
yes,
and so on, and dark. Yeah, it is like that.
Shut up,
shut up.
You know, you're embracing the sun with the light, right? And with light, with light, and as soon and people are afraid of the dark. That's just
there you go.
But it's totally, you know,
fucking nutcase.
You see, when
how can you make? You can't just think, bruv. You man are living in some Euro Disney fairy shit. Bruv. I don't know what you're talking about, bud.
You don't know.
I know it's true.
You don't know the half of it. These two are spending all day, every day on live streams together. The two of them are on live streams together all the time. They're just feeding off of each other.
So are you afraid? Are you afraid to accept that?
Yeah, he is, because everyone is equal and there shouldn't be such a concept.
There you go. You see?
No, you are both perverting the meaning of the words.
But you use the word.
You are both perverting the meaning of the words.
Wait. You're
Look at the
making
dictionary.
stuff up now, yeah? Because I literally just said, yeah, that you can try and run about with your magic spells and whatever, yeah? But humans have made up words, yeah, to give different and label different feelings, whatever they think. So it's all just made up anyway. It's all just humans labeling different words to mean this and the other. So you can make up a dictionary and say white means flipping God and high and mighty and so and so. It don't mean shit. You know.
Okay.
It doesn't mean nothing, bro.
All right. What is the acceptable definition of fair? What is the main gist of that word?
Yeah, the root word
read fair and unfair, yeah. Because I don't know why.
Okay.
I don't know. Read the actual real definition of it. Yeah, don't search for your one-off.
Go on.
As IC3 was saying before, the root word is the old English word fagger, pleasing to the sight of person and body features, also object, places, etc. Beautiful, handsome, attractive. Of weather bright, that might be also a reflection of clear, pleasant, and clear is always when you go back to the color again. What you say, every mother tells you, be aware of when you wear a white shirt. Okay, it gets dirty very quick. Okay, so it is just logical in my
what
opinion.
Did that have to do with clear?
Keep going. Let him finish.
Yeah.
Let him finish.
Clear, pleasant, not rainy.
Listen, man.
Also in Old English, morally good. That is
There you
basically
go.
that
Morally
refers to
Morally
probably
good.
yeah,
There you go.
it's the Aryan
Whoa.
concept, right?
There
This
you
higher
go.
morality, but this
Thank
is
you.
is
Whoa,
also a
whoa, I
concept
don't know.
The Aryans
that
come from
There it
Iran,
is.
bro. You're in Germany, bro. Sorry, man. Stop trying to get me. Aryans, man.
He's
They come from
he's
they
reading
come
the
from Middle
English.
East, bro.
He's reading
Arab,
the
man.
English.
no,
English
but I
definition.
think when
claiming
it
them, man.
comes
That's
to
that and
morally
fancying them.
good, right? And the combination of white skin, for example, right?
We
It
want
is not
Aryan.
it's
Oh.
not
There you go.
in here,
Yeah,
but
you two
for
are
example,
made for each
when
other, aren't you? You are
when
both made for each other.
Exactly. Exactly.
when
That's why I was trying to tell you from the start.
You are
Just
an echo
listen,
chamber.
guys,
You are
listen.
bouncing off of each
I
other.
just
I'm giving you a
trying to make
history
stuff fit
lesson
for what
here.
we believe in, yeah? You can't do that, bro. Yeah, that's why people don't. This is why, yeah, serious people
Oh my
don't
God.
rock with beliefs
People
and all them
fighting.
sort of things there because you got to make stuff up to make it fit, yeah, instead of just rolling with the truth, bro. The serious dons, yeah, roll with just whatever the truth says, innit? Yeah, so if it's true, yeah, well, I will have to accept it, innit? If it's not true, then I ain't accepting
Etymology.
no made up bullshit that you're just making up on the spot just to make yourself feel good. Fuck off, man. Keep
Fair
your made up.
etymology.
Let me
I
give
can make
you
up stuff as well.
a history lesson here. When it comes to lighter skin and the fair concept, of course, in the Middle Ages, for example,
It's
you have the
Germanic, old
kings
Germanic.
and queens and
Middle Age.
everything like this, right? And they were
You know
more
what I noticed? Yeah,
indoors,
wait,
so
hold
it
on,
was
hold on,
also a
hold on.
sign
When you're
for
going back in history, how come you're only going back to the Middle Ages? You know, why is it called the Middle Ages? It ain't called the start or the beginning or nothing like
okay.
that.
Yeah, we can also
So
go
why are you
with
going back
that.
to the Middle Ages?
We can also
Why?
go with that.
Yeah.
There's biological proof that, for example, men are 15% darker than their female opposites, right, in skin tone. So what
what does that mean?
from a biological perspective, I would say men are more attracted to lighter skinned women because it represents basically the old hunter-gatherers times, right? The woman when we are still what is the word, Neanderthals or something like this, right? The men were out there going hunting, of course, have more being out in the sun, and the women were in the cages, right, and taking care of the children and everything like this. So that might be a sign. I can't prove it, but that might be a sign why we are more attracted to light-skinned women, because that's a sign that a woman fulfills her duties. That could be one.
There is an element of Atticus. There is an element of truth in that. In Europe at the time of the Tudors, it was a sign of wealth. If people
Yes.
in this country, if you were poor, you worked in the fields, you had a suntan. If you were rich, you could spend time in day. You didn't have to work in the fields. And so
There you go. That's right.
whiting is no, but that was like 500 years
That's in
ago.
Europe.
I mean,
Didn't you just hear what
yeah,
he said?
yeah,
He said in Europe.
500
In
years
Europe,
ago.
yes, correct.
But there is an
Yeah,
element
but
of truth.
the
There is an
world
element of
ain't
truth
Europe,
in that.
bro.
Let him
500
finish, let
years
him
ago.
The
finish.
world ain't Europe.
Yeah, 500 years ago.
Obviously,
But we've
listen.
changed.
If a European guy, yeah, is proud of European beauty standards, there's nothing wrong with that, yeah. Man should be proud of that or whatever, yeah. But obviously, his beauty standards ain't going to be the same for every single other person in the world. What are you talking about, man?
They
Come on,
yeah, they
I'm not
changed.
saying that.
But look, it's the same. I tell you what.
Unless they've been dominated, by that.
Well, except
standards.
that sometimes it's like a sign of affluence, like if you wear rich clothes. I understand that in some societies, fat people are looked upon as being very desirable because it shows that they're rich enough to actually eat lots and lots and lots, when there's not lots of food around. That sometimes it's a sign of wealth and affluence. So in the same way, if you have a really white complexion, in 500 years ago, not now, but 500 years ago, it could have been a sign that you spent time indoors. You were rich enough not to have to work out in the fields. Now that's not a value that we hold today, but it was a
Are you sure?
kind of fashion. It's a kind of fashion from. Well, no, it's the opposite now. Don't people want a tan? Isn't it the opposite now? People that have white skin, they're looked upon as being pale and like sort of sallow, and they're not desirable. People with a nice healthy tan, aren't they beautiful?
Are you sure? Is that,
well, just look at any fashion magazine.
The white world, is that true?
Yeah, look at any fashion magazine. Look at the President of the United States, orange man. Why is he wearing orange skin? Because he wants to actually have a tan.
He likes the series Simpsons. But anyway, here from morally good, that is the basically the historical thing. Morally good, okay. The king was basically the ideal man, right? This was the man, or also the queen, that people looked up to what's morally good, as well as the priests. Okay, the priests also were mostly indoors in their churches and everything like this. So they were looking up to these people. So this is also where the concept of morally good comes from, as well as, I would say, a biological cause from a European perspective, because when you lie, for example, right? Then most Europeans will blush when they lie. Darker skinned people, you can't recognize that physic change of skin color when they're lying. So this is also combined with morally good, right? So it's perfectly understandable. Oh, can you blush, Belly?
Fuck right, man.
No, and even AI is agreeing with me. You know that reports about some black people are getting pissed off because the AI can't make the photos and they don't recognize the face or something. No, it's true, but it's true.
Bro, it's like, bro, listen, yeah? So you've kept on reading about this fair thing, yeah? You've not read anything about unfair, unjust, or anything.
Yeah, let's go into that.
To any other race stuff or whatever, yeah? You're just making stuff up to make it fit like it's flipping Lord of the Rings, bro. This is not Lord of the Rings, bro. It's an actual movie, fam. Yeah, that's not real life, cuz. You know what I mean? You don't live in Lord of the Rings, cuz. Like,
well, yeah.
You're here today, cuz.
Yeah,
and for example, we have these.
Hey, wait, hold on. Yeah, it's Rondo. It's up to you what level you get to. Are you willing to put the work in to get to the next level?
What do you mean?
Whatever you're trying to achieve, are you willing to put the work in to get to the next level?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, well, you don't need to keep telling me about this. White means brilliant and blah blah blah. Black means shit and so and so. But I don't give a shit what you think, bro. You ain't got to make stuff up, cuz. If you come with some actual real facts, yeah, then man might hear it, bro. But you ain't got to like make up no. You get me, fam?
Look, it's mostly a discussion within Europeans, right? From historical perspective.
I am somebody.
Look at. Do you know the novel Tom Sawyer, for example? No. Tom Sawyer.
I've heard of Tom Sawyer.
That boy.
Lots of offensive words in it.
Yeah. And he was always out there, right, in the woods, and his clothes were then damaged and everything like this, his skin full of mud and everything like this. So he was not, for example, what was it here? Not suitable and agreeable, but he wasn't like the nobility back in that time, always looking at when they're going out, be clean and everything like this. They're also, when it comes to Europeans, what you might, especially when the children goes into the youth, right? Their skin is, when they have puberty, it gets, when it's not clean, the skin, they got complexions of redness and everything like this. So it's unclean, is a sign of unclean skin, for example, by the Europeans. So it's for the Europeans, it's a biological logical. It makes logical sense to attribute that to their skin complexion, right? It's mostly a discussion between the Europeans, and then of course it changes in the 1960s or something, right? Where all the empires has been gone and everything like this. Then it switches. Yeah, it switches over time. Some aspects of that. For example, now it's a sign of being an incel if you are very white skin, right? Because you're just living indoors and
because
you
meanings
are.
change over time. It's really interesting because if you actually look at your picture there of Legolas, right? It's Elizabeth I used to actually make her skin white, and she used to they painted her veins blue. And the reason for that was that they wanted her to appear translucent, almost like a fairy, that you could actually see through her.
Painted her veins blue?
Yes, on her face. They painted.
Are you sure?
Oh, yeah.
I have seen white people and their veins on their face look blue, right by the temples. Blue. Don't need any painting. I've seen blue.
No, but she used to actually. Yes. You're probably right. I'm not disputing that.
Right.
I agree, but I'm not disputing that. But she actually used to. It was known. She was known for it. They actually used to paint the veins on her face blue, because in the hope
that the small one, the little one.
Yeah, the side of her face where her temple is, where just above the eye.
I'm saying is that the small queen? Remember, there was a queen that was like
Elizabeth
really
I. Elizabeth I. The time of Shakespeare.
Yeah, there's also
Henry VIII's daughter.
Let me.
So she appeared like a fairy.
If you're more indoors as a European, white skin man or woman, okay, then you will see the veins more often, and especially when you're the nobility of the Middle Ages, you eating from spoons out of silver, because silver has the effect of showing your veins more. It expresses your veins more. That's why the nobility, it highlights them more. That's why the nobility was often called blue bloods, right?
Concepts. This is like religion.
No, but that stands for.
Wait. Let me say this.
And
this is dumb, yeah. This is stupid, like religion, yeah. Because man is saying, yeah, that I want to see my veins and see how blue I am, to see how better I am. No hard work. No, I've achieved this, or no testing, sort of this, that, and the other. No, do you know what I'm saying? Like, no career.
Yeah, but that makes sense. Let me quickly explain. It makes sense to attribute that to wisdom and nobility, because the nobility has had the time, because they were not working on the fields. Okay, they can back in the days educate themselves. And as well as now, if you look at the geeks, right, they are almost every time indoors. They are achieving wisdom, doing thinking stuff. These people are more indoors than the average worker, okay? So you will see this is a normal conception of achieving wisdom, to be more fair-skinned.
We all do that. We all pray to fashion to try and actually show the image that we want to show. I think all of us do that.
No. I'm saying there that the way that man is looking at it, like it's a religion, yeah. I have to have my veins showing and all this sort of shit. I'm gonna eat from fucking a silver spoon to make my veins pop out the side of my head, so you can see how flipping.
But we all do that. We all do stuff like that, don't we?
Who?
You have your version of that. I have my version of that. We all do weird stuff like that to actually appear the way that we want. We do stuff to actually send out messages to other people. Let's say like a teacher wears a tweed jacket to actually appear teacherly. You know what I mean? A doctor will wear a doctor will wear a pair of glasses because it gives them added sort of gravitas. You know?
Huh? What? Doctor? Wait. Hold on.
There you go. That's right. That's right.
Wait, no.
He's correct. He's right.
Wait, no. You're not capable for me, and I'm not accepting that one either. A doctor is just wearing a pair of glasses. Just
Okay,
smart.
leave. Okay,
He's-
bad
No,
example.
white
I'm not
coat.
accepting that one, Ned. No,
Okay,
I'm not having that.
okay.
Wear white coat. They don't wear black coat in the
Yeah, because
laboratory.
it's part
No
of the
black
uniform.
coats in the
Because
no
it's
black,
uniform.
no dark.
Uniform. If the uniform was black,
Yeah,
then they
white
wear black
uniform.
coats.
Of course,
Okay,
because it's
that's
white.
correct.
Because it's
But
fair.
let me
Don't
give
you
Valley
buy- don't
another.
you buy a nice car.
You, man.
Don't you
Yeah,
buy a
I
nice
don't know why
car
you are doing
to
this
make
fairy tale reaching, man.
Don't
You lot are
you?
crazy.
Don't you drive a nice
Let
car?
let
to
me
show how
lighten
well-
up the
Please, come on,
conversation.
come on. You've talked a lot, Elrod.
because-
Let somebody else take. Come on.
Yeah,
come
I'm
on.
here. I'm here.
Okay. Listen, don't
I'm
you
here.
drive a nice car to show how well you're doing? Don't you do stuff
No,
like
my
that?
car's shit. Oh, shit car.
Yeah, you drive a nice car, and then if you get
And
a
I'm
white
poor as well.
woman,
That's why I'm.
if you get a fair woman
I
to
got
go
a
with
shit
the nice car,
and I'm poor.
then
That's
you're
why I'm
really
asking
doing
people
things.
to buy
If you
my
get a fair
merch.
woman
Yeah?
to go with the
Donate
white
to my PayPal.
car,
You hear me? And all
Buy
them sort of
Valley's-
things there. That's why I'm
buy
asking
Valley's
people to do
merch.
that. That's why I'm crying about
Yeah.
my channel not being monetized no more.
Yeah, he's
You know
been
what I'm saying?
four.
That?
He's
Because
got
I'm
4
poor.
children,
I need.
and he's been striked. So buy his.
You know what I mean? And I've been
buy his
striked
stuff.
as well. You know what I mean? I've got
What's
Yeah.
what's happened?
2 weeks,
What's
He
happened?
got striked
2 weeks
today.
no pay.
Oh, did
I
he?
got
Who?
strike on my
Which-
other channel, man.
About
Yeah.
for what though? Does it say what?
No, yeah, because Dave showed a video yesterday of I obviously went on purpose in it, yeah, but Dave was showing a video of the
Oh, I
that
saw
terror
that.
attack.
Yeah,
Was
yeah,
that
yeah,
terror
yeah,
attack?
yeah.
Yeah,
They
it was
got
on
a
Twitter.
strike.
The video was on Twitter, and then
Yeah.
And now Valley's got to give one of
So-
his children away. Haven't you? Is that right?
nah,
Because
you know what
you've
I mean?
lost your,
I've got to sell my own clothes before I sell my children. You know what I mean?
So I'm sure you could appeal it because they'll probably give you an option to delete that bit or the. I don't know how it works to finish you, but
Yeah,
I did-
I'll appeal it.
yeah.
But,
Now let me represent the other side of that argument, okay? to make Valley a bit more happy here. So
Wow,
of course you have also the biological fact that you are more healthy as a European when you are more exposed to the sun, right? Then you become more tanned, and that is also a sign of being healthy, right?
Yeah,
So
what is the conversation? Sorry,
especially-
what's the conversation so everyone can get in? Because I don't know what you're not talking
right.
about.
What, let,
Lord
me, let,
only
me tell,
knows.
let me tell you, wait. Let me
Heaven
tell you
knows.
quickly,
Nobody
yeah?
else knows.
And then, wait, hold on. Let me tell you quickly, yeah, because I
you
actually
do
remember.
though.
Yeah.
Be
You lot
fair,
don't remember
be
because
fair.
wait,
Play
hold
the
on.
white
Let
man.
me tell you quickly, yeah,
Play the white
because
man.
you lot are trying to twist it, yeah.
Let him explain
I'm gonna
it, let him
tell you the
explain
truth,
it.
Raj, yeah, and Banksy, yeah. Listen, yeah.
Oh, Banks
First
is there
of
as well,
all,
yeah.
yeah.
As
We were
soon as
talking
I
about
want to
something
say
totally
something
different, yeah?
positive about
Wait, hold
darker
on.
One at
skin,
a time.
Elwin, I'm gonna let you finish, yeah. Elwin, I'm gonna let you finish, yeah. But big up Raj, big up Banksy, yeah, the building, yeah. So let me tell you what happened, yeah. We was talking, me and Ned, yeah, was chatting some bullshit about something else, yeah. And then IC3 just typed in the comment, fair means white, yeah. So I was like, what do you mean fair means white? Yeah. So then, yeah, this has been the discussion from then on. Yeah.
3 hours
need-
later.
we need- Yeah. So we're right now, yeah, I'm trying to get IC3, yeah, to show us why fair means white, yeah, and what definition of fairy means, yeah, because there was like 5 different definitions of fair, yeah. So then he picked 2, yeah, definition 2 and definition 5, yeah, which had something to do with skin color and complexion, yeah. And then he went, sorry, yeah.
Yeah, but what's the
pardon me,
point?
yeah.
There's
Now,
no
what's the-
point. There never is a point.
There ain't no point, yeah. Anyway, yeah. But
Yeah,
I'm
it's
telling
not
you
a
what it
point.
is, yeah.
There
Alright.
is a
There ain't no
point.
bloody point, yeah. But I'm gonna tell you how.
There is
What's the point? What's the argument about?
There
What are you
ain't no
trying to
point.
do?
Right.
I tell you
we
how the
haven't gone
conversation went.
into that.
Didn't you hear me?
We haven't gone
There ain't no
into
blood
that.
clot point, man. I told you how it went though. There ain't the point. I already told you what it was at the start. That he's fair
No,
and white, yeah. But then, yeah, when he gave his definition of fair, yeah, he gave it as in someone being just and honest or whatever, and saying that still means white, yeah. So now
Oh
we're-
no, not one of these things. Oh no, I know what's going on.
now
Black
the
words,
argument-
dark words that connotation to black are negative,
And
and
then-
words according to
that's
white
what I
are
was trying to
positive.
say.
All right, okay.
That's right. Yeah. You got it.
The opposite word to fair is, we need to read the definition of that out so we can see if that has anything to do with race, yeah? And then you may have a point in what you was talking about. If not, then you have to let it go and leave that fair
Veli,
means white or whatever.
Veli, can I
Look,
explain this to you?
that
I
is
can
the
explain it
crazy
to you
thing,
in
right?
in
I
an
agree more
analogy.
with some aspect that the left is putting out there than those
Oh,
liberals.
bloody
Like
hell,
what
left
is
guy,
his name again?
Yeah,
That dude here.
Veli,
What? Yeah,
I
go
can, I
Sleepy
can, I
Joe.
can, I can explain
That's-
this whole thing for you in a very simple analogy, and sort of a sort of a game really. You see what it is, Veli. What you don't realize is you take the game of snooker or pool for example. See, that's racial, man, because the white ball dominates the whole table. It
yeah.
kicks the shit out of the red ball. It kicks the shit out of the
That's
yellow
right.
ball,
You
and the game
got
is
it.
over when
Yes,
the white
Banksy.
ball
hell,
drives the
Yeah.
black ball
Preach,
clean off the
preach.
table.
Yes, Banksy. Amen.
That's
Yeah.
that's
Yeah,
how
but
they
you
bring
use the
in
brown
these
shoes
racial
Yes,
things
to hit
into
the
Banksy.
your
ball.
world.
Amen.
Well, to me,
Amen.
What
So,
colour?
but guess
Load of
again,
Wait.
but brown
What
is
colour
before the
is
black
the
though.
tip on the cue?
No,
Wait,
no, it's not.
Banksy. You know the
Yes,
cue, yeah, that all
Banksy.
the snooker players use, yeah, to control the white ball, yeah? What colour's the tip on the cue?
We
What
have
color
to
is it
ban
on the? Well, it
snooker
can be
and
green. It can
billiard.
be blue. But what
Natural,
you got to
natural
realize
colour is
also, the
black.
table, the
Underneath it,
color of the table is usually
underneath the chalk.
green.
It's
Huh?
Underneath the chalk, what colour is it?
What do you mean underneath the chalk? No, the tip. I mean, as I say, it's usually. I mean, the tip is made out of leather, but it's usually,
Black.
initially, it's not.
Black
No,
tip,
it can
yeah?
be brown. It's not really black.
A black
Oh, we're
tip.
running things. We're running things. The
So that
brown.
means, so that means, so what do you think about
Oh,
that?
so
I
you're
can see
saying
the tip
that the
on
black tip is what's penetrating the white ball on a regular basis. It keeps smacking into it.
Yeah, but the actual cue,
pushes it
is
around.
brown.
It's smacking
But the
into
cue is
white
brown
ball
though.
and bullying everything on the pool table, and allows the white ball to do its job.
I'm with you.
So I want to
but
ask
we don't-
Banksy what he thinks about that.
It's the
Yeah, but
black
you need
tip
the-
and the
oh,
brown stick that is
What-
constantly
and the brown
being shoved into the white ball.
Yeah, true.
Oh,
So can I?
mate.
So
But
Veli,
Banksy,
can I just,
if you
can I-
achieve that to go mainstream
weird.
on the left,
This is
then
not
I'm
really
very
weird.
proud of you. This
Can
would
I-
be great. Imagine the left going out there. We have to change the rules of snooker and billiard because it's racist. That would be epic, man.
They will do that. Yeah, they're gonna do that.
Say,
Can
I'm
I
telling you,
just
man. I'm telling you, it's
hold on,
all
one
racial.
minute. Can I just say one thing? There is one of the big themes in India. It is actually called Fair and Lovely, to lighten people's skin. It's called Fair and Lovely,
Thank you.
both
That's
men
it.
and women. And
Tell 'em.
it is the word
Tell 'em.
fair is equated to light skin in India.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Tell 'em.
that's definitely true.
Is
There you
what?
go. Tell
It's,
him again.
the word fair, is equated to light. So there's a
Yeah, I
big,
never said it wasn't. We never said
Yeah.
it wasn't.
so what's the
Yeah,
argument
he
then?
gave five. Listen. He gave 5 definitions, yeah, of
Yeah.
what it was, yeah. I picked 2, yeah, which equated to skin color, yeah. But then, when gave his last definition, said fair as in justice means white, yeah. So that's where the argument was.
All right.
Yeah, and I want
Yeah,
to
so
make a point for,
go.
for the darker complexions here. You see, and anthropologists, most
Wow,
of the
listen,
things I was
This is how
saying
you
to
know we
trigger
fucked up
you,
now.
right?
Aaron Dor is talking for the black race.
Oh
Yeah, but now here I'm doing some
me
advocacy
mute up.
for darker skinned people here. Anthropologists have discovered that female skin is usually 50% paler than male skin within the same ethnic group. And according to Canadian study, men prefer women with lighter skin. My explanation for that is because they're mostly indoors, right? Having the care values and everything like this. And women going out there are more like the party people, right? You don't want a woman like that. Whereas women tend to prefer men with darker skin than their own. That's because when men are going, let's say today, even in today's society, are doing the hard work, they are more exposed to the sun, and that is normally they are stronger, right, than these educational type of people, these geeks and so on. They can protect the woman. So yeah, it makes total even on a biological from a biology perspective, it makes totally sense.
Geek lives matter, man. I've seen a lot of this to the geeks, man. Come on, guys, come on.
Yeah,
Leave
but
us
this is
alone. Leave us
mostly,
alone, man. Leave us
yeah.
alone.
So I think we covered everything. So
I have met people that are so white.
Well done, Elro, man.
I have actually met people that are so white. There's a guy called James that used to go speak at school, not James SC. There was a time that the light was hitting him, and I'm not joking. I could literally see through his skin there, blue vein, bloody pumping. He was like, no. I swear to God, I told him that. No, I told him that. I said, dude, you're translucent. I could see your veins. They were literally, I could see the blood pumping. It was crazy.
Are you talking about James?
Yeah, James, little James. Yeah. No, little James. Yeah.
Oh shit!
It was a really sunny day, so the sun. He was standing behind the sun. So they were. It was. The sun was hitting him, and so it was hitting the side of the face, and I could see all the blood coming around his head and all that. Like it was crazy. It was mad. I even told him. I said, "Dude, I can see through you, man. You're so white. I can see through you." Crazy. Yeah. But there is some truth to it. What? So when? How long is your ban for on your main channel?
2 weeks, man.
Whoa! I'm pretty sure you can get it appealed. I'm pretty sure. Oh, that video earlier of that girl. You put it up on your channel. The one that was gonna be kidnapped. I heard they found the guy.
Yeah.
Some crazy stuff, man. That's scary, man. I'll tell you that now, man.
Crazy, isn't it, man?
Imagine if that woman wasn't so. I'd like to see the video before, like how she spotted the guy, and what was going on before that for her to follow him. You must be doing something crazy.
Her daughter spotted him out the window.
Yeah.
The child saw out the window that the boy had his arm around, or the man had his arm around the young girl, but had his hand around her mouth.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to walk her down wherever they was trying to walk her to.
She took an amazing risk, that woman. She deserves a medal. It's to actually sort of going down that alleyway on her own.
Yeah. Scary,
that could have really gotten bad. That could have. If that bloke had turned on her, you know.
Yeah, but this is a thing though. Like,
very brave woman.
What do you do in those kind of scenarios where you have somebody that's so vulnerable? Do you think about your own safety, or do you think about the? Because if she let the guy go and then he did that and the guy dies, there is a chance that he could go out and then kill her kid in the future. Do you understand? Like, you got to think of the future repercussions.
Isn't that one of those things that's like fight or flight, that people just don't know what they're doing in those circumstances? Some people will fight, other people will flight, other people will run away. Isn't it? And you just don't know which side you'll fall.
Yeah, and I've seen it with my own eyes. Like I said, like obviously I'm gonna like big myself up by being a saint, saint soldier. But across the road from me, a woman was getting beaten up, and everyone was just walking away, like walking past it. And I'm the one that had to stop him, and I had to go to court afterwards. So some people will just go into their own zone and just like, okay, it's none of my business. Don't want to get involved, and just walk past it. Yeah, so it does happen. Obviously, I jumped in and saved the day. I saved the day. Yeah,
like Wonder Woman, yeah.
Yeah, Wonder Woman. Yeah, all the K-pop, the whole thing, man. Yeah.
It'd be interesting to know. It'd be interesting to know what she was thinking, because you may actually find that she just didn't think about that. She just saw the girl in trouble and just thought she's going to stop this.
Wonder Woman when he saved the woman that was getting attacked.
Yeah, me. I'm the Wonder Woman. Yeah, I was like, running down the street.
Really, Raj? You're Wonder Woman? You're gonna hold on to that one?
I don't mind.
Claim that title.
Yeah, I'm drawing Wonder Woman. I'm in touch with my feminist.
Not looking at Batman or Superman.
I haven't
Wonder
seen
Woman.
that
That's
video.
the one you picked, huh?
Has anyone the link of the video, or can show it here?
Which
It's
one?
on it's on Television. If you go onto his he's posted
It's just because I'm actually drawing Wonder Woman that I'm kind of more.
I see.
More in my kind of feminine side.
That makes so much sense. That's the feminism is growing within you.
Otherwise, I would be Robocop, more like Robocop.
The feminism is strong in Raj.
Yeah, the hormones are running running
wild.
He's feeling very hormonal.
Whatever makes me do the job, that's it. If I'm gonna be Wonder Woman, I'll be Wonder Woman. If I have to be Superman, it doesn't matter.
Well, more importantly,
I've seen a posting
wear
of
the
that.
headdress and the makeup.
Yeah, I've seen a posting of
anything for you, Banksy. Anything
and the girdle.
Whatever you want, man. I'm there for you. I'm there for you. All right, I'll meet you up once I got everything on, man. We'll arrange a time. Yeah?
Yes, a nice Covent Garden hotel.
Make sure you bring the camera as well, though. You know, just so you can remember.
I always have the cameras, dude. You know what I do? What I used to do for a living. I have the cameras, the lighting, everything.
Can I say something? Aaron, do you know Banksy? He has been compromised by the far right nationalists.
I have.
What do you mean?
He's one of their stooges. If you want free reign here, you need to go to Banksy Style Live. If you promote ethno-nationalism and Nazism, you must go to Banksy. The new channel for the far right.
When Banksy's on his own channel, boy, it's kind of dangerous.
He's been compromised
over here. You get me? Yeah. So all the people that's been rinsed by Banksy over here, you just count yourself lucky it was over here, innit, man?
Exactly.
On his own channel, he would have fucked you up, man.
They don't dare to come. But one thing I will say, Raj, Arundel is actually firmly in the Ralph camp of the ethno-nationalists. He is not really going to subscribe to what they call the Chavnats, which is the ones, which is the group which you were on the panel with me. Yeah,
well, I thought IC3 has also gone over to that side as well, hasn't it?
IC3. I don't know what the hell IC3 is doing, because IC3 is like he's swimming with
the man.
He's sleeping with the devil.
Yeah, but he's a separate.
IC3's on his own mission.
On the other side.
He's that sat by the door.
Exactly. I don't think Mr. IC3 is there because of like his own. I don't think he gains anything in the sense of like these ethnats. Arundel isn't exactly going to welcome Mr. IC3 with open arms to Germany anytime soon. It's just that
I do. In fact, I do. But,
Yeah, they spend long hours
Raj, you have
together.
a totally
Long hours together,
wrong perspective of
online.
my relationship to
IC3,
Banksy.
you
Or
can't bring your uniform to Germany, fam.
Banksy is the last barrier to ethno-nationalism. It is preventing people. It is the Banksy types are still selling the dream of this can all work if we are just have more centrism. Okay, then this whole multiracial society can work. And he's the only barrier that is left. The only other option. People that want change might believe in.
So why don't you
work for? You know what? You see when Elrodog gives his discussions, he don't count any brown or black people in the decisions of what's going on in the world. He was just like like the last one like that. Don't worry about anyone else's, bro.
Is he a bulwark for the cathedral? Is he holding up the cathedral? Is this the deal?
I am but a mere instrument of the cathedral.
Is he gonna be?
Yeah.
Are you saying that he's now gonna be like like one of the kind of martyrs, like maybe JFK?
No, he's one of the flying buttresses.
One of like Martin.
No, let me explain it like this.
I think he's one of the ugly gargoyles off the outside.
There is a concept of the gatekeepers and the gateways, and I would say most of the people who thought like Banksy just a few years back were indeed gateways to us, but now they are taking up the fight against ethno-nationalists, and now they are acting like gatekeepers. Okay,
Ah,
they are
okay.
actively
Too late.
fighting
Too
against
late,
us.
'cause we're now in
Where
phase
in the
4.
past we had a different relationship.
But it's too late now because we're now in
Yeah.
phase 4. Is that right?
No, we're not. I think we're still in phase 3. I think it's way too early to call phase 4 yet, unless Ralph is kind of like Muhammad. He has to go into a cave, and then Angel Gabriel of the White Force will come to him and will get him and will give him the message of when
No,
he's
I
moved into
think
phase
Boris
4.
announced that we're in phase 4 today in Parliament. Actually,
Oh,
Oh, they've upped the
we're in phase 4.
they've
I
upped the,
see.
they've upped the threat level to severe now, haven't they? Is this
Well,
some-
yeah, they're gonna lock down they have to, because
No, no,
how are
I'm
they going
talking
to
about
justify the lockdown?
I'm talking about the security.
Yeah.
The security.
Security. Oh, as in jihadi attacks. Is
Yeah,
that?
yeah.
Oh, I see. Well,
Here's the
yeah. I
top.
mean, given Vienna, given France, I would imagine, yeah, Britain is certainly going to be.
Imminent. What they're saying, imminent.
Yeah, I could imagine that.
This is a perfect example, the France thing, right? And the changing of Macron's position. Just a few months back, the civic nationalists would describe Macron as a lefty and as an opponent they have to fight. Now they are all praising him. That just shows you how similar and how much of this idea of centrism is still part of the cathedral, right? Because now basically, yeah, every centrist is embracing Macron. And it's not an alternative. We had this terrorist attack in Austria lately, and what we find out was that this guy was was planning going over to Syria to fight with ISIS. The establishment has done very little. They had him in prison just for a few months and then released him because they thought he wasn't capable of doing some terrorist act or something. But
So are you
Even like that over
wait,
here. It
but
didn't work
even
it didn't work like that over here. What it was it didn't work like that over here.
Hold on, one at a time, guys.
It didn't work like that over here because it wasn't the politicians that made that decision. There's a security committee, and they decided.
The politicians probably want to get him out way earlier than the justice
No, they
system.
didn't make it was a series of civil servants that made that decision. They looked at what was
I don't
happening on
care. I don't
and
care.
they
Let
followed
me
it.
make my point. Even if he has stayed in prison, that might be actually way worse for the society if he stayed in prison, because we know, and no one is acknowledging that. They still sell it as a kind of solution to put these people behind bars, but we know that prisons are a breeding ground to basically sell other people this radical
Groom them into more
Islamic
jihadi,
beliefs.
radicalize them. Yeah.
Yeah. So
But can I ask
the
you something,
civic
Aaron?
nationalists have no answer for that
But
problem.
Aaron, are you happy? Because obviously, Right Reaction or Brigade Indian, he wants to accelerate things. So for you, this must be good. Like any
Yeah, it is. Yes.
it is. So you agree? You actually admit that you're happy, or you're not
I'm
happy,
not happy. No.
but you're kind of
I
like.
see it as a necessity because I would much rather have my people to change their minds based on facts and everything like this. But unfortunately, most people are so much brainwashed by not only by the cultural Marxists, but also by the Banksy type of thinking,
Yeah,
by those
Banksy.
liberalist ideas, that they have to wake up by facing the full sledgehammer of reality. And
Are you
that's why, by the way, that's why they going after last night. I had a few friends of mine who had now a warning, a blockade of being able to tweet out anything for 2 weeks because they shared the videos of the terrorist attacks. Of course, some mainstream media were able to show that, but not the normal people, right?
Oh, no,
because
wait a
it
minute.
can't spread.
Oh, I'm
The
sorry,
truth
Aaron. Don't you,
can't
don't you,
spread.
yeah, but you guys are not about free speech. You don't want free speech anyway. So why are you invoking free speech? I know for a fact that if you guys were ever in power, you wouldn't allow free speech. Ralph has been more than clear to say free speech isn't a given. It's not absolute. It is an ideal. It is some kind of an idea. And if you can't impose it, if you can't enforce it with power, then you don't have free speech. So why are you bitching it? You don't have power over Twitter.
But Banksy, they're the same.
You don't. You should be perfectly fine with the way
but
Twitter
Banksy,
operates.
but Banksy, they're the opposite side of the same coin as the Islamic jihadis. They're going to use free speech in order to.
I know, but that's
once
the
they get
hypocrisy.
it,
You've
they'll
written about how
Yeah.
his free speech has been taken away when
We are-
he himself doesn't fundamentally agree with the philosophy of
No,
free speech.
I'm still
Well, I'm
not
sorry, your
sure
argument is
on
moot.
my positions on freedom of speech. Okay, I'm not totally agreeing with Ralph. I think our ideas are more powerful than any other ideas.
But who
And I
says you're
think
allowed to
if we
spread
are
them?
able to take over the control of most of the influence kind of system of influence
but you
that
don't have
can
the power
reach
and-
a lot of people, I think we don't even have to the need of banning free speech. But yeah, of course, there's other people that are saying, yeah,
but you don't have the
free
power.
speech. No, of course not. And what
You
we are
said
doing
you
is
said that you had the power.
what we are doing
just
is
said- you
holding
just contradicted
the
yourself.
system
You
to their
just
own
contradicted
values.
yourself.
We are
A minute
saying
ago
you
you
are
said that we have
saying
the
to
power.
us
You don't have the power.
you
And
are
you're talking
saying
all the time, and you
you
won't
are
give
saying
anybody
to
else
us
have a
we are
chance to
living
talk.
in
Hold on,
this
Ned,
free
all the
society.
Hold on, no one can hear you.
The freest society ever.
Ned, calm down.
Ned,
what's
chill.
the
Wait
difference?
for Aaron to finish.
The bloke doesn't shut up.
Yeah, but Ned, we can't hear you. We can't hear you anyway.
Okay.
It's
But
like
What happened to you,
You
Ned?
were interrupting me, Ghost
The guy
Sleepy.
says, oh, he's still talking. Still talking.
Okay.
No,
Yeah, I know,
I
I'm
was
saying, Ned,
first
he was still
talking.
talking. You
Get
didn't let
your
him
facts
finish.
straight.
You've been talking for the past 10 minutes. Give somebody
Yeah,
else.
because
Okay,
I'm
Aaron,
not making low IQ talking points that
Aaron,
can be summarized in one sentence.
What do you do? You have
Ned
no idea
feels
what
he
I've
needs to
done
get
for a
this
living.
out of himself. Go on, Ned. Go on, Ned. Let it loose.
No. The only point I was actually going to make was just the gentleman says, oh, I have the power. You know, we have the power. They don't have the power.
I have the power.
No. I will.
that was-
No.
that's
Let
my
me interject on behalf of Aaron. Although he knows that I'm not exactly one.
Oh
to defend his
no.
position. And one thing I will say is he's not saying he has the power. He's saying he has the better ideas, and if they were to spread, he would then gain power, not through the fact that he would ban other people's speech. He would simply express, because they have the superior argument, and they
Yes.
would simply
In his
win
view,
people
yeah,
over.
in his
But they
view,
don't
yeah.
have the power right now to influence people or impact their, to invoke their will, because the power sits in the hands of liberals. The Twitters and the YouTubes and all of these are liberal platforms, so he doesn't have the power to affect change, but he has
Oh
the
yeah, no,
better
I know.
argument,
Yeah,
from his perspective.
his thoughts are what are the business, right? And everybody else is low IQ.
Exactly.
Yeah.
By the way,
you.
Veli,
Right,
there are people in the backstage.
I
Please
wouldn't
check
even say
backstage.
so that the ideas of the cultural Marxists, especially from the founding fathers and forethinkers of the cultural Marxists, are low IQ ideas. No, they are in fact very effective and dangerous idea, which takes a high IQ to even think about and
yeah.
create, right?
To contemplate.
I'm not
yeah.
underestimating my opponents, but these opponents, according to their own ideology, have lost much of their greatness because they are for equality, and they are letting low IQ people with the right skin color or the right sex and everything like this rise to the top, and that's why they're failing and why they have the need now to shut everyone down.
Yeah, I hear
Because
you.
they
Talking
have
about shutting
become
down.
weak.
Just quickly, Aaron, do you have a job?
I'm not talking about that.
No,
I'm
I'm
my
just
private
asking,
life.
just random. No, I'm asking if you're
I don't know
employed, 'cause
what this has to do with anything that is just being discussed.
it's just it's because it's small talk, and I was trying to edge my way in, trying to get involved. So I figured I'll just derail you ever so slightly because you said because you said because you said high IQ, low IQ. I was wondering. It just got me thinking. Right, with my low IQ, because I can't, I can't put together, extensive thoughts. I thought, high IQ. Are you employed, Erondo? And if so, what is your immensely high IQ job, and how much does it pay? Or are you a ward of the state?
Yeah, I don't see where this is an argument. If you
No,
are
it's not an
working,
argument,
if
mate.
you're
No, it's
working
not
at
an argument.
Starbucks or
Chill out.
McDonald's, you have a
Bro,
job,
chill.
but you're not very high
Chill.
IQ probably,
what-
unless
Chill.
you're doing the
Chill.
job
Why are you upset?
to pay
Why
for your
are you
bills,
upset?
to
Well,
pay
no,
for
no,
Why are you
your
upset?
education
hold on.
and
IQ
everything
hit
else.
home. Ultra.
What's your IQ score
Ultra.
then? That's a less personal question. Have you done an IQ test? And if so, what was the result?
I don't care. I don't care
Oh,
even
no,
to
no.
admit
Oh, you
that
see what I'm saying?
that
As soon as you pull one thread,
look,
and you pull it, and the whole thing falls apart.
easy
like a cheap
attempts to make a gotcha, right? You're very
I know,
poor
but James,
at that.
James,
both
let's
both
be honest.
James Jones and Knight. You're very
No.
poor at that.
Hold on.
Okay?
James, Erondo, James, let's acknowledge the facts on the ground. Erondo is white, he's German, so clearly he must be of the higher IQ category.
Yeah, that alone.
Because of the fact that he came out of a white vagina
wouldn't-
in a white country. And
Doesn't-
That is
doesn't
not
say
a
that he's
straw
an
man. Now
engineer.
I have three against. Of course, Banksy. Of course, I know you were joking, right? But this is a straw man many people are making when discussing IQ, right? We are not saying all white people are so smart. No, and that's the crazy part about it. Ethno-nationalists, white ethno-nationalists, have no problem with criticizing basically the white trash. Okay, we have no problem with that.
No, but Erondo, I did ask a genuine question, and you got really upset, and I don't know why. You know I'm harmless. I literally said because I'm low IQ. Admittedly, I can't fashion, great.
No, you're making another
extensive
straw man.
thoughts.
You are saying I
No,
think
but
that you are a low IQ just because of
No.
your race. This is a straw man.
I didn't say anything of the sort. I didn't say anything of
How
the
could you
sort.
do
I'm
that?
saying-
How can you do that, Ultra?
Wait, hold on.
Wurzel Gummidge, his arguments.
Before it becomes a thing, I don't think it's an unfair question to ask. Asking you what job you do is personal, I admit, right? So if you don't want to respond to that, that's fair. But just out of interest, because you are you do seem a bit preoccupied with the concept of IQ. So isn't it fair to ask what's yours? Isn't that fair? Don't you think?
No. What happened is Knight comes in, interrupts the conversation, which was about the recent terrorist attacks, and make it about me. This is he comes in and interrupts the whole discussion. This is
Dude, relax, just chill, bro. Lie. All right, listen, just quickly break.
And let me remind you, Knight was coming in and talking about IQ. I was not talking IQ. I was talking about Paris. I was talking about accelerationist.
So just go with ultra funky.
From Raj's questions, right? Raj was asking me, is that a good thing that this and this thing happens? I was not talking about IQ. Knight comes in and wants to make it about IQ with
It's ultra.
Yeah, but he said he likes night moves now. He wants to be called night moves. Now Ultra is fucking with us.
Hey, Banksy, I think he's calling Knight because he's black. I want to be honest. That's what I think is happening here.
He's calling what?
I think he's calling Knight because he's black. I think that's why he's referring to him as Knight.
No, he's called himself Night Moves.
No, I thought Ultra. I just said it's Ultra Funky, and he said Ultra Funky said he likes night moves now.
I said I like night moves, but I'm being honest. I think Rondo's sticking to Knight because it's a black guy.
Oh, I see. Oh, is that what?
Oh,
you know he was black? Is it because I was black? Are you using the because I was black argument there, James?
I fucking tried to. Fucking not pay attention.
Elron, on the same subject. So, Ralph's in agreement with your position. Then I'm assuming that he's more in favor of things accelerating. So every time this happens, it actually works out better for him. Is that correct? Because I mean, you two are good friends. Am I right on that? That he probably agrees with.
You're right on that.
Okay, all right.
It is basically from a war yeah, from a war strategy type of thinking. Yes.
All right.
I know you've taken an IQ test. I fucking know you have. So please tell me what was the result.
Computer says no. Computer said no.
The computer says no.
I reckon Elwondo has taken at least 12. The first 11, he was not happy with his score, and on the 12th one, he just resigned. was resigned to the fact that it wasn't going to improve significantly. He's probably got progress.
But guys, can I address something out of the chat? Michael Takings has a very good question. He was saying, what did the media hide? The Turks who helped the Austrians. So that should be interesting for Hassan if he's in the chat. Yeah, what they tried to do is there was two guys that helped someone who was attacked by these terrorists. And these guys were of Turkish ethnicity, right? So they have no problem with mentioning the ethnicity as long as it fits them. What the liberal media, of course, has not pointed out, that these guys were part of this group called, what is it called? White Wolves or something? A radical nationalist Turkish, radical Turkish nationalist group, which I have no problem with, right? But of course, they leaving that out and try to frame it as like, yeah, see, multiculturalism, multiracialism works. These liberals, basically, they frame them as being part of their ideology, right? Came up and saved the day. Where in fact, these guys were more on my side, real nationalists, real ethno-nationalists, saving the day. Okay.
I wonder. Yeah, and are you finished?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And toxic masculinity and everything like this.
I know you're not a reticent person. You like to speak, right? So if you wouldn't mind, because I don't mind. I did one recently, maybe like a year ago, 6 months, a year ago. I did it with a group of people. So I'm happy to tell you my score. I was just interested if you, because I asked first. Would you mind telling me yours? Is that all right? IQ test. You mind?
No, I haven't taken an IQ test.
Whatever. Even like an online one. Even like one online.
Yeah, I've made some online, but I think most of them are pretty inaccurate. I had 139 on an, but it's not an official IQ test as far as I know. So I wouldn't think that I have an IQ of 139. I'm more in the range of 105, I think, or 110 maybe.
Well, I mean, he's honest. One thing I will tell you.
I'm not the most brilliant mind here, and I've never said that. I said from the start, as I engaged with everyone, when talking about IQ, there's way smarter people than me that making the same points I'm doing, and can much better than I.
I appreciate the honesty and the self-deprecation. I do appreciate that. But however, it's now rendered you absolutely useless to your movement. Like right now, anybody listening,
I'm still managing to even with an IQ of 105 or 110, I don't know, right? Because I haven't taken a proper IQ test. I'm still able to destroy most of my opponents.
Arundel. Now I'm gonna since James, since Arundel's been honest, I'm gonna reveal some bit of sort of honest information from my side. I have taken a couple of IQ tests. One of them is an actual official one. Now the one that I took, the official one, versus some of the other ones, because it's estimated that Isaac Newton's IQ was somewhere, and Einstein and these people, it's somewhere around 160. The ones that I took off these random sites online gave me about 155. I don't. No. But I don't agree with them. I think they're bullshit, because this is why I'm saying they're wildly inaccurate. Is that the one that I took that was an official one? It came out as 125. And I no, because the thing is, 125 is actually almost exactly in my IQ range. It's someone who has a BSc degree but doesn't have a master's degree and doesn't have a PhD. It actually falls into almost exactly my realm of
PhD and
IQ.
Is more evidence of motivation. It's less evidence of actual cognitive ability, right? Like,
well, the thing is,
I know some.
Apparently, it's a good indicator.
Yeah, but I'm saying I know some stupid people that are doctors. Like
Exactly.
like
That's true.
Yeah.
It says here an IQ score over 140 indicates that you're a genius or
Yeah, that's
nearly a
mental.
genius.
Yeah.
Whilst 120 to 140 is classed as very superior intelligence. 110 to 119 is superior intelligence. Now, I don't know whether I think that's for the UK. It's not for any other country.
Yeah, but what I mean is these.
It looks like I'm plus 200 then, guys. Sorry,
Yeah, one thing I will say is be very cautious of these random. This is why I said the two different tests. Is some of them can be wildly inaccurate. I mean, 155 was just like Christ. That's Isaac Newton level. There's no fucking Isaac Newton level intelligence. You must be joking me.
The one recently, I did. I think it was like a Mensa.org or something. So like it had all the. It had the appearance of something official, but it was not necessarily official. But I've got the ones I remember, like I used to do on my phone and stuff. You know, the ones, and then it's like you put in your email, and they give you the result. I used to score ridiculously high on those. Like, well, when I say ridiculously high, in the 40s, not 50s. But the one I took, the most recent one I did was maybe a year ago. I did it with a few people, like people from this like hangout whatever community, and I got like 129. And that, to be fair, that was difficult because it was timed, obviously, but it just was more difficult. What we do online was kind of simple, but this was difficult from minute one to done. Like it was complicated.
Yeah. No, I mean, 120, 125 for someone who's had a first, like a undergrad degree, is a reasonable number. 125 to I think it's 120 to 130 in that sort of range. Whilst if you're looking at master's degrees, PhDs, then you should be in the 130 to 140 category.
Now, Mensa is over 139 or 135 or something, right? That's if you're like over 135.
Yeah, so yeah.
When
The
it
Mensa
goes
one, you
to
have to
the
pay for, so I never took that.
educational type of things, we have one problem. Of course, I'm a millennial, right? I have a high school degree. I think it's translated in English, right? And I was one of the best at my wholesale and trade, foreign trade, merchant degree kind of jobs, right? I was always ahead of my classmates, even though I didn't do anything. I hated that job, right? So I might be over that, but the problem I have with that is I'm engaging with. So it could be that I'm only thinking that I have an IQ of 105 or 10 because I'm always in contact with the smartest people that we have here. That could be another reason why I'm selling myself so short.
Yeah, no, I think you'll be surprised. You'll probably be higher than 110, 1.5. But
really,
you don't know. I'm just throwing it out there. I
Yeah,
think
but it might be about
from generally. Well, the thing is, because he's bilingual, you got to realize someone who's bilingual. Because you got to realize Erendo is communicating with us almost on our level. In his second language. I wonder if we could communicate with him in his level in German.
But if he's doing a job where he's actually constantly doing some calculations and working with patterns, a lot of IQ is about identifying patterns and solving that pattern.
And that has nothing to do with what we are doing right here.
And if you're doing a job where you do a lot of that you'll do well in an IQ test. Sorry, just one second. And you can actually be coached to get into Mensa. I mean, I'm not saying everyone can get into Mensa, but it's possible that if you're sort of borderline,
verbal IQ is very different from the mathematical and problem solving IQ.
Yeah, 1 second. Intelligence itself is very hard to define intelligence. So on that specifically, that's one of the reasons I'll never be embarrassed by whatever score I get on an IQ test, because I don't think it really represents much other than my ability to sort of attempt verbal and non-verbal reasoning style exams or shapes or whatever. But Banksy, on your point, the bilingual, I mean, English is the global lingua franca, right? So people's ability to speak it it isn't comparable. Our unless you're living in Germany and it's by necessity you've learned German. Also, like other people, I imagine you're bilingual, Banksy. I'm somewhat bilingual. I can't read and write in the other language I know. Yeah. So reality is, I don't think it's an example of intelligence, because you and I both know there is absolutely retarded people that speak 3 languages, and that's by necessity, right? Like
Modine does speak English and Arabic, so yeah, I
and he
guess
probably
you're right.
He probably
That's
speaks a bit of Turkish as well. You know what I'm saying? From random shit.
But they do actually reckon that bilingual is an aid to intelligence, in that you have a broader idea. If you see something and you think of the word for that in one language and in another, it can have a slightly different connotation. It does. They do actually reckon that kids that go to bilingual schools in Wales do significantly better than the kids that just go into single language schools.
That number one, that's correlation obviously doesn't prove causation. But number two,
Let me give you a great example of this. Germany is a very powerful economic nation. And especially in villages and stuff like this, you don't need any other language. Germany is powerful. On the other hand, you have a neighboring country called the Netherlands, and I'm moving over there very, very often. And when I'm engaging with them, although the Netherlands language is very similar to the German language, it is still nearly impossible to understand each other, right? But the Netherlands people are telling me I'm speaking good English for a German. They have encountered so many Germans that are even, think about it, I am very poor at speaking English, but most of the German are even speaking worse English than I.
Well,
so the Netherlands people, they are speaking perfect English. When I'm engaging with this, and these are white guys, right? And they're also speaking very good German as well. They are speaking basically as a very small country. They're speaking 3 languages.
We get it. But yeah, I'm not gonna lie. That your English is good. I'm like, I won't allow you to tell it. Like for instance, your English, you never lived in like you haven't lived in England, but you speak English better than someone like Freddie who's lived here all his life. So your English is pretty good. And back to you, Ned. What define intelligence, if you don't mind? Like, what's your understanding of intelligence?
No, I mean it's a very movable feast. There's all kinds of different. There's some people have suggested there are all kinds of. There's like musical intelligence. There's physical intelligence. People with
artistic
intelligence. There's different kinds of intelligence.
Did you say autistic?
Artistic.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. There's all kinds of intelligence, and I mean those ideas about different kinds of intelligence have been debunked. I'm not sure what intelligence. I just know that, and I don't agree that IQ is a great indicator, but it is an indicator. And according to Jordan Peterson, who's a professor of psychology at Toronto, he reckons that it's about the best that we've got.
He's also an inveterate drug abuser, addicted.
Oh well, okay, yep, okay. But I mean, yes, okay, yeah, fair enough. Yeah.
That's kind of at home, but
is anyone? Hold on, 1 minute.
It has mostly to do with his ideology.
I've not spoken. So, have you ever met somebody that's like you think is almost a genius? Like I've met somebody through my autism group. Like he's an autistic, very bad social skills, but this guy's freaking intelligence here. Like when we did what kind of like a quiz, like he freaking dominated. Like he was just sitting there, like just like chewing gum and stuff. Like you were just whacking out all the answers. So there are people out there with like IQs of like 150, 100.
Yeah, I mean,
and you could tell when you meet them that they are very, very, very smart. Like they talk and they look and the way they kind of behave kind of indicates that they're thinking differently, in my opinion. That's what.
Yeah, this is the thing, Rog. I know a friend of mine who's I've known for a long time online, and then we met in London once. He's got Asperger's. He is mathematically incredible, and I'm not even joking. I'm talking the kind of shit you can give him 2 different telephone numbers and he'll multiply them in his head. That kind of sort of insane mathematics. So the guy's supremely intelligent in that sense, and his IQ is probably over 140, but he has the social skills of a fucking mollusk. It's just no. I mean, he doesn't recognize social cues. He's got really weird sort of quirks. And yeah, I mean, he's Asperger. He's got he's what they call high IQ Asperger's. Yeah. So,
I've heard it said, I don't know whether it's true, but I've heard that super intelligent mathematicians, they've got to peak at very young, about 29, 30, something like that. It's like footballers, they reach a peak. No, I don't know whether it's true, but I've heard that people do their best work when they're really, really young.
Ralph says that. He says because it's called neuroplasticity, that after a certain age, your brain will not be able to retain and absorb a lot more new information. So if you're talking about growing your IQ and growing your intelligence, I think that only happens up to a certain age, and then after that, your neuroplasticity pretty much comes to a halt.
Do you know? Do you know? Fuck, man. What was it called again? There's an experiment, a famous experiment, which led to. Sorry, not an experiment. What do you call it? Like a philosophical problem, dilemma, proposition. I can't remember the exact wording, but it's like a demon. It's like a little demon, and there's two boxes, right? And in the two boxes, there's two different. There's balls moving at different speed. Like one's like red and one's blue. And there's like a demon who can like open the gate at exactly the blue ones and the red ones, forget the color, they're moving at different speeds. So like some are moving really fast and some are moving real slow. And it's the job of this demon sitting on two boxes who's got this ability to like open the gate and allow one box. So like every time one box is coming close to the gate, he'll open it. Sorry, every time one ball is coming close to the gate, he'll open the box, and then the ball will go into the other box. And then basically he's organizing the two different balls into the two boxes of like where they're meant to be. So some fast and some slow. Have you ever? It's in like computer science. I'm explaining it really poorly, but
yeah. But I've been. Do you know chess? Yeah. Do you? Because obviously I use the thing I'm playing.
Right. Sorry, I was trying to.
One minute.
Yeah, I'm going to make a point. Banksy, have you heard of what I'm talking about?
To be honest with you, it's not striking straight away, but maybe if I see it, I don't know. Could you go over it again one more time, please?
Sorry,
no.
Like two boxes. Two boxes, and there's two boxes, and there's a partition in the middle, and there's a demon sitting on top of them. And in both boxes, there's really fast-moving balls and really slow-moving balls or particles, whatever you want to call them. And the demon's job is to lift the gate at the precise moment that one like of the fast balls is moving towards one side, and he does that. He keeps doing it until he completely organizes it, so all the slow moving balls are in one box and all the fast moving balls are in another box.
Okay, I'll be honest. I can imagine it, but I can't.
Just say no. Just say no. Computer says no.
No. Hold on. What's the point? Okay, what's the whole idea of the whole thing?
It was used to define. That was used to propose that information was like costless. It costs no energy. So to retain information costs absolutely no energy. Anyway, it was further proved by, I guess, like some like people sort of figuring out the flaw in the dilemma or the paradox or however you want to refer to it, by saying that no, in actuality, for the demon, each time he retained a level of information, he would have to store that information, and therefore the information storage
costs energy.
Exactly. Right? So then, no, it's not information. Was free. The point is there was a reference made to intelligence, right? But they didn't like define it, but they just referred to it as almost. And I think what do you refer to it as? It's like a RAM. Like intelligence is a computer's RAM, if that makes sense.
It's a store. Yeah, it's like computer. I mean, well, computers have RAM, but they also have hard drives. So it's long-term storage and short-term storage.
Right. It's like the processing ability of the computer is what sort of I was led to believe. The retention of information is one component, but the ability to process is also another component, right?
Yeah, so RAM is the ability to actually multitask effectively on a computer, right. And the processor is what, if you like, the processor does the processing, but the RAM is what allows the processor to multitask fast and efficiently.
Programs on your machine.
But your brain, you can't really compare the brain because the brain is a holistic thing. It is also your hard drive. It is your processor, your RAM, and your hard drive all built into one.
Precisely. But the ability to retain information and utilize information, this is like my argument, and it wasn't a clear definition made. It's just I think it's proposals when people are talking about intelligence, because some things you must learn, right? And granted, I'll be honest, some people have difficulty learning like learning specific, like that's where you get the musical intelligence or whatever. Some people just pick up things that they have some kind of innate ability to maybe respond to
natural ability to pick it up.
Right, yeah, and that goes into genetics, but also goes into the environment. Like, there's never a completely isolated experiment. The point is, though, is you could train someone, as Ned alluded to earlier, to do Mensa test or IQ test, or somebody could have somebody who has had practice is most likely do better, or someone that's done Kumon math at 2 years old would find dealing with numbers a lot far simpler. Right? But the actual whether or not that proves intelligence is a completely.
Oh yeah, no, I mean intelligence as a complete, as a holistic thing is not this is not IQ doesn't do that. People keep mistaking IQ as a real indicator of an overall sense of intelligence. It's not. It's actually just one particular type of intelligence, which is to do with this problem solving. Now, the thing with what I contest with Ned's comment of being trained to pass a Mensa test, I honestly don't think that is really true. You cannot find someone that has an IQ of 80 or 90 and train them to pass a Mensa test.
No, if you remember, if you want to scroll it back, I didn't say something with 80 or 90. I said if there was somebody who was sort of near the borderline.
Yeah,
you could probably raise it by like 5 to 10. Like if you're on
there's not gonna be,
you can't go. One minute. You can't go from an 80 to 120.
But that's not what I said. I mean,
you can pull them up from an 80 to maybe 85, 90.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's what Ned alluded to. If somebody's about the 120, 130, there's a good chance you may be able to pull them up 5 or 6 IQ points.
IQ test, and I have to like quote Ziria Jamal on it. I mean, he's not the first person to have said it, but he's the one who told me it. But they're more about assessing. What's another word for retardation? Like a. The more
another word for retards. You want to be politically correct?
Yeah, but as in, but that was the original. That was the original phraseology. Like it was to assess, because it's like if someone's got an IQ of 110, someone's got an IQ of 115, someone's got an IQ of 120. They will roughly be able to perform the same tasks in society, right? Like obviously the 30s, the 40s, and that is probably more specific because of the testing. It's probably more specific to sort of arithmetic and whatever else, right? But physics.
There's another factor, James, and that is there are people that are really quick on their feet, and then there's other people that are a lot slower, but they'll get there. Do you know what I mean? So when they get to an IQ test, they may not do terribly well, but over time, if you gave them a problem, they would sit down and they would work it out.
True. True. I mean, this is why, as I say, IQ is incredibly specific because it is a very it's a specific set of tasks, and also they are timed exactly. So it's designed for a very
it's about patterns basically. It's patterns like. If you're
but it's not patterns. It's not just patterns.
No, but I mean, I'm not saying
verbal skills. It's reading skills. It's comprehension skills. I literally took 2 of them recently for a thing that I needed to do. I don't want to go into details of my personal life, but I took 2 IQ tests. Effective. They called it aptitude tests, but they were IQ tests.
Yeah.
And they've got like things like stories. For example, they give you a scenario that there are 14 people in a room. Everybody.
Is this the FBI?
No. It's the feds. It's the feds.
Sorry.
The thing is, for example, there's 14 people in the room.
Mossad.
Yeah, there's 14 people in the room. Everyone in the room plays piano, and everyone that plays piano is thin. Jill does not play the piano. What is Jill?
That's algebra, isn't it?
Well, no, but Jill is not thin because everyone that plays piano is thin.
Look,
that was literally like one of the questions.
What's the name of Go Sleepy again?
Sorry?
The normal name you normally use from that guy in the left corner.
Oh yeah, Ned Ludd. Sorry, I'm gonna jump off in a sec. I don't take it personal, man. It's just banter, bro. Just like
before you go though, what do you think about?
Okay. James.
1 minute.
Yeah, what's your name? Go Sleepy.
It's Ned. So do you believe that? Yeah. All right. So I'm getting back into chess here. Don't ask. I watched the Netflix program. I forgot what it's called. So I started getting back into chess, and I was watching Magnus Carlsen and all of these guys. Is chess a good indicator of high IQ? Because some of the stuff moves they're making are like.
It's a good indicator of
So I'll give you an example. Like they quit games Like, I'm saying, why are you quitting? Yeah, but they quit them because they can see the moves 10 steps ahead, and there's no point playing the
To
game.
be honest, Jay, one of the simplest. I'm not saying it's accurate, right, or it's all encompassing, but one of the simplest definitions for IQ is problem solving, or you can make it even more. You can reduce it even further. Reactivity, like, is how much can you react to something? Like, if someone makes the same mistake over and over again, that's a sign of a lack of intelligence. Someone learns from mistakes, or learns from other people's mistakes, or is learning constantly, i.e., is playing games of chess in their own mind against themselves and constantly refining their technique. This is all evidence of intelligence, right? So it doesn't matter what specific game. If you're the best in the world at any game, and it requires intelligence, because you're learning how to beat other people, and not only that, you're learning how to beat yourself. You're learning how to get better.
No, you can't say Connect. All right, so that's why I say I'm playing chess, you're playing Connect 4. If you're good at, I've met people that are great at Connect 4, but they're extremely sick.
I played games that
So you don't have to be. You don't have to be a super.
I played Ultra Funky.
Connect 4.
I played Ultra Funky, who's lying about he's not good at chess, right? Then I played James SC, lost to both of them. I practiced for like a day and a half on like some online thing. I played them again and I beat them. What does that show you? That shows you that it takes some ability, or it takes some level of practice or understanding.
I'm not saying it takes no ability, but I'm saying if you're saying all games are pretty much an indicator of some sort of intelligence, I agree with you. But what I'm saying, when it comes to chess, the levels of intelligence
it's more complex though. You're answering the question yourself. It is a
So I just want to know, would you say that anybody that's in the high end of the the masters, like Gary, what was his name is,
yeah,
and all of this, what do you think their IQ is? Because this Magnus Carlsen, when I've been watching him play these games, like
very high, bro. Like very fucking high, bro.
What, in the 150s, 60s, 70s, 80s?
Oh, no, I can't. You have to maybe ask Banksy.
I don't know what Magnus.
But that's all he does. I mean, the thing is that it's just focused on that. He doesn't do anything else. When he's in the toilet, if there's a checkered floor, he will be working out chess movements, looking at the floor. He will think permanently all the time about it.
Ned, you were referring to Jordan Peterson as a reference, right? Why not just simply watch that video where Jordan Peterson talks about IQ and the concept how he interprets IQ? I've linked it in the back chat, and maybe someone is able to play it.
Yeah, but you believe that IQ is fixed racially? Let's get into the race thing, because I've had this conversation with yourself.
Nothing is fixed.
All right, so I've had this conversation.
I'm a believer of eugenics. It can evolve over time.
So, like I said before, that the Romans, the way Julius Caesar described the Germans, but I'm using that because a lot of people make the claim, even Ralph, that IQ is pretty much fixed. Yeah. So, although you're with Ralph has got this because I've spoken to him at length about it, that IQ is fixed racially. You can't move it up by any kind of major amount. But when I said to you about Julius Caesar, the way he described Germans was that they were running around naked, barefoot, and that they were kind of backward people, but were very let's say militaristically powerful. And that's kind of like and if you look at Germans now, no one can deny that they're the most successful group in terms of engineering and stuff like that. So IQ can change over time, can it not?
100 years ago, the IQ scores were significantly lower than they are in this country, in the UK, and that was primarily down to the fact that a lot of people left school at 15. They could barely read and write, and that was it for most people. Right. Now we stay at school for an awful lot longer, and also the quality of teaching has improved. Right.
And diet as well.
What it mostly came down to is better nutrition, not the education system, especially our education system, which is basically remember and repeat.
So the thing is, in that case, Arundo, you are agreeing that IQ is not fixed by race. It's actually nutrition, food, health, overall.
Culture as well. Culture as well can make a difference.
Well, but the thing is, this is the problem. I've had these. This is why I find it weird that Arundo just agreed with the comment I made, because I have listened to Ralph's sort of debates on IQ, and they're like, oh no, this is not nutrition has nothing to do with it. What it was with the Indian, because we use the Indian example of how. India overall can have a average IQ of I forgot, it was like under.
I think it's 85.
Yeah, but
in the UK it's 100.
Exactly, but But he was saying, hold on. People were making this argument that Indians who came from the Indian subcontinent to Britain because of better nutrition, their IQ rose. Ralph's argument is no, it wasn't because of better nutrition. It's because we picked the most high IQ people from India to come over to Britain, and they're the ones that we're taking the average from, and so that's why IQ averages are higher in Britain. So is it nutrition, or is it the fact that
it's
only
both.
the high IQ people came to
It's
Britain?
both.
Can I just say one thing? Because I'm literally going to go, I swear, yeah. So, it's an interesting argument, Banksy. I would argue that nutrition plays a role. Like, Europeans have a higher protein diet, obviously, due to the weather and their sort of abundance of food or whatever. So yeah, that's a good argument. However, Elronda cannot speak about any biological race realism without first providing proof that there's more genetic dissimilarity in human beings than a polar bear and a brown bear. I'm waiting. It's been months, my friend. I'm waiting for this evidence.
I heard that one before.
Where is evidence?
Look,
Yeah.
there's
you've got
the first question was that people were saying that polar bears and brown bears are basically two different species. That was the first point. I debunked that, and I even said that they can have what is the word, that they can have offspring that produce another offspring, right? So they are not different species. So that I debunked. And many people would describe polar bears and brown bears yet as totally different. But they are the same species, they're just different races. And now the argument goes down to what specific number of genetic differences you want to apply of having different races. That's the only thing we are talking about here. And I'm saying they are making up this random number to fit the narrative that we are all equal, but we are not. There's differences, right?
Well, we acknowledge there's differences, but are those differences significant enough to actually impact what we consider to be intelligence? This is the critical aspect of this, which by the way, you can say yes, but we know scientifically that is far from being proven. You have to at least acknowledge
that is why they are all cocking on the debate.
No. You're not making but what I'm trying to say is, Aaron, you are not making a scientific claim when you say yes. You are making an opinionated claim when you say
every debate, every video and counter video I was watching of the experts on YouTube and everything like this. The only way, by the way, you will ever see a discussion like this is on social media, right? Because it's not happening in mainstream media. The guys that take my position have completely destroyed the other side. That was the end, basically, of all the skeptics that were so big in 2015, 2016. These guys were huge on YouTube. Now they are all but gone. Sargon is maybe left, and he won't discuss IQ against anyone else, okay? Because he knows that would be
Sargon
his end.
is classed as a renowned scientist that has done work on IQ. What are you telling me that the only evidence you have of people proving IQ is a genetically based there's a genetic aspect to IQ is online? There is so you can't actually point to any white paper, any scientific work that has actually taken place.
They're citing all those papers, but it's up for to some degree of interpretation, right? If the scientists that make all these papers, these scientific papers and everything, if they are using the wrong language, they are out. They are getting ostracized from society, from academia. They won't get a job in their field anymore. That's why people need to pick up these studies and have discussion for them, Because it's not allowed in the political correct world we are living in.
Okay. So, okay, I get it. So your argument is basically the reason there hasn't been a comprehensive scientific study done is because people are afraid of losing their jobs, so no one will actually
No,
dare to
the studies are out
explore.
there. The studies are out
No.
there.
I mean, if you're talking about the bell curve, the bell
spokespersons
curve
are
doesn't
not
win
out
your
there.
case. The bell curve is an opinion. It's not. It doesn't make a scientific conclusion. It
It's
makes
not
an
only the
opinion.
bell curve, it's many other studies.
I know, but what? Okay, all the other studies. How many of them had they actually proven that there is a scientific genetic basis for IQ in various groups? That this particular group cannot have any exceptions within it. They will always, as an average group, have an IQ of, I don't know, 80, 90, whatever.
Well, that's what IQ studies show, and no one is denying that. What they're putting it down to is purely on not
economic
on
and
environment
health,
reasons,
environmental
right?
reasons,
This is what the left are trying to do.
No, but
most of the left are not even. It's the same with crime statistic of Black Lives Matter, okay, or black people. The left, what the left is trying to do is saying, well, that's all because of Whitey, right? Because Whitey is not accepting them, is not in the economy and so on, right?
Okay.
And the other side, which by the way, let me remind you, Banksy, you are on. The atheism is unstoppable side is saying no, that has nothing to do with it, or very little to do with it, right? It's other factors.
Well,
So
the thing is, I don't want to sidetrack too much because I know where you're going and I know the associations you're trying to make with the sort of how these things are tallied up when it comes to crime and also, but I want to hold on to the IQ side because the reason I want to do that is because when you talk about the crime thing, we're only talking about crime, figures in America or Europe or some scenario like that. I'm talking about when you talk about IQ of a particular group of people, let's say sub-Saharan Africans, I'm talking about in the continent of Africa. I'm not talking about black people in America being persecuted and being thrown in jail more. It's not like that. This is a completely different thing. This is black people living in the continent of Africa, and sure, certain, the average of the continent comes down pretty low. Now, some people say it's because of, I don't know, the Somalis. Some people say it's because of the Zulus. Some people say it's because of these guys or that guys. But we have ascertained that you can't say that if the average of IQ numbers in Africa, for example, sub-Saharan Africa is 80 or 90, you can't honestly tell me that you can't find 120, 140 IQ person in the continent of Africa.
no one is making
continent.
that argument.
Exactly. So if this is a genetic thing, then it will be passed on throughout all of these people on a genetic level. And so we shouldn't really find, or the exceptions to the rule would be 1 in a billion. It will be a needle in a haystack of finding a 140 IQ.
This is basically
what
this is, and some civic nationalists are making that, right? They are accepting IQ. What they are not accepting is the regression to the mean factor. So basically, these guys that Nick Fuentes has talked about, they lately changed their position of having high IQ immigration, right? Basically, brain drain the third and second world of the very best of their people. And what they don't understand or not acknowledge is that most of these people, even though, of course, when you have two very high IQ people, like, let's say, Mozart, and let's say a smart woman like, I don't know, but a smart woman have a child, of course, this child has a greater chance to be smarter than the average than having two low IQ parents. But the regression to the mean says these guys, Beethoven and this other white chick, right,
Mary Curie,
is also an outlier of the white people, and they are falling back way more to the average than they produce another genius child.
Isn't
right?
it a combination of nature and nurture? Isn't it?
That's exactly.
Isn't it? Well, please, can I land, please? Isn't it a combination of nature and nurture? If you have a child and you bring them up in a war-torn country, developing country, they're, regardless of their abilities, they're not going to get the same life chances as somebody that's born in Taiwan, which is like a really stable economy with one of the best education systems in the world, or Singapore,
Or
with one of the
Tokyo.
best. Yeah, Tokyo, with one of the best. It's nature and nurture. And if you go to Taiwan, there will be kids with very low ability. They've not been born with the brightest intelligence.
But this is
they've
the
been
thing.
given all the chances. But on
And
the other hand,
you will
No,
see
hold on.
some might
it's a
argue that
combination of
the
nature and
regression
nurture.
to the mean argument, right? We have, for example, a European case of that someone could take as a counter argument against regression to the mean, which is I think they are called Anglo-Saxon something. They have an average IQ of 112. They are even smarter than the Jews, right? The average Ashkenazi Jews. This specifically group, the Jews are the Ashkenazi Jews. From what all the evidence I've seen, are the most smartest group in the world, even though they are just a very small group, right? And this very small group of Europeans are also way above the average. They have an average IQ of 112. Why is that? Because they have what is the word? Sex with each other within their elite groups, right? So that produced higher offspring over time, right? And they have done that from basically somewhat later in the Renaissance until now. And now you see they have an average IQ of 112. That, however, that process took 300 years. Okay, so it's not like this just happened over time.
Well, but listen, Elrond, if you actually look at a grammar school, go to a grammar school, there will be a vast number. Sorry, if you go to the MIT, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, the second highest best university in the world, it's full of people from China and India. Now, I don't know what it is about China and India. It might be the sheer number of people, but there is a predominance of Chinese and Chinese and Indian people in MIT.
Can I respond to that as the Indian?
Yeah, go on.
All right. So what it is here, I think culture is something that is not taken as seriously as it should be. Like culture can make a massive difference in how a kid is educated, how seriously education is taken.
Pressure to succeed.
Pressure to succeed. So in my family, it was a norm that out of the 6 children, we were all going to get degrees. That was not even an option. The 2 that get a degree, are kind of like families disappointed with them. Like I got a degree, even though I'm not the smartest tool in the box, but I got one of the top grades. My brother, my 2 sisters, and so that is the norm in the Asian community. Getting a degree is the norm. If you don't get it, it's kind of looked down upon. And so if you have that kind of culture where education is paramount and that, they're not going to accept anything less than, the top end, which is a degree, and anything below that is seen as substandard, even A-levels. Because I've had people conversate, oh, you got an A-level. Oh, all right. They see it as a negative. And so that is culture. That's nothing to do with genetics. And if that's permeating through the Chinese, because the Chinese are like that, they're even worse when it comes to that. So the Asian community are like that, especially the Indians.
And they're outperforming white people.
It would be ridiculous for me as an ethno-nationalist to deny that factor. Definitely, Raj, you're right.
So I'll give you an example.
That is, however, the hardware factor, right? That you have a software and a hardware, and you are basically doing the best to have the best results on the hardware. The software, however, is the biological aspect.
All right. So let me give you an actual real life example. So the Indians, that mainly make up, I think there's around 2 million Indians in the UK, or maybe 1.5 million. Most of them are Hindus and Sikhs, And so majority of Indians, when you see on a nationality, are Hindus and Sikhs. So a couple of Muslims in there, maybe around 5%. Now, when they first come down, most Indians here would have probably had an average IQ of around 85. Now that's moved over to 100 average. When you look at education, because I've got all the statistics, the Indians are at the top end in every demographics from GCSEs over to A levels over to degrees. Now,
is that pressure? Is that
that's
pressure?
yeah, and so they're outperforming also the Pakistanis and the Bengalis. Remember, the Pakistan and everyone say, Raja, this is the Pakistan, but I've got the statistics here. People will actually see it. The Pakistanis and Bengalis are pretty much, they're from the Indian subcontinent, and when you're looking at Pakistanis in particular, they're pretty much racially the same as most people that are from northern India, and so, but they're under, and that's not because of race. That's because of
with culture. Yes, I would say the cultural aspect. I would put it down to the cultural aspect is so important of evolving the race overall, right? Yeah. If you have the right incentives and let's say even shaming culture and everything like this, right, which is also in there. When you have a Chinese guy that performs bad in school, they get shamed by their group, and that over a longer period of time leads to the evolution of the race overall. So I'm totally in line with that.
Yeah, I mean,
and that is what white people have lost. By the way,
can I just make a point? Can I just make a point? I don't think it's just that. I think it's also that. No, I'm sorry. I'm totally sorry. My mind's just gone completely blank.
I'll feel you. Once you figure that.
Brain smart.
So when you look at the because a lot of people, if you look at who's the biggest now to the white supremacists, like Oron, the biggest threat is actually the Indians in terms of in the UK. If you're looking at it from who's succeeding the most, because the Indian population's IQ is rising rapidly. Where if you look at the statistics, they're at the top of the education, they're at the top of wealth, they're at the top of a lot of areas. On top
they're
of
in
that,
the cabinet.
I wouldn't even say that.
One minute. Let me finish. Low prison rates. Yeah. On top of that, they're going into the cabinet. If you look at the top 3 people in the cabinet at the moment, they're all from Indian Hindu background. The Hindus are totally killing it, no doubt. And that's Rishi. Forgotten what he said. He's from the Punjab. Big up the Punjab where I'm from. Priti Patel and the Ashok thingy, and so all of from the Hindu. The Hindus are totally smashing it. I'm not going to lie. So they're upping the Indian average anyway, but the Sikhs are doing pretty well as well. And so those guys are going to be the ones that, if you're looking at it from power perspective, they're your most biggest threat, because the other guys are not really progressing in that way. What they're doing is numbers. So the Indian at the moment has an average birth rate of 2. Like in my family, when my family first come down, 6 kids. Now, my relatives, I don't know a single relative that has more than 2 to 3 kids. Not a single relative. I was thinking about the other day, how many? No. So the Indian birth rate at the moment is around 2. And now people will probably say, oh yeah, that's because of people, which is true. I think they're more concerned about giving a good education and looking after kids in terms of if you have too many kids, it's going to be hard to actually give them the best, isn't it? If you got like 6, 7 kids, it's harder. So they're more in line in terms of birth rates, but in terms of upping the kind of like getting the top echelon of society, it's the Indians that are going to be at the top with the Jews and stuff. So we are the new Jews, basically. That's what I'm trying to say to you.
Yeah, you definitely have a point there, but I would address not the Indians raising their IQ, and I don't see evidence of that. I would say when they came here, just like the Japanese or the Chinese in America, they already had the software to gain greatness, right? What they are capable, however, of hard work and putting the right priorities in their community is they are having better chances of for example, if you have to work 24/7, right? You don't have really time for education. Now that group that probably 100 years ago, the Chinese and the Japanese in America don't have that much time to focus on education and achieving and rising in the hierarchy of the social power structure, right? they now, because of their hardworking parents that work in low IQ jobs, even though it doesn't have to be that they are low IQ, they can now afford their children the time span to focus on raising their social ranks, because they have more time to focus on education and so on.
Yeah,
So,
I think my
that is
you know
using
my,
the hardware better, in my opinion.
Yeah, I always feel a bit sorry for my mum, yeah, because my mum's very smart, yeah. I mean, when she come to the UK, she learned English. I think it took her around 6 months to a year, like literally from not speaking a word to being able to speak properly, including writing and reading. And so I've always thought to myself, yeah, my mum sacrificed a lot to be a mother and stuff, but she's very smart. And so, yeah, I think a lot of people that originally come here um, went for kind of like very low level jobs in order for their children to be able to get the benefits of their hard work and stuff like that. And I think for the Indian community especially, I think, yeah, they're doing pretty well overall. But that's to do with culture. I personally think it's culture. A culture. I'm not saying other factors don't come.
I
to the
say
point,
it's
but
both.
culture is a massive.
Rush.
Can I just sorry? Can I
Rush,
just
then you're on
can
the
I, sorry,
side
come
of.
on, come on, please
Okay.
let me make. Please,
Go on.
because the point I wanted to, the other point that I wanted to make when I sort of lost me track. Another factor is, if you think about it, Raj and his family and the people around him, they've come to this country, and maybe that has been a selecting factor as well. I mean, I've heard it said that the people in America that emigrated to America, that in some ways are they like questing adventurous people that that took a risk and traveled to America in the same way that Raj and his family came? And is that also a factor?
It could. I mean, yeah. I mean, there probably is. If you,
When your mother came
right,
here,
so
she wasn't going to sit on her laurels.
And in the past, I would argue that in the past that was more of a factor than it is right now, with the new kind of migration that comes from 2015 and so on. There you have the exact opposite. The states are not choosing the best; they are just letting everyone in.
So when it comes to my, this is just my specific family. So this is not across the board. My granddad from my mum's side was an electrical engineer for the railway. So he was actually shipped over to Uganda for around 20 years. So he must have been pretty smart. He had a well-educated job, and he was over there. Because he went over to Uganda, they were part of the British Commonwealth. And so when my mum then moved back to India, after just before Idi Amin chucked out all the Indians, obviously boo to Idi Amin, then she decided to go over to the UK. Now, my dad isn't as smart as my mum. So there could be no. My dad's
no. And let me ask you, why has she made that choice? Because the environment that she was living in, your father couldn't probably do the things that to his abilities that and gave them the chance that your father, that was very high IQ and very well educated.
No. I say my mum's. Right? I say mum. Look. I'm being honest with you. I think my mum's very high IQ, and her dad, which was my grandfather, was an engineer, which was one of the top paying jobs at the time.
Okay.
So I've always thought that.
Raj, when they came over, I bet you that they made sacrifices and did things that you wouldn't normally, because you're coming over here, you want to make a go of it. You will stay in a place that you wouldn't normally stay.
All right, so let me. All right, so let me elaborate on this.
Because you're hungry. You're hungry to succeed.
All right, so let me elaborate. So when my family, calm down. So when my family come down.
No, the reason why I'm having.
No, but
that's why.
Yeah, so when my family did come down, they all went in the same area, and they went into one home, and there was around 8 families. Yeah, all went into one home. Slowly, they all helped each other. One person brought a house. Yeah, the next person brought a house. Then all of them at some point had a home. Yeah, and so they worked their asses off. They looked after each other.
They were hungry to succeed
in the beginning. Yeah, and then what they done is, once they moved on, they kind of got their own. Kind of their own kind of individuality afterwards, but they had to think of the group for around 25, 30 years
to achieve, even though the individuals might be even better in doing things than they are allowed to process in, right? They can only rise because it was a group effort, right? So this is what I'm saying. Even a genius like Einstein or something, okay? If he lived in the wrong environment, he could never be Einstein. He has to do farming, for example, in a different time,
So
and so you need the right environment, right? You have you have to have a focus also on group collectivization to put your geniuses up. And I am arguing from an ethno-nationalist perspective that white people have lost that almost completely. They are only individual anymore, only thinking of themselves, and that is why other groups who are focusing on lifting up their own, right, by group effort, are outcompeting them over time.
And I would, and this is going to sound a bit controversial, but I'm going to be straight with you. I think one of the indicators of the West sort of losing some of what Elron's saying is how they treat their elderly. Now, one of the things about the Asian community and other communities, like, there's no way our parents are going into old people's homes. There's not happening. Yeah, what happens is that somebody is designated the responsibility of looking after the parents. Like, do you understand? It's like that kind of thinking that we can't. And this is one of the things I do agree that, you know, some of the things that the West had in terms of how they treat their elderly and stuff is pretty embarrassing in my opinion. Obviously, there's a lot of other great stuff, but that's one of the things that they've lost about, you know, this kind of community or kind of like family structure. Like, you know, your parents shouldn't be chucked. Look how many old people home. And you won't see Asians in there. Now, what's going to happen, sadly, is the next generation are going to start getting, let's just say they might...
A raw deal.
No, what I'm saying, the next generation, yeah, although there's a lot of amazing stuff in the West, they're going to start picking up that bad cultural habit, because I see it as a culture. You know?
Yes.
And some cultural things from every culture are bad, yeah? In the West, I think that one of the bad cultural habits is abortions. Yeah, no offense, but I think aborting babies is murder. And then on top of that, putting your old people in homes is bad cultural practices. This is not racial practices, but cultural practices.
Ralph, Raj. I think. Sorry about that, Raj. I think that we've actually got. I think it's something else. I think we've actually got soft. I think we are so protected by society now, you know, with safety nets and the welfare state and being able to go to hospital and free at point of service and all that sort of stuff. We're used to a cocoon of safety and comfort. And I think it's made us soft. I think it's something slightly different to what you're talking about. I think we've become a bit softer. Banksy has some kind of, you know, wars make people hard. You know, hard people stop wars or something like that. Then they become soft.
No. What it is here, Elron made a point that people have become too individualistic. Now, I look, like I said, I think like the West here does a lot of things right. One of the problems they're doing wrong is they're losing certain things like what you call kind of traditional values. And on top of that, one of the things is that if you're too individualistic, you're not going to think of the group. Yeah, you're going to be thinking about yourself. And what's happening with a lot of children, they're thinking about themselves. They're not thinking about, okay, my parents looked after me for X amount of years, and in their elder years, we're going to have to sacrifice something in order to look after them. But instead, me, my kids, me. And that's one of the things that is actually not going to destroy the West, but it's hurting the West in terms of its traditional values, in my opinion. I don't know if
very good summary. I couldn't agree.
I think the environment has actually changed that. If you before the welfare state, people would look after their elderly. You know, their grandmother would live in the top room if you could. A grandmother would live with a family. Right before the welfare state, but the welfare state took that away from the need for us to actually look after grandma, to actually look after.
But why the Asian community still doing it?
Well, I was wondering as you were talking, I was wondering whether leading generations, whether that practice will fade.
It will fade if people don't do what's called a shame culture on people. When we in the Asian community, if I hear someone saying my mum's in it or old person, we look at them in disdain. Like, how dare you? Do you know what I'm saying? Sometimes shame culture is good as well, in the sense that if someone's doing something bad, if you just allow it to keep on happening and no one's shaming them for it, it will spread throughout the community. So anyone that says, and I'm telling you, if anyone says, yeah, okay, my mum's in that old person's home, they will be looked really down upon. And those that stigma outweighs the benefits, yeah, because you don't want to be looked down upon by your fellow members of your community. And this is the problem. Within the West, they don't see it as anything that is negative no more. Like the same with abortion, like, you know, oh, it's just abortion. Oh, well, yeah. And now
you know why
in Poland, I think from my understanding, in Poland, they've enforced a law. And when I read the law, it made complete sense that
and the peoples are on the street. Have you seen that marches? The left was celebrating that so many of the degenerates are on the streets in Poland, right? Have you seen that?
I didn't actually know what was going on. I just heard it was aborted. So I read the law, and it's exactly what I've said, that you shouldn't be aborting babies unless the mother's going to be dying in birth, unless she's been raped or is incest. Then you can abort the baby. Other than that, it should be made illegal. And I don't think there's nothing wrong with it. So
but Raj, would you also agree that the liberal, I call it liberalist, Banksy would probably disagree with that, but this message of hedonism and individualism is mostly addressed towards white people, because white people are making excuses for other groups to behave in their traditional ways, like Muslims, for example. And actually, it's quite interesting, since the liberalists are now, I can't tell for sure, right? But actually, since this year, since Macron, they are actually trying to break down also the acceptance of cultural differences and behavior on the Muslim community. They are now focusing on destroying the traditional ways of how Muslims can behave in France.
Yeah, I mean, can I just scroll back for a second? If you're talking about Poland and abortion, one of the thing you've got to remember is that for the past 50 years, that Poland was part of the Soviet bloc, and the Catholic Church was seen as a form of expressing your Polish nationalism when you weren't allowed to express your Polish nationalism. So Catholicism has an enormous hold in Poland, and one of the major tenets is a sort of anti-abortion. And I suspect, I don't know, I'm not an expert on this and I might be wrong, but I suspect that the historical background is a contributory factor why so many people in Poland are anti-abortion, right? Could I also go to you in India, and you're talking about, you know, not discarding your old people, and could I suggest to you that if you discarded your grandmother or your grandfather in India, they would die, right? Very shortly. They would die because there's no safety net. Right. Whereas we've got a little bit lazy in this country, and the thing is that if our grandmother and a grandfather dies, and then, you know, it's just leaving grandma alone, we know that the state is going to look after her, right?
Yeah, but the thing is, it's also.
I'm not saying it's good. I'm not saying it's good.
No. Look. It's also to do with, look, there are certain things that are right and wrong. Yeah, it's just as simple as that. It doesn't matter what the culture is, wherever it is. Your parents, yeah, shouldn't be chucked into an old person's home. It's just wrong, whether there's a safety net or not. And sometimes shame culture, like in terms of shaming people for doing bad behaviors culturally, has a positive effect in some ways. Like, you know, if everyone's embarrassed to put their old people's house because everyone makes them feel like shit, then that's just the way it is. Those people.
No, I think we're going to pay a terrible price. I think we're going to pay a terrible price for that.
Now, what's going to happen in the next generation if that's not enforced into the next generation within that Asian community? Because I'm definitely enforcing it in my nephews and nieces. Like, you can never put your mother in here. We still got that. But if their kids then get in a position where, okay, culturally it's acceptable within their community, it's going to become the norm as well. Yeah. And this
it's not, it's Raj, it's so not, because the thing is, we can't afford this. This, you know, looking after having old people's homes, they're becoming unsustainable. We can't afford them. And so the thing is that I think you're going to see in the next 5 or 10 or 15 years that we're going to have to go back to looking after grandmother and grandfather, because all of this provision for old people, we just won't be able to afford it. Sorry,
I would also bring up that it's not only that we have this individualism and this kind of hedonistic perspective and individualism, not looking after our old, for example, right? That example came up. It's actually even worse. It is that moral behavior is being shamed, not the opposite around.
Yeah, I agree.
By those, yeah, exactly, by those cultural Marxists, they are shaming actually behavior that is benefiting overall society, because what their goal is a revolution, and
I'll give an example. Yeah, just sorry, it's like
no problem.
If
No
you look
problem.
at
It's a good
motherhood,
conversation.
all right. So if you look at motherhood should be the number one most important job. Like no one should. When someone says they're a mother and they're looking after children, you should be like celebrating that mother. Well, you're not. But what's happening in the West is that when someone says they're a mother, do you know what that question is? Oh, what do you do during the day then?
Yeah.
What do you mean? What do you do? They're a mother. It's a full-time job, and they've now made it that mothers have to work at the same time, so they have to then chuck their kids into places they can't look after them properly. Whereas in the past they had it right. Motherhood, is the most important job you can do, and if you've got to sacrifice time to stay with your children for the first few years of their lives, that should be seen as something that's to be proud of. Right now, it's seen as something as shameful, and that's very sad to see. If I'm being honest.
Yeah, and we especially pointed out the cultural as well as the nutrition part of IQ, and we agreed on that, and that is destroying that. Now people are going hungry to the schools because the mother is out of the home, and probably also there's in many homes no father at home, right? So yeah, it also it is basically what it is. What we are doing right now, it's a death cult. It is like a path to destruction, and it will not end, in my opinion. There's
I think all of these things are a movable feast, and I think that they're all changeable, and I think that we've been used to a high level of comfort, and it seems that the world that we hand on to our children will not be as wealthy, not as good as, but they won't have the same life chances or the same wonderful things that we've had, right? All the wealth. And I think the world that they hand over, I think the society is in decline. And I think that as people get poorer, as I think you're going to see, because as wealth goes over to the Pacific Rim, I believe that we're going to slide back to our old ways, to the old ways that Raj has been describing, where we look after our own, where there's more community, because for sheer survival, we've got soft. We've been allowed to be soft.
Yeah, but also shame. The problem is when people hear about shame culture, in the Asian community, there's an honor culture. Honor, there's a positive to honor. It's not all negative. If your family member's a drug addict or a drug dealer, or your daughter's a prostitute or something it's not something to be proud of. Yeah, it's something that you have to go. Okay, we love you, dude. But you're selling yourself, or you're a prostitute, or you're this. It's not something we're proud of. Right at the moment in the West, they've allowed it to get to a point where even stuff that is outrightly immoral and wrong is like, just let them do it. Oh, don't worry, don't make them feel bad about it. Yeah.
Not even that. It's worth. They are getting basically supported by the system. Just look at the Hunter Biden case, right? Degenerate behavior like this is getting promoted by the system. The Hunter Biden, this drug addict, sex addict guy, right? That basically is now being able to blackmail from being blackmailed by China and so on. This guy was getting benefits from that. What was it? He had a $120,000 job at some Ukrainian
a month.
Is that Biden's son?
Yeah, Biden's son. Yes,
a month in Belarus.
So yeah, you see, because it's these people are more controllable. You have a stronghold over them. You can blackmail them. But in the end of what these elites don't understand is the whole system, the whole society they gained their wealth on is collapsing. And I think they are living in this fantasy world of them are able to manage it by this new fourth industrial revolution or some kind of stuff like this, right? But yeah.
Oh, dude, I need to shoot you, but I'm pretty surprised how much. Because the thing is, me and Elron actually probably agree on a lot more than he thinks. Because I'm very traditional in my kind of mindset. I'm just not somebody that believes that the government should overly control people, and people should be allowed the rights to do what they need to do. Whereas Elron, he's more of a fascist, isn't he? He wants to control everything.
Well, it would be best. It would be best if it is like a social non-contract. So you don't even have to say the rules that are not signed on a contract. That would be the ideal.
Yeah, but that's to do with culture.
Why?
The culture has to have an unwritten rule in it. Like I said, if somebody goes in the Sikh community, I'm putting my mother into an old person's home, you're gonna be shunned by the community. Like, I'm telling you, people will look at them like pariahs. And that kind of culture is not even, nothing's been written in law. If they did it, no one can do anything to them. But we know we're gonna look down upon them, and they know the social repercussions. And that's
but it was the same here 50 years ago, and it's
yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. That's why I say extreme liberalism is just as bad as extreme kind of orthodoxy in terms of religious.
Yeah. And I even agree with that.
Both of them are dangerous.
Right, there was an orthodoxy, and Ralph would hate me for bringing this up in the Christian church, that was preventing the individual from achieving greatness in many aspects, right? Yeah. So there's a balance between focusing also on the group as well as on the individual. I want to have
that is Sikhism. That is Sikhism. So anybody, I'm actually doing Sikh Dawa. Sikhism has the balance between not too liberal and not too orthodox, and also we have the concept of saint warrior. There is no point being a goddamn saint because you're going to get your ass whooped. There's no point being a warrior because you're going to be a savage. You must combine the two. And that's when
it's like the Middle Ages culture of the Europeans, which is the knight, being a knight, right? Yeah,
you need
totally
both.
Lost that as well.
What's the point of praying 24/7 when the marauders are coming at your door?
Yeah, and that is
you're going to pray them to death.
That is the big weakness of Muslim societies as well. They are putting too much focus on right.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. So from therein, it's too much focus on the warrior, jihad, warrior, and so the saintly side of it has lost, and they've lost compassion, and you must combine the two in order to be able to be a formidable force, which is why the Sikhs are the savior around there. Sorry, Elron.
Yeah, but in a liberal
we're going to save
world,
you. We're going to save you.
In an individual world we are living in, where basically all these individualists are controlling the system, the Muslim strategy is the most effective. Right? As you said before, the Sikhs are having 2.0 children. The Muslims have, I don't know, 4 point something, right? It doesn't matter how many genius you produce, eventually you will be conquered by numbers and by a collective.
Yeah, well, this is what I'm saying. There's going to be, there's one way you can kind of for me, I think numbers are going to be the most important in terms of being able to kind of control society. Like if you're outnumbering people, it's going to be a problem. But with the Asian community, we have the Indians, their birth rate's down to 2, but we're rising in the ranks, in terms of high positions of power, wealth, education, all that, and that's also important as well. But I agree. Numbers are going to be the ultimate. There's no point in having 10 people in government if the majority of people voting them in are from. Do you understand? Like the people that are going to be voting people in are going to be more important than
as long as you can't convince the group with higher birth rates of acting like individuals. That's what they have achieved with the European people, right? If you can convince them of them not being a group, of having any interest, then you can even achieve when you're a small minority of people. but only then. And I don't think that the Sikhs are
Have you,
achieving that with the Muslims. The Muslims
have-
will keep their way of living because they're seeing it is successful in this environment.
no, but the thing is, the reason why the birth rate is going to 2 is just because of economics. Like, you know, it's not because they don't want more kids, but we know as a group, you know, like my family, and when I was speaking to them, they can't have 4 or 5 kids because they find
Yeah.
that it's able to look after them. It's as simple as that. And the other thing is that if you're looking at, I'll tell you one way to see how well a group or of a particular group functions. Look at how people build religious places of worship. Yeah. You know, the Sikhs here, I'm not joking. If you look at a temple in Gravesend, it's one of the biggest temples in the West. That was done predominantly all through the group collecting resources, money, working for free, yeah, like builders and stuff on the weekend and stuff. And if you see the thing, yeah, you'll be like, wow, how is it possible that they built it in such a short time? But that's because no one was thinking as an individual; everyone was thinking as the group.
You've been to New York. Just about every Catholic church you see in New York was built by the Italians and the Irish, and it was in exactly the way that you've just explained in the 1890s, 1910s, exactly as what you've just.
And that's how religion, yeah, can kind of unify people to the G block. That's how your religion can have a positive force in terms of kind of solidifying a group of disparate people. Yeah, and they wouldn't be able to do that if they didn't have a bigger goal. Like,
it gave them a sense of community, a center.
Yeah, and that's why Christianity in the West, because it's slowly waning, it's going to be the destructive force. Because a lot of people do want community, and they're going to just go over to different religions, whether that's you know, Islam or anything else, even maybe even Scientologists. You don't know. In 100 years, Scientologists.
There's a huge rising from you as an Indian. You probably, it's not even that these, especially on the elite classes, it's this. I call it New Age type of religion, but they are saying they are like they are believing in Buddha and everything like this, and doing gymnastics. But really, what it is it's kind of a perversion of Buddhism, and it's New Ageism, and a lot of Europeans are going there of this new kind of New Age religions. You see that, yes.
Yeah, do you know what? PC Barnes is a druid. You know, from the park, he's an open druid. So he's gone back to some kind of people might say it's paganistic kind of beliefs, but you know, there's a lot of people like that I don't want to say they're Christian, but they want a belief system. To them, Christianity now they've made into like a negative, like, oh, being Christian isn't cool or isn't it good. So they'll go with, because people that kind of when you got a vacuum, in your life in terms of, like, you know, the creator and stuff, people like G Block and the Ultra and Veli, they're just gonna kind of, you know, they want something, but they don't want to admit it. So what they've gone over to is believing in atheism, as religious kind of like denomination now. And obviously we'll bring them back to the fold at some point. Anyway,
No, I think Veli's.
Well, I would compare atheism basically with liberalism.
Destined.
I need to go, but we got a good conversation today, Ron. Yeah, we got a lot more in common, man. We just need to bring you over to the light side, get away and join another brown man. I am the real brown man, and come over to us.
You become a Sikh.
We will rescue. No, I don't need people to become Sikh. I need people to become like humanitarians, like that.
Oh no, universal.
Is really cool.
Humanitarians. They're so love and thingy. Hug. I'm gonna joke. Anyway, man.
No, but if you're believing in I don't even think Raj is believing in humanitarianism, because he's always mentioning his in group. So this is just a phrase for me. Like, by the way, who is this guy? Wait, what is this name? I just saw on my YouTube subscription a new video. Wait, where's that video?
Ron, I think that Raj is humanitarian. I think he displays that in a lot of ways. I think that he is, although he puts up this sort of bristly, sort of crusty sort of front. I think that actually he's fundamentally a good bloke, but he doesn't like people to know that. I think that there's a lot that he does, which is by his actions a humanitarian, but he'd curse you if you ever said that to him.
Yeah, probably.
I think he's a good man, but if he ever heard you say that, he'd blast you.
Damn, I have subscribed to too many channels. Who is Philip Schofield? Do you know him?
Yes, he's a television personality in this country who he was on BBC One, which is the sort of major channel, I think, with a lot of children's and sort of popular programs on ITV, on BBC, and chat. You know, like during the daytime TV, he has a chat program on daytime TV. And I think recently I believe that he recently came out and declared that he was gay. I think.
Okay, then it must be a troll of Marcolette, because there's a clip here saying Philip Schofield endorses patriotic alternative. This is a 1
that's
minute
not
clip.
no. I wouldn't show that. I wouldn't show that if I were you. It's that is probably a troll.
Yeah.
Yeah, that probably is. And yeah.
Okay. Good.
Well, I've been on for hours and hours and hours. It's been good talking. I'm sorry I get a bit agitated. You take care, Elrond. Okay.
Yeah, I have now to focus on the whole Trump election as well. Yeah.
Who do you think's going to win? Do you really think that Trump's going to win? Seriously.
My guts tells me Trump. Also, I saw some interesting voting analysis by some expert out of the AfD party here in Germany. He says that he was accurate basically on every election except one for the last 18 years. And he also said that Trump will win the race. But I think there is, even if Trump wins and declares himself a winner, there's this whole stuff going on with the
postal voting.
Postal voting. Yeah, that takes another few weeks or something. So we might see chaos. And,
do you know how many lawyers each side has employed to challenge this?
No.
I believe it's somewhere in the region of 600.
Wow.
600 lawyers. I don't know whether that's 600 each side or 600 in total, but either side, that's an awful lot. That's millions and millions of dollars. That's going to, And as you say, that could take weeks, if not months, to resolve itself.
Yeah,
go on.
And I'm interested to know. I don't think either side after this election here will admit either Trump. If Trump wins, the left won't accept him as president, and they're saying we are waiting for these other what was the word again? Postal
voting. Yeah, postal
voting.
in the mail.
Yeah, in the mailbox voting, right?
Yeah.
And the conservatives won't accept the postal voting, mailbox voting, after Trump has declared himself president. So maybe we are expecting to go into civil war in America. So this night is a big night, and I would advise you to watch the same channel I'm watching tonight, which is Nick Fuentes. I want some positive Trump vibes tonight, not some critical voices out of the right of Trump. I want to have my wine next to me, my red wine. So I'm celebrating today, I hope, and I'm enjoying the show. And I
suspect, to be honest with you, that you're going to be waiting for a very, very long time. I may be wrong with this, but I think that all of the results, as you said, because of postal voting, they reckon it's the highest postal vote ever. Right, they reckon 60% of the populace have already voted postal voting. That's never ever happened before, right? Yeah. So that's going to delay the result in any case. And I think you're an hour ahead of us in the UK. So you're talking about 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning when the first results come in, which is Florida. So you're going to be waiting for like 6-7 hours for Florida to come in. That will be a good indicator. But the thing is that just bear in mind, you've got to really, if I were you, and I'm not you, but I mean, I would perhaps suggest that you set your alarm clock and wake up about 2, because all you're going to get, is just a lot of people just sort of talking in studios and they're going to have nothing to talk about. They're just going to be guessing. Well, I think that this is going to happen. Well, I think that that's going to happen. Well, the early indications are this, and they're not knowing that they're just filling the broadcast with noise because they don't know what else to say. They're just keeping going. You know what I mean? And I think you're going to be waiting a very, very long time before the first results come in.
Yeah, I'm also suspecting even before the results there could be street fights. So that's why I'm also watching the elections. I'm suspecting like I don't know what was the movie, a Purge kind of scenario, the Purge movies, right? So yeah. I'm very interested in that, and I definitely can't sleep tonight. And I think Nick Fuentes want to go online 2 hours before 4 o'clock in the morning. So yeah, I can't sleep tonight. But this is a good advice for others.
Well,
maybe.
there's another thing, and that's that. I mean, do bear in mind that you may find that if he's on YouTube, they'll take it down. Nick Fuentes.
He's on D-Live. He's already
right.
been,
Well, he might be okay then, because I think that's China. Because you know that in 2016, Ben Thingamabob. I can't think of his name. Ben
Shapiro.
Shapiro. Yes.
Yeah.
His stream was taken down. Stephen Crowder's stream was taken down. Milo Yiannopoulos' stream was taken down. They were all taken down on election night. By YouTube. So if you're watching anything on
YouTube, Crowder still has his channel. I think Ben Shapiro also got. I'm switching channels basically the whole time. Probably
the interesting one would be the Young Turks.
Oh yes. I want to see them cry out in pain.
Well, except this might be their, this might be their night.
Maybe, yeah.
It might be their night. The trouble is that nobody knows. Absolutely nobody knows. You're sort of talking about, IQ. I saw somebody on Saturday who I think is sort of devastatingly clever, and I asked him, "What do you think?" And he's a local councillor, and he said, I really can't call it. I just don't know. I have no clue. And he said, and if anybody tells you they do know, they're liars or they're deluded. Nobody knows how this is going to go.
Yeah, I don't claim that I know either. It's I think that many of the prediction made has not included very important factors like the mobilization of your base. I don't know if it's that important with the mailboxing voting. I don't know, but I can't tell you. But
do you know
my
the numbers?
guts tell me Trump is winning. I can't tell you, but what I can tell you is either side winning, it will not be accepted by the other side, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Do you know? I can give you the numbers. Do you know? Have a guess. Have a guess. What percentage of Republican Trump supporters are excited about their candidate? What's the figure?
Oh, that is a higher number, definitely, as the Democrats.
Go on, have a guess. I'll tell you.
70%.
84.
84. Yeah.
That's very, very, very high.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, that would be higher than Churchill, I reckon, right?
Yeah.
In my country. What do you reckon it is amongst the Democrats for Biden? 84 for Trump.
Yeah.
What is it for Biden?
Probably between 14 and 20%.
Do you know it is 14?
14. Wow.
That's
Not bad.
yeah. And I tell you what, if you want to check those figures, I got that from the Spectator. You know, the Spectator magazine, which is a newspaper in this country. Yes, 14. A magazine in this country, political magazine in this country. It used to be run by Boris Johnson, the current prime minister in my land.
So it's basically a vote between being pro-Trump and anti-Trump.
Well, no. I mean, the point of those polls are, it seems that a lot of Trump supporters are really enthusiastic about him, and they are gagging to get out to vote for him, and they will queue. Do you know, in America, for some reason, I don't know why, but you have to queue for hours to, you know, in my country, you literally are in and out in a space of like 3 to 5 minutes. It takes no time at all to register your vote. In America, they will queue up around the block for hours and hours and hours. If you want to go and vote, you will vote. They've got like these machines, and you don't just vote on the president, but you will maybe vote on local councillors. They also have these questions, you know, like Proposition 775 or whatever it is, and it'll be about, you know, like abortion or anti-abortion. They'll have a whole series of
interesting
of propositions. So you don't just vote on one thing. You may, some years, you may actually vote for a congressman. You may sometimes vote for your local senator. It sort of rotates. So you're not just voting for the president, you're voting for a whole series of other things as well, right? And so you vote for hours and hours and hours. And what they're suggesting is that the Republicans have got their postal vote out in double the numbers that the Democrats are, right? They're also suggesting that because they're much more enthusiastic, they're more liable to queue up and wait for hours to make sure that their Trump vote goes through. Now, that may be just nonsense. That may be totally wrong. It may be just wishful thinking. But the Spectator magazine is usually pretty objective about these things. You know, it may be totally wrong. It may be tomorrow. I may look completely wrong about that. But, you know, who knows what the story is?
Yeah, I can't wait for the results.
Oh, well. I mean, as you say, whoever wins. Yeah. I think that if Trump gets in for a second term, I think it was you that said they will mess him about. They will do everything they can to screw him over. You know what I mean? To make him fail.
But I also think that his second term will be much harder on the left than the first term. Because I think the president has only 2 terms.
Yeah, that's correctly. It. Yeah, the limit. Yeah.
So yeah, he was basically doing the small stuff in this first period, and the big stuff. This is at least what I'm hoping. The big stuff he's doing in his second term. Like, for example, attacking big tech censorship. That is what I'm hoping for.
Sorry, could you expand upon that?
Yeah, I think to be elected for the second term, he has to make a lot of sacrifices in the attacks of the opposite side, right? And he doesn't have to do that in his second term, because after 4 years he's out either way.
He's got nothing to lose. Yes, I see what you mean. He's got absolutely nothing to lose.
Yeah.
Now, here's an interesting thing. Obama, when he won the second term, right, he had nothing to lose, but he was more timid in the second term than he was in the first. And he had nothing to lose. He would never. I understand that after a president has won the second term, he's not allowed to enter any other election for anything in America. You can't even become like a minor councillor or on a minor council in Wichita or Montana or something. You're never allowed to run for anything else after you've been elected a second time.
Might that has something to do with Obama hoping that he gets a job in a field where, when he wants to do the things he wants to do, he can't get the job where he wants to? And I think Trump doesn't have that a burden that he needs to be he's a wealthy man. He doesn't need to be in a company that's not his own. So yeah, we
Yeah,
will
no,
see.
there might be something like that because you know that I mean, as you probably know, presidents make their money after their presidency, and
Yeah.
with the exception of Trump, that's already got the money. But the thing is that they're put onto like bank boards of directors as a name on a bank, and so once a month they turn up at a sort of general meeting, a monthly meeting, and they will be paid sort of silly money, millions, to at the end of the year for attending like 7 or 8 sort of these meetings, right?
Yeah, and if Trump also another basically look in the future of Trump's base is when he doesn't deliver that what the base is demanding of him, like I think this is one of the biggest thing is big tech censorship now. The wall is almost completed as far as I have understood that. So if he doesn't deliver now in his second term, because he's not up for vote for another election, his base will go after him way harder than, for example, the alt-right already has at some point, some degree, right? So that is also what I'm expecting. I'm expecting a lot of pressure from the right wing of the conservatives to Trump to deliver his promises more than, just trusting the plan and everything like this.
Whenever has Trump ever bowed to pressure from anyone or perhaps apart? No, I won't say it. But I mean, when has he never bows to anybody's pressure? I know what you're saying, but do you really think that he's the man that's going to actually bow to the pressure of the right?
Well, I don't know. I see that he was pressured to up his rhetoric in the election time to get voted, to get his base basically more enthusiastic. So I see, for example, a change of rhetoric in the election time over the last months by Trump, which many of his base was hoping for during the 2-year time and the 3-year time where he was in office. So he at least has to bow down to this pressure to be re-elected.
Here's another side to it. Elron. Now imagine it's not his night. Imagine it doesn't go well. Do you not think that the Democrats are going to do everything in their power to dismantle everything that he's tried to achieve over the past 4 years?
Of course, but he's. I think that a second, basically, affirmation of the people wanting him, as a president, is at least it could be from a pure might is right perspective, democratically speaking, that he is now willing to don't go up with this thing and is basically declaring a state of emergency much quicker than he has in the past.
The thing is I think America's such a strong, firmly established state. If he were ever, I don't think that he would do that. I think that when push comes to shove, if he's losing and he realizes that he's lost, I think that he will hand over power without any nonsense at all. I think that he's. I don't think there. Although everybody's worried that he's going to sort of have to be dragged kicking and screaming from the White House, I think that if he loses, he will leave gracefully.
And I think if he loses, but I'm talking about in the average people's minds, he's winning, and yet they try to get him out of office with another Russiagate or something like this. He won't be up for that for a second time. This is my prediction. But I could be wrong. It's all
no.
speculation.
If you look, think about it. If he, by some fluke, and remember that the odds are 90-10 in Biden's favor. The I forget which, but I think it might have been YouGov. One of their polls is saying Biden is 90% certain of becoming president tomorrow. Right,
Yeah,
90, 90, right? But Trump is 10% certain. That's the YouGov. That's they've sort of run the figures. I don't know whether it's true or not, but that's. I think it might have been the poll of polls where they've looked at all the other polls, but they reckon that it's 90%, 10%. It really is a shoe-in for Biden. Now, if by some fluke Trump actually pulls it off and becomes president, that will be such a powerful affirmation of Donald J. Trump that no one will be able to say no to him. If they do, they will be saying no to the American people who elected him twice.
Yeah.
Right? So the thing is that if he does get a second mandate, it would be such a powerful jolt. Right?
Yes.
He'll become even more egotistical than he is at the moment, which is hard, which is hard to believe, which is really, really hard to believe. But I don't really think that that's going to happen. And I think the opposite is there's a danger that the opposite will occur, where Biden is elected and they see this as a justification for all of the nonsense, you know, like the progressive sort of nonsense, all the things that you and, you know, you talk about and Ralph talks about, the sort of progressive, sort of liberal, you know, that we'll get that times 20.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
And I think that that's highly likely to happen. And I'll tell you something else that's going to probably happen. You know about the Electoral College, yes? That this is not a popularity vote. It's not whoever gets the most votes. It's whoever wins enough seats in the Electoral College. So a place like Florida has 10 seats. A place like California has 15 seats. Texas has 7 seats. All these different states have different. And after the election, each state is voted for with a certain number of electoral college seats, and they go to Washington and they go into a room and they elect the president, right? So Americans vote for the Electoral College, right? Then the Electoral College go to Washington and they choose the president, right? The thing is that and it's a foregone conclusion. The thing is that if let's say enough states vote for Biden, then Biden will get it. You know what I mean? They don't reverse the decision. But the thing is that if Biden gets that vote, if he gets the national mandate, and it's passed in the courts, I think you're going to see a very, very left-leaning government, very, very left-leaning government.
Which is also something that some people on the from the right accelerationist perspective prefer. I don't prefer that scenario, by the way, but they are saying basically it destroys their belief in a democracy. This is what happens basically to the left, right? To Black Lives Matter. They don't believe in democracy anymore. So the same kind of stuff has to happen to the more conservative people. So that could be interesting as well from a metapolitical point of view for ethno-nationalists. So I don't really care that much. I just like Trump to win to see another kind of accelerationist behavior from the left, because when right-wing people are doing that, that has always in the past been a net loss for us. And I see that the same with the Muslims, for example, at the moment. They are doing all these terrorist attacks, right? And it has been the overall view of European people towards Muslim, it has harmed them as a group. So yeah, I like that over a left-wing radicalization and acceleration, the right-wing people also radicalize themselves. But it's because of the left and not because the right wing has choose to do so.
So what are they What are they accelerating towards?
Well, everything, attacking people, random people on the streets, who they
No,
think.
but what does it lead? You know, if you're talking about acceleration, you know, there's
Yeah.
usually a destination. What's the destination?
Well, I can think about if Biden gets in office, that they will go after, for example, completely shutting down freedom of speech on social media. And we already have seen some cases of people going out there doing terrorist attacks because they have no other choice to raise their voice other than this. They feel that they have no other choice. There's no other probability to convince people that they are wrong and to get them to their side. And this could have a huge effect if they close down Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter even more than they already have to us. This could lead to a radicalization that you've never seen before from the right wing's perspective. That
So
could
it's
be
sort of
one.
accelerating towards like some kind of civil war or revolution.
Yeah, or at least lone wolf terrorism. Yeah, that is my biggest fear, that you have more lone wolf terrorism because of that. Another the best thing could be you have big street demonstrations which are peacefully against the government and against social media platforms in front of Facebook and so on. That would be the good way, and to form communities based on that, that would be a good way. But you can also have the opposite. You can have these Anders Breivik kind of characters that are now saying enough is enough, or there's no democratic solution for that. We have to destroy this country so it comes to their senses again.
Do you think that that's a possibility?
Oh yes, especially in America because they have all these weapons.
They've got guns.
Yeah, it could even be a military coup. That would be another positive thing, in my opinion. A military coup. Like in Turkey, what they tried in Turkey. There could be another peaceful, relatively peaceful solution. Yeah.
But there's a lot of people that talk online, and there's a lot of armchair warriors online.
Yeah.
Do you really think that don't you think that an awful lot of this sort of talk is sort of just talk? It's just like people being brave behind a keyboard. Being a keyboard warrior. Do you not think it's?
Remember, if you take the keyboard warrior, the ability to be keyboard warriors, what are they left with?
Well, yeah, no, I see what you're saying. They've got nothing else. If you take that away from them, they've got nothing else. So therefore,
yeah. That is why I'm promoting, for example, groups like the Identitarian movement, where they still have a movement where they can engage with in real life. Right? That prevents people from going into this lone wolf terrorist attacks. Right? Yeah, I'm all for that. That is actually preventing right-wing terrorism.
Do you actually, there's, I can't think of the name of the book, but do you think, are you suggesting that this is leading to some kind of Turner Diaries thing?
Yeah, there's. I think eventually. I mean, the elite have a plan for. How they say it, to reset the system, right? This is what these guys of the World Economic Forum are planning next year. They have a plan to basically peacefully, without crashing down the system like in the 1920s and so on, I think this is the elite way to try to avoid a scenario like in Weimar Germany, and in the US you had the same kind of financial collapse. But I think it is inevitable. And also keep in mind another possibility which would come with Biden is a forced vaccination kind of scenario, a total police state kind of scenario. And not only right-wing people will be against it, will also be more left-leaning people and liberals being against forced vaccination and everything like this. So I'm thinking either way, if Biden takes over, it is civil war time.
Civil war. Civil
Yeah.
war.
Yeah.
Civil war.
Yes. The only question is if it's being led by the average American because of a financial collapse, for example, which occurs before something else, like them just shutting down one side of the spectrum, like right-wing people on the internet or something, or if it's a scenario like a financial collapse. And look what Donald Trump has done for the economy. It was pretty good. Let these communists into the government, and you will see a financial collapse much quicker than under Trump. I still think that even Trump can't avoid this financial collapse. But,
No. I think you're right. No. The worst recession in 300 years they're predicting.
Yeah.
No matter what.
Yeah. So yeah, I don't know, but no one can really predict the future. All I could say is what prevents that, what would be a peaceful resolution, and if people doesn't listen and are doing the opposite, then the possibility of the things that then come out of that are very likely.
Well, you know that I think Lenin, who actually went through, Lenin went through obviously the Russian Revolution, and he said that a revolution is only 3 meals away. And what he meant was that if you go without food for 3 days, right, then you've got nothing to lose, and you start to get revolutionary. And I mean, I don't know whether that's true or not, but if you have, I sort of get what you're saying, that if there's a major economic breakdown, a major sort of political breakdown, then all sorts of things could actually happen. People could start getting hungry and angry, and things could turn very nasty very quickly. Yes.
Mm-hmm. And the left is actually forcing that. Not only the left, also the globalists. What they are doing with all these shutdowns because of a minor virus is forcing the financial collapse. It is nothing else but that.
Sorry, how are they doing that?
By shutting down the economy. They are doing it right now in Germany as well. We have the second. It's not a full shutdown, but it's pretty much that. So, yeah, they are basically they are destroying the economic sector by purpose. I don't know if they are stupid or this is a part of the plan. I don't know, but they are doing it.
Well, can we just walk through that, unpack that for a second? Can we unpack that? Look, I don't know whether it's the same in Germany, but in our country, they ran the numbers, and the number of people that are catching COVID is accelerating enormously as it started to get colder in this country, and the autumn is turning into winter.
Yeah.
Okay. As a result of that, they predict that within I think about 3 or 4 weeks, we're going to run out of hospital beds. We're going to have to stop screening for cancer patients, for heart attack patients, for stroke victims. We will just have to focus on COVID. Now, I don't know whether it's the same in Germany. I understand that Germany is far better prepared for COVID. with a whole load of testing and things. But I understand the test and traced, which is supposed to be one of the best in the world, it's not working in Germany.
Yeah,
So
let me
they've
give
been,
you a number. The Germans still have more beds of critical or patients than free beds than the whole of Italy has for its population. So, yeah, and you know,
but they're struggling. They're
if
struggling.
no, they are not at all. And if you want basically the best out of two worlds, right? You would have built more beds and more things that this what is it hospital system can get ill people in it, right? But they haven't focused on that. They have focused on shutting the economy down. And actually, if you look at it, I think it was 70 or 75 to 30 or 25, which of the people that got infected by COVID-19, 70% of the people infected by COVID-19 were living in their private rooms and not going to work or anything like this. So even their own measurements are stupid, especially when it comes to the cold days, because you're more indoor into your own room than in the summer. Okay, the virus in the outside is much more. It's not so harmful than indoors. So yeah, it's all just, you know.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know entirely what the situation is in Germany, but the way that I understand it in the United Kingdom, we had a choice between trying to save the economy and trying to save the National Health Service, and they've tried to save the economy. The priority has been trying to keep businesses going, and they've been forced, because of the predictions, the numbers in the past couple of days, to reverse that and switch and start closing some of the businesses down, even though they don't want to for the next 4 weeks. They didn't want to do that. And I understand it's exactly the same in Ireland. 2 weeks ago, the Irish government completely ignored the Irish experts, scientific experts, predicted that if you don't do this, there's going to be a surge in COVID cases. They ignored it. They started to get the serves. They
the
had
question
to.
is, I don't know the numbers in the UK at the moment of cases versus cases that are actually need to go to hospitals. Because if you compare that, at least here in Germany, the numbers hasn't risen up, even though the people, because of the testing and everything like this, also with year time, right, because it's getting colder and people are more indoors and so on, are getting higher, right? And also it makes sense that this rate isn't increasing, because over time you get an herd immunity in the population. And
But Aaron, that's the point. That's what everybody thought. Herd immunity. That's what everybody thought. But it seems that what's happening is that people are catching COVID, and then 3 months later they're catching it again. And then you've got people that have got long COVID, and they're getting COVID, and it's staying with them for 6 months.
I don't know about that.
Oh yeah, no. I mean, Google it. Long COVID, and there's people that it's like malaria. It doesn't leave them, right? Especially if they've got, especially if they're overweight, especially if they've got, pre-existing conditions like type 2 or type 1 diabetes.
Yeah.
Right.
All I'm seeing is so many things that are not making any sense at all. The mask wearing, I see that they are basically saying you have to wear a mask. It's basically for compliance, to show other peoples that you are also believing in this dangerous virus, because you see all these other people wearing the mask, right? This is my theory why they are so for wearing masks now. All I'm seeing now, looking back at the Wuhan videos, I was, by the way, advocating for a complete shutdown of Germany, right? Because of these videos. Now looking back at them, I see them that could be acting, right? And I look at Wuhan now. They had this big celebration there with Halloween and everything like this. So basically, I'm saying, okay, basically the WHO was promoting the Chinese and how they have been dealing with this crisis, right? And now they are putting these pictures out there of them having basically no problems anymore with this virus and celebrating. So China is the future model for the whole of the world, right? So this is from the perspective I've been looking at this, and it's fucking scary to me, to be honest. Looking at China as a good example of how we should structure our society in the future.
I'm trying to find the figures for in China. Actually, trying to find what the figures are at the moment in China, because I'd be very interested to know about that. That's quite interesting. Let's have a look. Let's see what we got.
Yeah.
Yes. No. Absolutely. You're absolutely right. It seems that in the early days it spiked. It spiked in April, and it's just flatlined at the moment. You're absolutely right. There's been 1 million cases. There's been 47,000 deaths, which is probably comparable with the United Kingdom. Yes, it's almost exact. No, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the United Kingdom cases. Let's have a look at the China ones here. Yeah, no, but you're absolutely right. It seems that in China, for some reason, they seem to have beaten it.
Mm-hmm.
Right, here you go. Let's have a look at this. You got China. In this country, the number of deaths in the United Kingdom, 47,000 deaths, right? In China, 4,000. So it's 1/10, right? We've had over 1 million cases. They've had 86,000 cases.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it may be that we can't trust the Chinese figures. Maybe, I don't know. It seems a very low figure for a big country like China. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
Especially when you compare it to the population of China.
Yeah. I'm not sure that I can trust those. I'm not sure.
But no one is really saying that you can't trust China on how they are dealing and what information they're giving out to the public. And in fact, they are doing the opposite. They are celebrating China, and that is what at least people have to be suspicious of this. And another thing which is interesting is that you see more and more resistance because people are suffering. They are losing their jobs. Their business got destroyed because of this, and it doesn't matter even if everything they are saying is true. People will not comply anymore when they lose their business and so on.
Yeah, no, absolutely, no. I think you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. I'm looking at Germany, and at the height of COVID in March and April, there was 6,000 cases. Do you know what it is at the moment?
Per month or
no? At the moment, today. Well,
no,
yeah.
I can't give you the exact number.
No, well, 6,000 in April. It's 19,000 in, which is very low in comparison to the United Kingdom. Very low in comparison to the United Kingdom. You're better at dealing with it than the Brits, but
they're also testing more. So that is also what I mean. They're also testing more.
Do you know why that? Do you know why that is? Do you know why that is?
Testing more.
Yeah. Do you know why?
No.
Because traditionally Germany's known for its pharmaceutical industries, yeah, and for its chemical industries, yeah, world renowned for its chemical industries and its pharmaceuticals, right? For
the past Bayer and so on.
Yeah, for the past 200 years, 150 years, just been known for it. A vast amount of the testing that was originally done in January across Europe was done in Germany. So when lab testing could be done initially, the Germans were in a really, really good, strong position to actually have mass testing whereas we had to start from the ground up. Yes?
Yeah. But if you mass testing and not testing on the people that what they have done before, right? They were only mostly only testing people they suspect to have that virus. Then you have a larger rate of false positives, and that's why you see in the death counts that this virus is getting less and less deadly, right? Because there are more testing, more people are suspectedly have COVID, right?
And being isolated.
And have COVID, but really it's a false positive, and then the death rate is going down. So it's not as deadly as it was in April, because they are mass testing now, and not just testing people they suspect to have COVID.
Well, there's another thing as well. It seems that a lot of people in the UK, I don't know about Germany, but a lot of people in this second wave that are catching COVID are young people. And it's less deadly. If you're under, I think under sort of 45 or something, you're much less liable to actually die of COVID, unless you've got a pre-existing condition like like you're heavily obese or type 2 diabetes or whatever.
Yeah, this is another thing. You have to, you can't. This is a communist perspective, right? You have to treat everyone equal. Not everyone is equal to this corona chain virus. What you have to do, based on logic, is you have to isolate the older people, right? And not just give them a fucking stupid mask, but rather a valid mask, like FFP2. I don't know what's the term in England, but you have to give them proper mask, or at least give the staff that is working with the older peoples proper mask, and let these other peoples live their life, right? Because it's not deadly to them. It's not deadly to the young people, or even in the child ages, the death rate even shrinks more than with people of age 30 to 40 or something. So yeah, they are doing all this crazy stuff that is not based on the real facts, in my opinion. So yeah, but we will see. And and all those World Economic Forum, right? When you see what they are saying is, COVID-19 is a great asset for us. It's a small window we can use to basically restructure society around the world. So
I honestly don't. Honestly, I honestly, Elron, I don't think that's how they work. They want to be rich. They want the economy to work. It's not in their interest to smash the economy.
Of course it is. Of course
why?
it is. They want to destroy the middle class, their opponents, and they want to monopolize the businesses, which they are the stakeholders of. They want to erase the competition. That is why big capitalists, big plutocrats, and communists have always worked together. There are two people on the same coin, and that is what most people don't understand. That the big monopolies have always worked together with the communists, because actually the plutocrats, the big companies, are not interested in free markets at all.
If you look, I don't know who precisely we're talking about here, but I mean the thing is if you own Apple or you own and you have a controlling share in Facebook, you're some of the richest people in the whole world, right? It's not in your interests for the economy of the world to tank, because that directly affects your wealth.
Well, we see that Amazon and all these big companies have gotten richer during the crisis, and not have doing worse. And also, you might have some companies which are big companies that have suffered or will suffer by, especially from a financial collapse, right? But in the long run, and these people are thinking in the long run, at least if they're smart, they will see it like, we might suffer that 2 or 3 years, but we can do that. But we have basically eliminated all of the opposition, all of our opponents.
Look, you know Jeff Bezos, who's the head of Amazon. If
Yeah.
he lives in America, lives and works in America. I would imagine that he has a really, really good life, and I would imagine that he actually enjoys every single day as one of the richest men in the world, right? The thing is that he doesn't want to live in a country which becomes unstable. He doesn't want to live in a country that loses its mojo, its stability, its wealth, its happiness. He doesn't want. He's part. Jeff Bezos is part of America. He doesn't want to see it go down the toilet.
Well, why then are these guys promoting revolutionary movements like Black Lives Matter, like all these homosexual advocacy groups, right? They put on Google and Amazon and so on. Why are they doing
because
that?
I believe they're leftists. I think a lot of the people that we're talking about here are ex-university graduates or ex-university students, and they picked up their politics from university. And I think that they picked up all of this sort of left-wing, sort of progressive social justice. I think they picked it all up at university.
No, I think, yeah, it might be that this is the case for some people, but my belief is what's standing in the way of them expanding their companies is borders, is culture, and so on. If everyone is a consumer and a producer, these people will have total control, right? And values like family and other things, right? Like social cohesion, like workers' parties, right? That you had with when you have a like workers. Eric Stryker and Mike Enoch has done a great stream with some commies about that topic on Modern Day Debate, and yeah, you will see that also all the workers. I forgot the name.
Go on, you're doing
which
fine.
advocates for the workers, right? You have some communities that advocates for the workers, and they are basically
socialist,
socialist,
communists.
Yeah. So something like this, and they were way more powerful back in that day when you had a strong sense of traditional values, right? Now they are all in line with the globalists. They are in for more migration, which lowers the wages of the workers, and they're promoting this, right? So yeah, in the end of the day, these people are globalists, and globalism is expanding their companies and their control and market shares over the whole world. So that's why they don't care if a country may be going down or doing dark times, right? Jeff Bezos can just simply fly to one of his other
Canada
houses
or whatever. Yeah, Canada.
Yeah, so I think he doesn't think in that way that we are thinking of a civil war or something like this. Right?
Do you know? I think I don't know Jeff Bezos at all, but I would imagine that Bill Gates, Jeff Bezos, you know, the richest, some of the richest people in Silicon Valley. I think that they would fight to their dying breath to keep America America.
But then they would support Trump and not Black Lives Matter, because Black Lives Matter was destroying their own shops. It was destroying Apple shops, stealing from them, and so on, and they still promoted them. So either you make the case that these people don't have the wish that they have their companies in an environment that is unstable, right? Or you go with the long-term goal where they say, okay, this is a small bucket in my profits, right? But I'm thinking long-term ahead and saying, well, that leads to the erasure of all of my opponents, right? That wants to that are not into online, for example, online trading, that are buying and selling stuff in the real world, right? Where you go to a shop and buy some clothes or something, and not buy it from Amazon and then the post guy comes up to your door and delivers you, right? I think this is their type of thinking, but I can't tell you really what these guys are thinking. I'm just looking at what they are doing, and they are promoting revolutionary movements. That is all that I care. I don't have to really understand what these people think. I'm just looking at what they are doing right now.
We're going to have to disagree on that, because I don't know that we're ever going to agree on that. I think that at heart they're Americans and they will fight to their dying breath to maintain. But we'll have to sort of disagree on that.
Yeah.
But what about this vaccine thing? Do you think? I think that they're desperately working on a vaccine which probably won't work very well, right? I don't think it's being used as a means to control the population or to get compliance. I don't think it's a secret drug. I've heard it suggested that this vaccination is some sinister way of getting the control of the population. Are you buying that?
Well, what it is, it's different things. It is not only the vaccine, it's also the tracing. They are trying to trace people with who have not been vaccinated, and them having control over where you can and can't go if you don't have taken the vaccine. It's another step to the total police state, where you are people of can't using your freedom of movement, your freedom of buying and selling without using digital money. This is what they are pushing also with the whole coronavirus thing, because money is dirty and money had this virus on it, right? It's different fractions. When it comes to them controlling us via this new, I think what you mean is especially this mRNA type of anti-vaccine, which messes with your genetics.
Well, I've heard it said that there's some sort of. I've heard it suggested that there's some sinister plot with the COVID vaccine that they're working on, sort of gaining some kind of control.
Yeah.
And I've heard that said by people on the right, and I just wondered whether you were buying into that.
Well, to some degree, I at least have the suspicion of that. For example, from some information that I was looking at, that, for example, in the case of autism, I know that autism has what is it called? Like the curve when vaccine.
There's a relationship between
Yes.
MRA and there's a relationship. That some
With
people are suggesting
anti-vaccine and
there's a causal
autism.
relationship. Yeah.
So
They've suggested. Has that not been debunked though? Has that not been?
I don't know, and I can't tell you. But the other thing is, some people are saying, yeah, Bill Gates is into this. What is the society he's part of? I think
He's trying to. Yes, I think he's trying to eradicate certain diseases like polio in across the world. Yeah.
Yeah, but he's in a society, almost secret society, which explicitly says that it wants to depopulate the world because there's so many people, too many. They are using too many resources, and eventually we are running out of the resources. So he wants to depopulate the world, right? And that is what he's saying. Now, many are speculating.
Sorry, is Bill Gates saying that he wants to depopulate the world?
Yes, that is what he's saying. And some people are speculating: is it how they achieve it is is due to a vaccine, right? I'm saying I don't know. All I know is that there was never an anti-vaccine that messes with your mRNA. It's a kind of DNA structure, right? So that could, for example, lead to losing your fertility. And I don't trust the government. I think the governments all around the Western world are anti-me, anti-my group, anti-white, yes? Why should I expect these groups to do anything that is benefiting my group when in fact all they are doing is try to destroy my group, right? So I don't, when it comes to my own body, I won't accept anything. And if someone is standing in front of my door, some police man, right? This is my barrier, okay? If they're trying to do that, I will go to everything, right? And they have to prepare for that. If they are doing that to me, forcing me to take that fucking vaccination, even though as a 30-year-old guy, I'm basically immune to that, right? They can prepare for war when it comes to me. Okay?
Sorry,
I'm not trusting these
which
fuckers.
particular vaccination are you talking about? You're not. Are you talking about the COVID?
I don't care which vaccination. I don't take any of the vaccination anymore.
Even though it might save your life.
Yeah, I don't see that in the coronavirus things. It would when it would be Ebola, it would be another case. But I'm not vaccinating myself against the flu. By the way, the flu is always evolving, right? You need a new dose of a specific of a new kind of flu vaccine every year.
Vaccine, yeah.
So this is another thing. The coronavirus, it's the same thing. It can mutate, and then you need another vaccine the next year. And are they ready for it? Can they basically make that new vaccine the other year as well, or have we go to lockdown as well because it has been mutating? No, I'm not up for this shit. Okay.
But even though, look, I mean, I understand that COVID is different in that it apparently it's thickening the blood, and it's causing clots across the body, and it's causing clots in the lungs. This is not something that I'm not an expert on this, but I understand that it is different and that it's causing major. I mean, one of the reasons why when COVID first came out, they thought that put people on respirators. That's not it. What you need to do is to give them oxygen, and the reason why you give them oxygen is because their lungs, if you get COVID really, really badly, your lungs can't absorb oxygen easily. So it's much you don't need a respirator. The thing that saves you is pure oxygen. This is a very nasty disease. Now, I don't know whether it's affecting people that are 30. I know that it's affecting like specific vulnerable groups.
The risk I'm taking for myself, okay? And I don't see no one can answer me this. If you want to get vaccinated and you are vaccinated, you should be safe from people like me who can be infected, right? Because you have the antivirus. So why do you care? I don't understand that.
Sorry, please run that past me again. I'm so sorry.
If you are getting vaccinated and you believing in this system, right? This antivirus system that only wants the best for you, and you're taking that vaccine, you should be immune, right? So you don't have to care about me and my decision.
But as one human being talking to another human being, I'm concerned that you're going to turn your back on something which might save your life.
Well, maybe. I have to deal with the consequences.
But if that's a risk you want to take, then to sort of take it. But I am concerned that there will be people that will be, maybe you're 30 years old, you are super fit, you run 5 miles a day, and this is just not going to be a problem. But I'm concerned that other people, let's say with pre-existing conditions like type B diabetes, like people with pre-existing health conditions, they may listen to you or may listen to friends of yours, be persuaded by your argument, and it may make the difference between life and death to those people.
It's not only me that is arguing for this, right? We have huge experts on our side that were praised by the media just a few years earlier. So if and this system, which is anti-white, that wants to destroy my people, okay, that is doing everything they can to shut me down, and I see that the same people are shutting down these experts in that field, in that very field, and I have a decision between them putting a needle in my head or me having a slight risk to take to be infected or something, right? Then I take that slight risk rather than letting
I
me.
don't think it'll ever
And
come to. I don't think
and
it'll ever come to that though. I mean,
well,
I
you
think that
never
you will be
know.
given the choice, and if people
They're
decide,
already saying it will not be a forced vaccination, but it will be like how they call it. You can't go there, so it's an implicit forced vaccination, right?
well, sure. I mean, surely that's reasonable. I mean, if they,
No, it's
you know,
not.
if they're
It's even more sinister than being out in the open and saying you fucking have to get the needle into your head, into your skin, right? Arm or I don't know, boot. Yeah. So and
I
you
mean,
know the other
surely
things
that's
is
reasonable
from a
though, isn't it?
right-wing perspective, right? I'm always for if you make a decision, you have to face the consequences. This is what the left is not for, right? You can behave however you want, and you're still being valued as a person, right? If I make the wrong decision here, I have to face the consequences.
And it's your decision, and I think you'll probably find that in any in any sort of Western country, I don't think anybody's going to force you to take a I mean there are people like Jehovah's Witnesses who refuse blood transfusions, and I believe that they refuse certain kinds of organ transplants and all kinds of. It's quite really within their rights to do that,
Yeah,
right?
that's another thing I want to get rid of with a what was it called that
Blood transfusion.
yeah, blood transfusion.
What's wrong with blood
I
transfusion?
will completely get rid of many of the people who can go to this blood transfusion, and me getting blood from a person I don't want to get the blood from. Okay. Yeah. All
Right.
this.
Sorry. Before we go any further here, I give blood. Right. I gave blood in January. I gave blood in May. I gave blood in July, I think, and I planned to give blood in December. Right. What's wrong with people giving blood?
Oh, I'm an ethno-nationalist. I don't want to get blood from
You don't want my
an
blood.
Arab or a black person. Okay, I don't want get blood from a homosexual or something. So I'm a purist. Okay, I want to get the blood, the best blood I can get. Okay, from my point of view, the black nationalists might think the same way, or the Arab nationalists. Okay, I have no problem with that, but I don't want to get blood from a degenerate, okay? Because I think it has consequences. And with at least with organs, we have some kind of proof of this, okay? There's people now can play music instruments that have a new heart or something, okay? So also on that, I want my own professors to investigate all of these topics that I can trust, and then have other professors controlling if they came to the same conclusion neutrally. I don't trust this system at all, okay? I want to get rid of all these people, and I want I want the new world order in the good kind of things. I don't trust this system to even tell me what the weather is be like tomorrow. I'm fed up with it.
Elron, look, we're living in a West where people live longer than we've ever lived before. We are living in a world where we're carrying out operations that were undreamed of 10 years ago, 15 years ago. Keyhole surgery, things that were just not possible. They're starting to replace science in many, many ways. It makes terrible mistakes. It might lead to our own destruction, but it really, really works. It keeps planes in the sky. It sends space vehicles to the moon, right? And medicine has saved millions and millions and millions of lives. I don't know what to say. We are talking probably 1,000 miles away from each other instantaneously. There's sort of 26 people across the globe listening to this, right? What's not to love about science? What's not to love about technology? All of this
It's
is
not that I don't like science. It's that I am not trusting science because I'm seeing which people are controlling the science, which expert they are inviting on the media to tell us to trust them. It's not that you understand the science as an average guy. Even me, I'm not claiming that I understand all the science, right? But it's a thing of trust, and I don't trust my enemies. That's what it comes down to. I don't think any of my enemy wants the best for my people.
Are they really your? Are they?
And you have to
seriously,
trust
are they
it as
your
well.
enemies?
Don't tell me that you understand all the science behind.
No, I don't. I mean, I
So
step into
yeah,
a lift.
you have to.
I step into a
You
lift.
have to trust,
I have
right?
no idea how
and
the
you
lift
have
works.
trust in the system. I don't have trust in the system.
But everything around us, you use a mobile phone. That's a black box. I have no idea how that black box works. You step into a car. I don't really know how a car works. If it broke down, I wouldn't be able to fix it. You know, the electric lights, the water
Look,
supply.
I'm not a lunatic flat earther or something, okay? It's a total different. There's a whole, as I said before, there's a whole discussion of experts, okay, that are not invited by the media on the COVID-19 thing, okay, and on many other suspects. Don't make it into a cartoon version where I now
Okay,
believe
okay.
into.
Okay, sorry. Okay,
Yeah.
I didn't mean to sort of insult you
Yeah.
that way. I mean, but I mean that was the argument that I thought that's where you were going. You know, I mean that
No,
science
I'm
is
not
bad. So,
denying
you know.
everything. No, of course not. And most of the things you are talking about with mobile phones, of course, you can see it, right? I don't see dead people on the streets like I saw in China with the videos, right? I see it works, and I know that the technology was invented where my people were still nationalist, okay, like the mobile phone and so on, like airplanes and like flat or round Earth, okay. So, but I'm saying there's specific kind of doctrines that the system has that I don't trust because yeah, it is. How can I explain it? But I think I made the point what I want to get at. So yeah, it's only specific fields. It's not all fields, but it's specific fields. Especially when it comes down to the body, right? Your body. Look, I would ban certain stuff, certain medicine, from, or yeah, even certain food, right? I'm more on the left with this. This is what the left, some of the eco and environment kind of people are saying. We should ban different food because it's harmful for the society. I'm all up for that. Okay, I don't want my people to be harmed by some shitty food. I'm not saying I'm going to fully ban all fast food or something, but I make sure that this stuff is properly produced. I won't have mass animal environment or something. No, I want my pigs and chickens to go out in nature uh, and moving and not just staying on the same place 24/7. Yes, this stuff that is basically normal sense, right? But the system is promoting stuff like this. So yeah, it's harming my people. I see that people are getting overweight. I won't allow that in my ethno state. Okay, on this scale. I want to force them, and we need to force them in this tech world here where we don't have to work physically anymore. I have some programs, some which they have to attend to, at least to a certain age. Okay, they have to have some duties here. It's not just about freedoms and everything like this. And most people don't even know what they want anyway, and what harms them. So yeah, I'm not this trust the individual, trust the government, because trust the government always means do this. Is this government promote? Whenever we are talking now, all I hear when I'm listening to German politicians is, GDP and everything like this. It's never about the people, especially not about the German people. There's never any focus on that. But if you go into nationalism, it's all about the people. And with that comes actually economic growth, okay? So, yeah, it's...
But isn't that a bit contradictory? Because look, you're actually saying I'm not going to be forced to do this. I'm not going to be forced to do that. I'm not going to be forced to actually take this vaccine. You
By the wrong people.
you can't control me. And yet at the same time, you're saying if I get into power, right, the people will do this. The people will do that. I mean, aren't you?
Yes.
You're saying that the people must do what you say, but you're not going to do what anybody else.
Exactly.
Well, isn't that a bit contradictory?
No, it isn't. It is only about who is ruling who. And the people, you can simply make an observation. Are the people promoting your people, or are they promoting GDP? You can make the test. Listen to your politicians.
But Germany works, doesn't it? I mean, Germany really works well. I mean, Germany is I wish we had the manufacturing capacity. I wish that we had the financial power of Germany. You know, yeah. I mean, Germany works. What are they doing wrong?
You have already admit that we are standing in front of a big financial collapse. So no, this system is not working. The rich are getting richer. The average German people are getting poorer. So it's not working at all.
But listen. The thing is that Germany's going to come out of this better than anyone else in Europe, and probably better than America.
Still having the infrastructure to some degree that other peoples have built. My ancestors have built, who were nationalists, proper nationalists. They have built this, and these kind of lunatics are destroying it all. They're doing everything to destroy our, even from an economical perspective, they're destroying the economic industry. They are going full speed against the German car building industry. Right, with all the crazy CO2 emissions and everything like this. Which has nothing to do with clean air, right? We can have filters. I'm all for filters, but I'm not for, it's just to destroy basically the West. And China is not doing that. India is not doing that. Arab nations are not doing that. Africa is not doing that. It's just to make everyone equal on a global scale, right? Put everyone on the same scale here. That is communism.
But I don't think it's working out like that. I mean, I think the thing about Germany is that it's very far-sighted. I think that it has a very strong manufacturing base, and I think that Britain is going to be in trouble in the next 5 years with COVID, the after effects of COVID, the maxing out the credit card with all the money that we're spending, and also with leaving the European community. I think we're going to be in real financial trouble. And you watch, I don't think that Germany is going to be in half the kind of trouble that we're in. I don't think you're going to see the mass unemployment that we see. I don't think you're going to see the cut in services that we're going to witness. I don't think you're going to see the hardship, and also I think you're probably unrest as well that's coming down the pipe in Europe, in the UK, and maybe in France as well, and maybe in Italy, and maybe in Spain. I think Germany is in a far stronger position.
Can I quickly address something that Scientific Method is saying here in the chat? He's saying Aaron does a proper pleb. Yeah, to some degree you're right. I am. On the other hand, I'm an elitist. Okay, I want a proper new elite to lead my people, because I'm not this kind of fantasist that thinks that the working class knows best. No. People are always ruled by an elite class, and it matters who is ruling, right? I want, of course, the best overall society for my people, but they need to accept in a new elite class. I'm not for equality, okay? I want the best man. I'm for hierarchy. I want the best man to rule, and he should rule. But on the other hand, of course, I'm not saying that they should rule like degenerate the overall society, because it has long-term consequences. It will lead to civil war. It will lead to the overall dysgenetic of my people that can't produce the stuff that I think the elite doesn't understand this. They, as I said before, an Einstein couldn't be an Einstein in Africa or in the Middle Ages even, okay, under Catholicism and this crazy rules they had, right? So you need that as well. But to say everyone is equal is just as wrong as saying the elite should just benefit their own cause. This is the one side is basically anarcho-capitalism. The other side is communism. Okay, I want nationalism. The elites should be there. Yes, they can gain from the system. Yes, they can be richer than the average people, but they shouldn't do that with the cost of the overall population. Quite the opposite. It should work in line. And when Germans have done that and have respected that method more, they were more powerful, they were stronger, economically stronger, and basically other nations have to fight wars against us because we were too successful in doing that. To get us down to their fucking level again. Or even under.
It's interesting. It's interesting. You know, some historians think that the First and Second World War was like they see it. Some historians see it as an adjustment. Now, I'm not justifying the First World War. I'm not justifying the Second World War. But what they're actually saying is that Germany was created in the 1870s. It suddenly created this massive sort of new power in Germany that was very, very successful, like a manufacturing behemoth, like incredibly powerful, incredibly out-competing everybody, right? From like the 1870 onwards. And the thing is that some people have said that Germany trying to assert its what it might see as its rightful place in the world led to the First World War, and some people have said that the Second World War is like a continuation of the First World War. Now, some historians put forward what's called the 30-year thesis, that the First and Second World War, they sort of fall in with what you've just suggested, that
Yes.
that the First and Second World War are part of the same sort of adjustment.
It was not in the. If you make the case that basically the establishment is making, and crazy enough, right? All these civic nationalists that think they are so dissident are repeating the same talking points of the Second and First World War was just to fight racism and these crazy ideas. Yeah, you're low IQ moron to think that this has even 5 or 10% to do with the war overall.
Now, look, I'm not sure that I really want to go into that, but I mean, I would suggest to you that the Second World War was all about race, and the Adolf Hitler waged a racial war, and that he didn't want to fight against the British because he saw them as his racial sort of cousins. I think
Yeah.
he didn't want to fight against the British. It would, and that him invading Russia was an invasion based on racial grounds. That he was set upon program of annihilation across sort of Eastern Europe of people that he saw as is it Untermensch or Ubermensch? Is
Yeah,
it under
Untermensch, yeah.
what is it? Uber or Uter?
Übermensch is basically, and this concept of Untermensch and Übermensch is a Nietzschean perspective, right?
Right.
The German even addressed that to their own race or their own ethnicities. And also to other races. The German has stated that even the black race or the Jewish race has Übermenschen within their own group, right? So yeah, there was definitely a racial factor, but the main reason why Hitler invaded Russia was because of communism, because he saw communism as the greatest danger. Not only Germany has faced, and by the way, we had bloody civil war, the National Socialists, as well as these more like right-wing conservatives had with the communists over the period of Weimar Republic, okay? So we saw the danger of communism, and we saw a huge, powerful country like Russia with an enormous amount of resources. We saw what they have done to their own people, and we know that they wanted, in fact, to take over the world. They want worldwide revolution, okay? And this was a threat to not only Germany, as I said before, but to whole Europe. This was the main reason Hitler was invading Russia.
Oh well, I you know, I mean, I think the Pope actually sort of saw Hitler as a bulwark against Bolshevism.
They were allied, yes.
But the thing is, and an awful lot of people voted for Hitler because they feared a communist revolution, especially the middle classes. However, so there is. I accept that there is some truth in what you've just suggested there. However, I believe that there's also a really heavy racial aspect. He wanted to turn Russia into a colony where a whole series of farms where the Russian population could learn very basic reading and writing, but basically they were almost like sort of peasants, like slaves, like serfs, working for German yeomanry. He basically wanted to do in Russia what the British were doing in India, and there, you know, there is a very, very heavy racial reason for that. You know, you can't say that Hitler was motivated primarily by race. And most of his writings are about race. Now, I mean, so I would
even if we are speaking about communism, this is all about race, right? Even to Hitler, because communism doesn't respect race, right? So yeah, of course, it is also about race.
Well, I mean, so having said that, I mean, I think that Stalin subverted communism to fit Russian foreign policy and its foreign aims and needs. I mean, you know, communist policy worldwide was Russian foreign policy. You know, I mean, he subverted.
Yeah, after the war, definitely Stalin changed a lot of aspects, and you know, then. After he did that basically, and a lot of communists, old school communists like Leninists and this Trotsky communists, they are hating Stalin, right? Because of that, because he basically has betrayed the revolution and everything like this. And yeah, then the world turned on Russia after he has done that. Right? It is crazy. I spoke to some.
But sorry. I'm sorry, Elron. Can I just finish? Please forgive me. But can I just finish my point? I mean, the point is that, you know, First and Second World War, and what you said about that this was part of like some major sort of geopolitical adjustment. I would suggest to you that Germany was smashed at the end of the Second World War, and that it's recovered from that miraculously. Like a miracle, right? And it's now become like an economic powerhouse, manufacturing powerhouse, perhaps one of the most powerful economies in the world. Okay, and you were actually sort of saying about Germany sort of emerging. I think that it's that all of this you've seen over the past 100 years is just Germany sort of finding its place in the world. Am I making sense to you?
Yeah, but
Hasn't Germany won? Hasn't
the
Germany got what it wanted?
not really, because we are seeing Germany is shrinking in power. We are seeing China is arising. We're seeing other nations arising while Germany is stagnating. Okay, over the
Is it
last
stagnating?
years, yes. Let's compare it to the even quite after the World War, right? I think Germany in the 1960s were the third strongest economic power in the world. Right now, no, it isn't anymore. Of course, also based on numbers, right? Germany only has it's 83 million, but they are not really German, so probably Germany
86, is
has
it something like 86, something like 87?
83 million overall.
Right,
Germany
right.
has overall citizen, not real Germans. But and China has like 1 billion or something. So you can't compare that. But still, Germany was way stronger economically in the world in the 1960s compared to now.
In the 1960s?
Yeah.
I thought that it had become. You see, I'm looking at.
It has become more wealthy, yes, of course, for the Germans, but so you compare the status of the world in the 1960s. Everyone was living far less good in the 1960s.
Yeah, but I'm
than
looking.
now.
Look, I'm looking at GDP, right? And you've
Yeah,
got.
let's look at that.
You got the United States number one, Japan
Mhm.
number two, and sorry, I'm sorry. United States number one, China number two, Japan number three, Germany number four. What's wrong with that?
Yeah, is that per capita or what is it?
That's GDP. That's gross domestic products. It's how much they generate across the world in manufacturing.
In manufacturing, okay.
Well, sorry, in just everything. It's gross domestic product. It's everything that you sell. Like all of your manufacturing, all of your services, everything, every fish that you catch, every dime that you make in America, in Germany, right, is calculated, and that's your gross domestic product, and you are number 4 in the world, which ain't bad.
Yeah, I have to check that stat and compare that to the numbers of the 1960s. What things they have put in there to compare to that. But even then, look, China was not ahead of us. Japan was not ahead of us, right? In the 1960s.
No, not
And
China.
I'm seeing a slow degree of German capabilities. For example, we are very poorly in the whole tech sector, fourth industrial revolution. It's a constant topic here in Germany, and I think it was deliberately that we sleep on that new kind of technology, right? It was deliberately. The German government has not done a fast internet cable to every household, where in the past we have built the greatest streets by the states, right? In a few years, and we couldn't do that with the internet wires and the Glasfaser. I don't know how to call it in English, but yeah, we are totally lost on that. So we are what we are seeing is basically this old school economic, which is producing stuff like cars and so on. And this is changing right now, right? Now we are seeing more growth with all the internet stuff like Silicon Valley and everything like this. And Germany is totally lost on that place.
Just
That
think
is-
about that. Just think about that for a moment. Just think about that for a moment. Now, yeah, okay, you're right. I didn't realize about like silicon with or high the sort of tech that you're falling behind. But if you think about, let's say, Apple or Microsoft or any of those, or you know, the big manufacturers, they design their stuff in America. It's made in China, right?
Yeah.
Whereas German stuff is made in Germany by German workers. And people across the world pay a premium for German stuff because it's good, and they want German made stuff.
Yeah,
Surely that's
even yeah.
surely it's better that you're selling
yeah,
cars than you're
yeah.
selling phones. Surely
To
it's
many
better
of the about even in the car industry, we are heavily dependent on China. And also, in the past, you were mentioning before the great chemical industry, right?
Pharmaceutical. Oh God, yeah, big.
Pharmaceutical and
And
so on.
chemistry, yeah,
We
yeah.
had one of the best in the world. So now these crazy lunatics has allowed the German companies to move to China. Okay.
Have
So
they?
why
I
are
didn't
we
know
not?
that. I didn't know that.
Yeah, why are we? This was a big debate over the coronavirus thing because we were so dependent on antibiotics and so on from China, and they were not giving it out because they needed themselves, basically. So yeah, and I see that we are still in that place because of the past, and it will over the next few years or decades, Germany will shrink, right? Just like you see it with the culture, it already is lost. And if you lose your culture, eventually your society will go to shit. It is a longer process. It will not happen from the next year in 2 years. It is a longer process, but we are already seeing the symptoms. I mean, we were talking about civil war just a few minutes before, right? So yeah, they're destroying Germany.
Don't sell yourself short. You live in one of the best countries in the world, with it with one of the most successful economies in the world, and you've probably
Yeah,
got
but I'm
you've
not
got the best chances
comparing
in the world.
Germany to a state in the Middle East or in well, there are some great countries in the Middle East before the Americans
Okay,
bombed
look,
them,
life
right?
isn't as good as
But
maybe if you're living in Australia or you're living in New Zealand. But I mean, that's a different deal, isn't it? I mean, the thing is
yeah.
if you're living in Australia or New Zealand, right?
We could be way farther than this. Germans were thinking in the 80s and 90s about flying cars and of colonizing the Mars. Okay, what have we achieved? Normally, the German spirit. Okay, if we plan something,
You
we
have
have done that.
performed an economic miracle. You have crawled. Germany was bombed flat. Do you know, at the end of the Second World War, there was not one bridge standing. The American Air Force ran out of things to bomb in Germany. They bombed it flat. And Germans rebuilt entirely Germany, right? And not only they did that, but they actually produced one of the most successful economies in the world, right?
Yes, but now
You're
you're comparing.
hardworking,
You're
incredibly intelligent,
comparing my ancestors
technocratic.
to the Germans that are living in Germany today. Okay, no one is denying the greatness of my ancestors. Yeah?
No, today.
But when
The
I look
people
at the German
today.
people now, they are soulless people without any strength. Okay, there might be some companies that are still mighty or something, but the overall German people are looking down on the streets. They are not upwards. If you look how they are speaking today, with shame, with weakness, and also with low intelligence, right? They don't know anything about their culture anymore. They speak like fucking shimps, okay? Sometimes this is the white trash. I'm willing to trash. Unlike most of the black community, they are not trashing their community. I'm happy to trash my community, okay? I'm happy to trash all these transgender idiots that are out on the streets. I have no problems with that, okay? I have no problems with trashing them. But yeah, this will have consequences.
Seriously, Elron, where else would you go? Is there? I can't think of
I
too
will
many
go
places.
nowhere. I will
No,
go
but I can't
nowhere.
think of too many other places that are better than Germany for living
Yes, there
standards, for
are.
opportunities.
I think that Canada is way better for me to live in right now than in Germany. I think that probably Australia is better than to live in Germany right now from an ethno-nationalist perspective. But I wouldn't give up my people, okay? No matter how bad it is, I will still fight here. And Poland, it's better in Poland from an ethno-nationalist perspective. And let me tell you about this. What we could see in the future is Germans moving to Poland or some other Eastern European countries, and you will see an economic miracle there because all the big brains are going over to Poland and building fucking successful companies without interruption of an anti-German government that is interrupting within their success, okay? And you will see Poland or other countries rise because of this. This could be another scenario, okay? Because Germans are fed up. They are saying, if my people don't listen to me, okay, we will move to another country that are willing to accept us, and we will take over Germany a few years later, okay? This would be another example. Poland will never accept that this country will be an Islamic country or France. You will see war whenever this has happened. No Eastern European country would accept a Muslim takeover in France and having the nuclear capabilities to destroy Poland or Ukraine or Russia. Okay? This is another scenario that could come up in a few years here.
Sorry. Well, right. Well, look, it's been really good talking to you, Elrond. I've been talking for 6 hours now. I've been on here for 6 hours. Thank you very much for your time, and thanks for your attention.
Thank you too.
It's been really interesting talking. Do think about taking the vaccine when it comes. Honestly, if
Fuck
it saves your life.
vaccine.
Think about it. Look, if it saves your life, if it stops your lungs from clogging up, what have you got to lose, man?
Take the ethno-nationalist vaccine to fight against anti-white racism, okay? And yeah, I would urge you to do that anti-vaccine. Get some antibodies to your people.
Elrond, look, this comfortable, soft world that we live in, this is not going to last. You're going to miss
God
it.
it's not gonna last.
You're going to miss it when it's gone, man. You're going to
Yeah.
you're going to miss it when it's
No,
gone. Honestly, this is a good
I
life.
need another historical event, okay? I hate this world without any purpose. We need purpose again. Let this world crash, okay? If people don't want to listen to someone like me or some more clever people than me, then they deserve it, and we will rebuild it, right? This is my attitude towards.
But don't listen. But don't you have a good life now, where you
Yes, I
you
have.
go online and
From
you
a
talk.
hedonistic perspective, I have a very good life. Yes.
Well,
But
surely,
this won't last. This is the thing. It can't last. I mean, just we had terrorist attacks all over Europe over the last weeks. Anyone that thinks it can still last, even if this population is growing and us becoming a minority, is a maniac. You can have all the democracies, all the laws you want, or you can't discriminate against minorities. Yeah, wait until you are the minority. It's a white thing to protect all these minorities, okay? This is what my people have to understand. Anyway, I'm in rage mode. I've drinking too much wine here, so.
No. It was good talking to you. You take care, okay?
Yeah, okay, you too.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Good night. Good
night.
Hello? Is anybody there? White flight, is it? Veli, there's people asking for you. I think Veli might be sleeping. Yeah, I think Veli might be sleeping.
Boom.
It's a DC bread. I think.
Mm. Yeah, man. So you know what? Yeah, differently. I'm ready to. Yeah, I'm ready to go, man. So
Yeah, he's working all day, so yeah,
trust me.
you deserve your sleep.
Mm. Yeah, man. Gotta rest it up now, though. Still, man. Car.
All right then. So you'll be
Mm.
up again
Yeah,
early
yeah.
tomorrow.
Back tomorrow. Yeah.
All right then.
Yeah, man.
Have a good
All
night.
right, man.
Take
You
care.
big up yourself, man.
All right then. Bye.
All right. Peace, peace, peace. All right, man. Yeah, man. So big up everyone in the place. Everyone that's passed through. Everyone that's hit the thumbs up. Everyone that's shared the stream. Everyone that's donated to the or wants to donate to the PayPal. Yeah. Yeah, man. Trust me, trust me, trust me. That's what we need, fam. Trust me. Yeah, man. So big up anyway, man. Yeah. All right. Say nothing, man. Peace.